Meeting the Board of Supervisors to order.
I'd like to call to order the meeting of the King George County Service Authority Board of Directors.
Thank you. Do you want to spend?
Tonight, Ms. Kathy Bender, supervisors, is going to be participating remotely due to an illness.
We're going to stand for invocation led by Director Robotham, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
We thank you for bringing us all here today, for gathering us to support the county business. Lord, we hope you give us your wisdom, lead this county, do what's right, so this together. Thank you, Lord, in Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America.
Presentation, Mary Washington Healthcare Impact Trauma Award, TQ 2025. And Chief Moody had some words he wanted to speak before that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I just want to take a few minutes to thank you publicly for allowing us to put this special award recognition. A few weeks ago, the team from Mary Washington Trauma Services Unit reached out to me and highlighting a medical incident that we had back in May, particularly May 5th of this year. This is a pretty unique case because it highlights kind of what happens when all the team comes together. And this, we actually have with us tonight, we got many deputy sheriffs, many firefighters and paramedics out here in the lobby. If we brought them all in at one time, we'd probably be over capacity. It highlights when we have a school bus driver, when we have the deputy sheriffs, and we have our fire rescue team that all get on scene in a very quick time and take immediate action. Tonight, we have a special guest, and that is the resident, the patient that was in cardiac arrest when he just went on a normal day for a run down the road, and like he's done probably thousands of times before. But I wanted to give a warm welcome and introduction to who's going to be presenting the award, and that is our team from Mary Washington Healthcare and the Impact Trauma Award. So without further ado, Ms. Courtney. Yep. Yes. Right. Yep.
Hello, thank you guys very much for having us. We are truly honored to be here today. So this is our second quarter impact award, so it acknowledges trauma excellence. So I'm just going to read a little brief synopsis of why they are receiving this award. So on May 5th, 2025, a 51-year-old male was out for his morning run when he suffered a life-changing emergency and collapsed in the roadway. Thankfully, a very observant King George County school bus driver noticed the patient running. While driving her morning school pickup route, the runner lying on the ground unresponsive. The bus driver made immediate radio contact with dispatch and emergency responders who were promptly sent to the scene. King George Sheriff's Department deputies were first to arrive on scene, and they immediately assessed the situation, applied an AED, and initiated high-quality CPR. Upon the arrival of King George Medic Unit 1, the patient was reassessed by EMS and found to have regained a pulse. The team continued to perform life-saving interventions to include effective airway management and adequate oxygenation for the patient while he remained unconscious. During transport, a trauma alert was provided to Mary Washington Hospital ED to prepare the trauma team for their arrival due to the unknown circumstances of the patient's collapse, with abrasions to the patient's face and the consideration that this was potentially a traumatic event. His condition was stabilized further in the Mary Washington Hospital Trauma Bay. A traumatic event was ruled out, and subsequent evaluation revealed the patient had suffered a heart-related event. Even though this patient was ultimately ruled out as a trauma patient, this was unknown at the time of the call, and the management by the EMS team with trauma considerations was impeccable. Due to the fast reaction responses and excellent care provided by everyone involved in the coordinated emergency management of this patient, he is alive and well today. And like Chief Moody said, he's here with us. This team exemplifies the characteristics of an effective team and has earned the distinguished honor of receiving the 2025 Second Quarter Trauma Impact Award in recognition of their exemplary service and outstanding care of this patient. So let's give them a round of applause. Usually by your names, whether you like it or not. And we have some tokens for you. Okay.
Kristen Alton. Michael McNeil. Not here, okay. Zachary Dove. Mariano Akaza. Jordan Jackson. Diana Ashton. How do you say? Tiana. Tiana. Zeb Johnson. Thank you. Our distinguished bus driver, Shanice Avaler.
Supervisors hereby proclaim August 19, 2025 as First Responders Day in King George County, in an effort to recognize and celebrate the county's first responders and encourage all citizens to take time out of their day and show first responders and their families how much they are valued and for their service to our community. Adopted this 19th day of August, 2025. Say so. So we have a pretty packed agenda tonight, so I'm just going to go ahead and take care of something. I make a motion that we extend the meeting tonight until midnight.
Second.
Motion properly second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Doesn't mean we have to go that long. I don't want to. I'm just saying it's going to happen.
Aye.
Thank you. Ms. Bender? So they're gonna- This is, any other amendments to the agenda?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Right ahead.
In accordance with the rules of procedure for the King George County Board of Supervisors, the agenda for the regular meeting scheduled for Tuesday, August 19th, 2025 requires the following amendments. Addition of Resolution R-13-2025, National Opioid Settlement with Purdue Pharma, to be presented by the interim county attorney. Number two, addition of Resolution R-15-2025, appointment of animal control officer and two deputy animal control officers, to be presented by the sheriff of King George County. And item number three, removal of action item 08-15, Daisy Lane Solar Application Z-2024-00219, Davis Hill Development. This item is removed from the agenda at the request of the applicant, Davis Hill Development, who has formally requested a deferment. These adjustments ensure that the board's agenda reflects current business needs and pending actions requiring board consideration. A revised agenda has been prepared and entered into the official record.
Second. Second, for discussion. Sorry, motion passed. Chance to speak, state your full name, the district in which you vote, so it could probably count it in the public record. Next up, I have Ms. Avery.
Going to be a separate public hearing for people to make comments when the,
I've seen the list of public hearing. Did we get a list for the public hearing? Speak. public comment session, okay?
Henry.
My name is Ana Maria. I live in Presidential Lakes. Tonight, I want to thank you for your service. I know this job is very hard, but you are doing a great job. And as long as you keep paying on the debt and fixing or replacing things that they needed to be fixed. Also, avoid having to pay more fines. I went last night to a public meeting about the Exodus Family Institute. It's asking for King George County support and asking for a grant from the Virginia Department of Housing and Community Development for a feasibility study for 21 houses for essential workers for King George, such as teachers, first responders, and healthcare workers. I want to know who will make a profit from this project and what guarantees will there be that is only for teachers and first responders and healthcare workers, or is going to be another project fail? I want to ask you, I want to ask, no, I want to ask you to think carefully about the data centers that they want to build in our county. Caroline and Stafford County are very concerned about the Rappahannock River. Many residents that live near the river are worried and oppose the data centers. They say that the river is in their backyard. They don't want the data centers. People in Stafford County think the data centers don't belong on agricultural land near to the Rappahannock River. One of the residents and Stafford say that in 15 or 20 years, there is good chance that the data centers might be abandoned for newer technology, and we will have lost the view along the river forever. Also, Virginia is the state with the most data centers. Also, they are talking in TV about Northern Virginia being predicted to have increase in cost of water and electricity in the near future. I think it's because the data centers. Thank you.
Thank you. Listen.
Good evening, Aaron Eliason, James Madison District. Last week, I attended the King George County Planning Commission meeting, and my purpose was to express concerns about the many applications to withdraw water from the Rappahannock in very large quantities, especially the huge amounts for cooling proposed data centers in Stafford, Spotsy, Western counties, and including our own county. One member of the Planning Commission reassured me that no data centers in King George would use water for cooling and that other technologies for cooling would be required. A second member echoed that statement, going further to tell me that this prohibition to use water for cooling was in writing. I was very happy to hear their support of the Rappahannock and its preservation of its water supply, but unfortunately, I've been unable to find a written policy or regulation ruling out the use of water for cooling of the data centers. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Colleen Davis.
Good evening, Board. I'm here to discuss, or I'm here to address my concern about the county talking about raising meal taxes on small businesses. I'm going to ask you to consider a solution, and then I'll tell you why that I come before you guys to ask this. My solution would be if we're going to raise meals taxes, I'm not against meals tax, even for small businesses, but maybe offer a tiered approach, because right now I pay the same as Sheetz and McDonald's and all these multi-million-dollar businesses. I pay the same rate they do, and I don't have the traffic that they do here in King George. So here's why I'm asking. Here's what I deal with the taxes, because I've heard a few of the county leaders say that, well, you don't pay it, the customer does. It's kind of a double-edged sword though, because in one sales transaction, I have a 6% sales tax or 5.3, 4% meal tax, plus I have a 3.5% processing fee, plus 30 cents per transaction if credit card is used, which is 70% of my income is through credit card transactions. So it eats at my profit. I can only raise my coffee prices, but so much. Right now, my meals tax per coffee is about 58 cents. If you raise that even close to $1, now they're going to be paying $7, $8 for a coffee that they can go to She's and drive through and get. I mean, I sell my smile and I do my best to make it invited in galleys, but it is hard, especially with prices right now already, and trying to compete with that, the prices that are going up. And then on top of it, the county wanting to raise meal taxes on my small business. This is just a small fraction of the taxes I pay. I pay a litter tax, a property tax, payroll tax, unemployment tax, quarterly taxes, license renewal fees, gross sale tax at the end of the year, zoning renewal fees. And there's a lot more. Like, we're taxed out the wazoo, and I get it. It's a business, and you know this when you're going into it, but really you don't, because nobody really teaches you that. You have to pay for that information. So, and I understand that some of these are state, but it still affects my small business. I don't bring a lot of revenue to King George in the form of money, but my value is that I provide a place for our King George folks and surrounding counties to come to and sit and socialize. I also provide employment for high schoolers and those who've graduated from high school. 8 young people that I have brought in homeschool out of the school to teach them, how to run a business. I allow them to be a part of that with me, to like come together and learn what that's like. So let me get back on track. Adding more taxes to your small town mom and pops does not feel like you truly want small businesses. I've been open for 3.5 years now, and I'm committed. It would be a fresh of breath air if I could honestly say that King George supports small businesses. And I'm not talking about individual support, I'm talking about county support. I would like you to ask this question: what does King George do to support small businesses? Lastly, can we please, this has nothing to do with our commissioner, because she's been very kind to me with and trying to help me ways to keep up with them. But yeah, so I'll come back next board meeting.
Ms. Davis. Shaw.
James Shaw, James Monroe District, columnist for the Northern Neck Sentinel, citizen journalist, kgmedia.top, speaking in my capacity as EDA member. Old hat, and the first time they've been the same back to back. Futurist. Someone has to do it. Someone has to warn, like the watchman, of what may be coming. Someone has to have the guts to be, or perhaps be stupid enough to bring up the elephant or gorilla in the room. I'm talking about the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan for the county is on the cusp of its periodic scheduled revision. Judging from what we have seen in Community Development, Planning Commission, and Board of Supervisors of late, a potential avalanche of controversy is likely on the horizon. There are going to be many eyes looking to steer that process in a beneficial direction the land vultures are circling. A little tweak here or there, and some select landowners win the land investment lottery. Perhaps it is time for citizens to start looking up who donated how much to whom in previous election cycles. We don't need cronyism slipping into the process. The solution is, of course, for you as a board to continue your upfront transparency. Everyone should publicly know in advance who may possibly benefit from any changes, plus or minus. God bless the King George Renaissance, where your transparency helps keep things fair and honest. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that'd like to speak?
Kim Dodge, James Madison District. I'm here to talk about the water bill. Somebody is claiming, it's gonna redo the water bill and it's gonna be computerized and they want us to pay online. I always get every bill mailed to me in paper form, and I actually pay them by check, and I would like to continue doing that. And I don't think we need to change it to every month. We need to lower the wastewater debit service fee and the water debit service fee. Let's roll some of those prices back. I'm assuming with the wording of it, that we're paying that huge debt in the past. I didn't create that debt. And yes, our water bills are huge. And let's lower our prices and keep the 2-month billing. A lot of times companies do go from the 2-month billing to the month billing, and then you'll find out they're charging you even more money because now it's a lower amount to the consumer and those rates will go up. It's just like when I talk about property taxes here in King George. I talk every year, usually I missed this year. Do not raise our property taxes. Most of us are struggling financially. We can't afford to pay these property taxes. You all need to be responsible financially. And if we don't have the money as the county, then we don't supply it. We find other ways to do things. You can't keep taxing us to death. And just like with the small business owners, you can't be doing that. We don't make it more money every year. And we're going backwards financially. So I propose we still have every 2 months, let's roll back some prices on this debt and pay it and make it pay off longer. Thank you.
Hastings, James Madison District. In your quest to operate the throttle and brake on development here in the county and the ZOTAC findings, I came across a couple of tools in the Code of Virginia that I've not heard any discussion on and would like to bring them to your attention. One thing that was not mentioned was agricultural and forest districts, which have a 4 to 10 year lifespan. And also there's something called a tax increment financing fund. It's found in the Code of Virginia at 58.1-3245.2. Both of those may be worth a look. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Seventeen, 2025, should a 20-minute discussion, of illegal signage and right of ways in King George County. It's the resolution, but it seems there was not a resolve, and the board just moved the discussion along to other topics. I've listened several times and I've failed to hear any resolve. Maybe there wasn't a volunteer with VDOT since early 1980s. We have volunteered for 2 months stretch along Lambs Creek Church Road, 694. Needless to say, we collected hundreds of orange bags of trash. A couple of things regarding illegal signs. Many of the said signs have phone numbers. Just a suggestion here, maybe the public officials could give those folks a friendly call. Remember, it's illegal to put the non-permitted signs in. It's helped in the past to lessen the illegal signage problem. Please. Good. So, all time out. All right, let me know. So we're at a pause. Did you read that letter again? Thank you, ma'am. So the emails from Ms. Brenda Henson, James Madison District, King George Board of Supervisors meeting on June 17, 2025. The Board of Supervisors had a 20-minute discussion about illegal signage in the right of ways in King George County. I may have missed the resolution, but it seems there was not resolved and the board just moved the discussion along to other topics. I have listened to the meeting several times and have failed to hear any resolve. Maybe there was none. I've been a volunteer with VDOT's adoptive highways since early 1980s. We have volunteered for 2 months stretch along that Creek Church Road, 604. Notice to say of so things are going to build signs and
Said silence on phone numbers, just a suggestion here, maybe the court officials could give those folks a friendly call reminding them it is illegal to put the non-permitted signs in the right of way. That kind of proactive measure has helped in the past to lessen the illegal signage problem.
Thank you. Correspondence? Closed comment at this time, and we'll move on to reports of the members of the board. Mr. Sid. Yeah. And timed out again. All right, we're back. I think we were with you still.
Yeah, no, that's fine, Chairman Davis. Thank you. So I was speaking to Mr. Eliason. I'm not aware of anything from a water perspective. I believe one of the prospective candidates was planning on using water in their data center offering before, but we can certainly follow up further on that. And Ms. Dodge. Ms. Dodge left, but I will see if I can touch base with her. And I know there is some structuring and some analysis we're going to do for the water bill. So I would just say more on that to come. So stand by. Other than that, that's all I got, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Collins.
Thank you. Wow, that's loud. This level, the 21 houses, my understanding is that you can't specifically make that type of project for teachers, police officers, that it's discriminatory. Is that correct?
Is correct.
So it would be, if they went forward with that housing, it would be open to whoever. Okay? And no, we don't want another Project Faith. Ms. Davis, on the meal tax, I actually am for the meals tax, so you probably won't like to hear that, but let's move faster on that one. Reverend Shaw, let's go down to Ms. Dodge. The property taxes hadn't gone up in 2 years. It's been the same rate for 2 years, so we hear folks come in and say about the property taxes going up, well, they haven't gone up. So, but they might go up when they do the reassessments. There's nothing we can do to control that. So we're required by law to do the reassessments and what they come back at. Sometimes they go below market, sometimes they go above market, all depends. We did talk to the commissioner about the reassessments and not to have, what are they, there's a technical term they call it. Basically, if you're in a nice subdivision, they charge you more money for taxes, which is unfair in face value. And Ms. Dodge, roll back on the debt service. Mr. Hamilton, is that something that can be looked into, yes or no?
Yes, sir. We can absolutely look into it.
Yeah, that would be nice if we could roll back on the debt service. And then I'll wait for the rest of my comments during the other items that we'll be bringing up. Thank you.
Mr. Stroud.
Thank you, sir. Arn, I'm not familiar of anything being in writing saying that on the water for cooling the data centers either. And I don't remember agreeing to that, although at least I hope that if they use water, it's from a purple pipe. So it's water that they can use without it impacting our water source. I know you've talked about that going back into the river, but it's going to go back at some point. It's just whether they use it first and pay us to use it. Ms. Davis, I'd like to talk more about the meals tax at some point, just to get a better understanding. Mr. Shaw, the land lottery and the comprehensive plan. I'm really interested. You're talking about people receiving money for their campaigns. I can assure you, I didn't use any money from anybody on a campaign. So I'd be interested in what you find out there, but I don't know what bearing that would have really on our local elections, and anybody getting any money for their campaign for that. But how the land lottery works in a comprehensive plan, that's an interesting way to look at it. The rest of the comments I think have been addressed. I did receive a couple complaints regarding mowing of the grass in the medians, and I agree that I don't like the look of some of the medians on the secondary roads. If you've seen those, and they're getting pretty tall. Somebody actually put a sign up, which I took a picture of and sent to Mr. Smolnik, and then got a response from Mr. Beal, and he's addressed that before, and he reiterated that the way VDOT does it is they mow the primary routes twice a year, or three times a year, secondary routes twice a year, right? So the way, with the amount of rain we've been getting this year, their grass is really growing a lot and it's unsightly. So I don't know if there's some other way we can address that, Mr. Smolnik, but if there's something we could do to address it, would be helpful, because it is unsightly in some of our areas. And that's all I've got, sir.
Mr. Sullins?
Thanks, sir. So all the comments have been addressed, so I'm not going to go back and rehash. I'll just re-echo, thank y'all for coming out tonight. I appreciate y'all staying involved. I had a number of engagements over the course of the last 2 weeks. I'm not going to read all those to you. If you read the summary that I put out on Sundays after these meetings, I'll spell it out in there. But I do want to bring up two of those. Probably the most fun that I had over the last week was Ms. Hoover, the chair of the school board, invited me to come out and help participate with welcoming the teachers and the kids back. So that was a lot of fun to see the little kindergartners come roaring in with their backpacks that were bigger than they are. So thank y'all for letting me play with that. That was cool. Those little guys are cool. And the teachers, just the smiles and the motivation on their faces, they have passion for what they do. So I appreciate that. The other thing, not so cool, had a employee at the library reach out to me with a complaint about mold in the ceiling and some of the other stuff. So I spoke with Mr. Smolnik. He's already on it. So if you ever go to the library and that's something that you're concerned about, we're going to get it taken care of. So thank y'all for reaching out to us and letting us know there's issues. And let's hope this is a good meeting.
Thank you. Before I get started, thank you everyone for being here. I appreciate any involvement in our county. Before I say anything else, I would like to make a nomination to nominate Margaret South to the Smoot Library Board.
Second.
Motion properly second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Chair votes aye. I'll get you that contact information, Ms. Fish. My week, I really got to go to the first responders banquet, which was just the surrounding counties and things like that from all over up at the Expo Center. I got to go with Chief and a couple other people and just had a really good time and just got to experience first responders and, talk to some other board members from other boards and things of that nature. Just had a good time. Oh, yes, you're right. Ms. Bender, do you have anything to say?
Yeah, I did. Did you want to finish yours first?
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Yeah.
I also got to go to the school kickoff. It's just anyone who works for the school, whether you cut the grass or whether you're a teacher, and everyone in between just went to the high school and we got to spend time together. And I will like to say that the culture over there just seems to be a lot different than what it used to be. It seems to be headed in the right direction. I think the school board, I think that the superintendent has been making some tough decisions, and I just feel like there's been a shift over there in the culture. It's not perfect, because culture means people are involved in it. And as long as human beings are involved in it, it's never going to be perfect. But it does seem to be heading in a direction that's going to be healthy for our children, healthy for our community. So I just commend them for that. I've also gotten a few calls. And one of the primary things I've gotten a call about is and I went down and saw it for myself. So just, if you ever go into Dahlgren and and you're heading into the base, when you get kind of past China Garden there, it's, you know, and I was looking at the Potomac Elementary School, it's like they cut the grass all the way up to the ditch, where I guess it's, I don't know if that's BDOT's responsibility, but your grass is like this tall, and grass is growing through the sidewalks, and grass is growing on the road side of the sidewalk. And it just, it looks a little bit dumpy, especially for the first day of school. I'd like to just maybe get that grass cut so when people are dropping off their kids, it looks like that we care about presentation, especially opening day of school. It was, you know, just cut it down, put some weed kill out there or something, but it just wasn't up to standards of what I would want King George to look like, especially in the Dalgren area that's highly trafficked. People are coming from all over to drive through there, and just like to see that kind of taken care of. But I appreciate everyone being here. We got a long meeting tonight. And Ms. Bender, you're up.
Thank you very much. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to say I did get to spend the day. Thank you, Miss, for the school board chair, Kathy Hoover, for inviting us to go. I did go to the high school on the first day and transition day, and it was cool to see all the students, and they were working through the new metal detectors. So I want to thank everybody that are part of it, and the nice shining faces, and good luck to all the students as they start the new school year. I also want to thank the school board chair, Kathy Hoover, and her friends who are all part of the old King George Middle School PTO. I'm not sure exactly if it was a PTA or PTO, for coming up with the idea of saving some bricks for the demolition of the middle school on Route 206. So stay tuned to see what they have to come up with those bricks that they acquired. I got to work on the King George Water Master Plan, which should be done by the end of September and early October. I answered concerns about the public hearing tonight from constituents and met with the applicant on Friday to ask certain questions, one specifically concerning energy use. I wanted to put out some information in reference to the Service Authority because there's a lot of misinformation out there. I wanted to give some facts for most of the citizens and the ratepayers. In FY25, the $15 million line of credit was paid off. The payoff amount was $1,299,736.47, which came from the Service Authority's general fund. This line of credit was taken out prior to the COVID ARPA funds for future needed projects. Most of those 2019 assigned projects have been funded by the ARPA money. Also for FY25, the principal and interest amount of $1,877,589.42 was paid on time. These funds are paid throughout the year because of different bonds and their due dates. As of May of 2025, all fines for past violations have been paid. These consent order penalties are from prior to 2023, and since that time, the authority and Bowdoin have been working with DEQ to stay in compliance. I also spoke with our new general manager, Mr. Hamilton, about looking into a rate study comparing the authority's rates with private and public utilities in the surrounding areas and the states of Maryland and Virginia. This was suggested in 2023 by our financial advisor, Dan Davenport. Also, as chair of the George Washington Regional Commission, I'll be adding to a future agenda discussion on regional water and industrial users. Since 2023, all over the state, I've been speaking on the importance of the aquifer, responsible stewardship of our rivers, and the fact that no industrial user should control the straw for residents to get water to drink. And concerning the restriction of water use for all data centers, which was brought up, that was included in 2023, and it was only related to groundwater use in the overall zoning and ordinance discussion and vote. And it might be something we need to look at sooner rather than later to address in our ordinance, as other surrounding counties have begun to look at the impact on water sources, and they are starting to work on putting that in their ordinances and zoning. And that is the end of my board report. Thank you.
Thank you. And something I left off, and I just wanted to bring to everyone's attention as we visit down zoning and things of that nature in our county, that the median sales price for a house in King George is $577,000. That's 16% over where we were this time last year in 2024. So that's not, I guess the theory that more houses makes houses go down isn't correct. It's the way I look at it. In addition to what you were talking about with the data centers, I'll never vote for a data center or approve a data center project that uses water out of the ground or uses water out of the river to cool its system. I can't speak for everyone on that, but I would never do that. This time I will close reports to members of the board, and we'll move on to the consent agenda. Do I have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the consent agenda as presented in the online agenda for tonight.
Second.
Motion properly second. Any further discussion? By roll call, Mr. Stroud?
Aye.
Mr. Collins?
Aye.
Mr. Sullins?
Aye.
Ms. Bender? Chair votes aye, motion passes. Sheriff Giles?
Thank you, Mr. Chair
Sir.
and members of the board. I'm happy to announce that our 911 center has been awarded a grant. The grant was awarded by the Virginia 911 Service Board totaling $150,000 with no match from the county and will fund purchasing much needed new consoles for our dispatch center. This is a reimbursable grant. The console set we are purchasing with the grant was $5,422.46 over the approved reimbursable grant of $150,000. In addition, the additional $8,200 is for moving the wiring and connections to fit the new consoles, totaling an additional $13,622.46. I'm requesting a motion to accept the NG 911 reimbursable grant of $150,000 and to transfer $13,623 from the contingency line in the general fund to Department 31400, account 8102 in the 911 budget to cover the additional costs not covered by the grant.
So moved.
A motion second. Motion properly second. Any further discussion? Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Sheriff Giles? By roll call, Mr. Stroud?
Aye.
Mr. Collins? Ms. Bender?
Aye.
Mr. Sullins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion passes.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
I'll
sir.
interrupt you briefly. I know that Lee recognized that Mrs. Bender was out ill and authorized her to participate electronically for the Board of Directors meeting. Could the chairman of the board do the same thing? It has to go in the minutes.
Yes, sir. Yes, I do recognize that Mrs. Bender is not here due to a sickness in her family and that she will be with us remotely.
And my second item that
Yes, sir.
this evening is the resolution of the appointment of animal control officer and 2 deputy animal control officers. Before I get into the resolution, with the recent resignation of the supervisor for the shelter, the Pound, I researched some of the ordinance for the through the county, and it was first thing on the ordinance is that the board has to appoint the animal control officer and deputies. So I'm before you tonight to read the resolution to rectify that mistake from the past. So, whereas the Code of Virginia 3.2-6555 authorizes the governing body of each county to appoint an animal control officer and such deputy animal control officers as may be necessary to enforce the animal control laws of the Commonwealth and applicable county ordinances. And whereas 3.21 subsection A and B of the King George County Code established the position of animal control officers and authorized the appointment of deputy animal control officers to assist in the enforcement of state law and county ordinances pertaining to the control of animals. And whereas the Board of Supervisors of King George County recognizes the necessity of appointing qualified individuals to carry out the duties of animal control officer and deputy animal control officers in order to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens and animals within the county. And whereas the appointment of animal control officers and deputy animal control officers shall have all powers and duties prescribed by the laws of the Commonwealth and the ordinances of King George County, including the enforcement of all laws for the protection of domestic animals and the investigation of animal-related complaints. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Board of Supervisors of King George County, Virginia, this 19th day of August, 2025, that appointment of animal control officer. The board hereby appoints Derek Vanetta, to my right, as animal control officer for King George County, effective immediately upon adoption of this resolution, to serve at the pleasure of the board in accordance with the applicable law. Appoint a deputy animal control officers. The board hereby appoints Cassidy Gardner and Brianna Dillinger as deputy animal control officer for King George County, effective immediately upon adoption of this resolution, to assist the animal control officer in the performance of his duties. Authority and duties. The animal control officers and deputy animal control officers shall have the authority, responsibilities, and duties set forth under the Code of Virginia 3.2-6555 and Chapter 3 of King George County Code, as may be amended, including enforcement of all laws for the protection of domestic animals and the prevention of cruelty to animals. So I guess what I'm asking is that the board to go ahead and appoint these three as the animal control officers and deputies.
Motion.
So moved.
Second.
Motion properly second. Is there any further discussion? By roll call, Mr. Stroud.
Aye.
Mr. Collins. Ms. Bender. Mr. Sullins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you. Welcome. Motion passes.
That's all I
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Ms. Courtney, you are up.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Tonight, I guess I'll wait for the PowerPoint to come up. Okay. Tonight, I'm presenting a comparison of two human resource information systems under consideration for the county, NeoGov and ADP. This presentation will focus on the modules included with each system and provide the projected cost over the contract period. Here you'll see the executive summary of the cost comparison. Over the 5-year period, both systems present significant investments for the county. ADP reflects a higher initial cost, but a more gradual increase year to year. The NeoGov proposal uses a phased implementation approach and shows a larger percentage increase in subscription cost as the years progress. This summary gives a quick snapshot of the overall financial impact for both options. This slide outlines the modules offered by each system. Both NeoGov and ADP cover core human resource functions such as payroll, benefits administration, and employee records. This comparison helps ensure we are aligning system functionality with the county's operational needs. This slide represents the year-by-year cost profile for each proposal. The costs include the one-time implementation fee for ADP and a phased implementation fee structure for NeoGov. ADP's annual cost is based on usage, while NeoGov bills a flat annual fee per module per year. And so this concludes, I know it's kind of short, but the only thing I wanted to add that's different than information shared previously was that NeoGov, we did find there is a cooperative contract in Virginia, but it covers HR functions, not payroll. So maybe there's one out of state. Just wanted to share that. So I don't know if you have any questions.
Mr. Collins, do you have any questions? Mr. Sullins, do you have any questions? Mr. Stroud?
I do. I'd like to point something out. Can you go back to your second, I think it's your second slide. That one right there. Mm-hmm. Okay, so I don't have the piece of paper that I had stuff drafted on. I don't know if anybody does. Mr. Smolnick went to get it, but on this, if you look at the top row where it says head count, ADP, their basis is 475, where NeoGov's is only 285. Mm-hmm. So that kind of skews the math. That's not an apples to apples.
You're correct, because NeoGov structure is based on full-time equivalent and full-time. So all are full-time plus any part-time, 20 hours a week, roughly 2 of those equal 1. So you're right, it's not compared in the same way, but it does include all the employees. We just had to go with what the proposal, what the quote provided.
Right, but the thing is, and Mr. Smollett went to get the numbers for me, but
Right.
ADP is significantly cheaper over the length of the contract versus NeoGov. But this slide doesn't reflect that.
Right, I understand what you're saying. Per employee cost, if you go by the 285 divided, I can't remember, I think it came out to 400 and something more for NeoGov based on the contracted, the way that they did the numbers for employee count. So you're right.
So if Mr. Smollett makes it back, then I'll have that. But right now, just so the other board members are aware that ADP is significantly lower in cost.
Mr. Stroud, so you were on that committee, so what do you advise?
ADP.
Okay. Make a motion for that? Were you? What do you suggest?
ADP.
You want to make a motion for that?
Yeah, go ahead. I was going to see if Ms. Bender had any questions first. Ms. Bender, do you have any questions?
No, the only thing I wanted to point out is in the role I had over the last year and a half, I think it's really important we go to these services that have it all online because we use way too much paper, and I think this will be more efficient and a good use of taxpayer funds.
So the motion that I would like to make is that we approve the finance and HR to procure the ADP to perform the HR hiring, onboarding, the payroll, and the performance management modules.
Did you also want to include learning management?
Correct.
And that was part of the quote, and time and
Yes.
attendance?
Correct, yes. What was quoted in there in the ADP's proposal? It's
Actually,
in both of them, but
yeah, I do have it here, actually.
Is there a module for work orders?
no, not that I'm aware of. We didn't ask for that, but you're looking at the work orders for like the county work, like maybe engineering and such like that to track that.
Yes.
We didn't ask for that.
Okay, thank you.
So do I have a motion?
In the motion, it's got to be in the number.
Yeah, so the motion would be, with the approval of that, would be for the implementation setup, which would be the $26,500, and the first year of $140,000, $466,041.
Thanks.
I do have the other information now. But that would be the motion, that we approve the $26,500 for initial setup for ADP and $140,460.41 for the first year. So some of the advantages that the ADP offers is that they can start implementation anytime where NeoGov has to wait to the beginning of the year. But the bottom line is that ADP is $456.74 less per employee over the 5-year period. So.
Could I amend your motion to be the total of $745,913.89 for the 5-year price lock plan?
That's $2.
So we want to pay up front for the entire contract, or just to approve that at this point?
Approve the total for the 5-year lock.
Correct. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Second.
Motion properly second. Is there any further discussion? Ms. Courtney, do you feel confident the ADP will do the things that needs to be done?
It will meet the fundamental needs that we have for onboarding, applicant tracking, and my brain went blank. It'll meet the fundamental needs of what we need, yes.
Okay. By roll call then, Mr. Stroud,
Aye.
Ms. Bender,
Aye.
Mr. Collins, Mr. Sullins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion passes. Ms. Courtney, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Mr. Clark, I think you're up. Smart Scale Project Application 08-09.14.
Good evening, Chairman Davis, members of the board. I'm here tonight seeking your authorization for staff to move forward preparing smart scale applications for two critical transportation projects. So on August 5th, I was before you and we went over the smart scale application that the county will be working with, would like to work with GWRC and VDOT on. This is again, smart scale for VDOT is their funding program, how they decide and quantify each different project throughout the region, throughout this Commonwealth. For us, we are in category D, which promotes, the scores are highly on safety and economic development. So some of the projects we presented in the past didn't qualify. They're never going to score. So we did look at 6 projects that were brought up in the past. The one that we are recommending is the US 301 Owens Drive intersection multimodal improvements. Preliminarily, we've looked at a quadrant road. I do have a meeting tomorrow with the planners with VDOT at 2:30 to start hashing out more on this project and what steps it will need to take to come to fruition. GWRC, Carrie Eves, who's a transportation planner with them, who's assisting us with this through the rural work plan, will also be in attendance at that meeting. But the initial concept of this is right now, US 301 serves 22,000 vehicles a day, and by 2050, it'd be 38,000. Folks use Owens Drive as the cut through off Dahlgren Road to get to B-Gate. And by adding a quadrant road and eliminating the left turns, we will not only eliminate conflict points, we'll improve the future congestion grade, which will soon be an F to a B, and will allow for future development as well. This is not a new concept. VDOT is building these throughout the Commonwealth, and there's 4 that they're doing. Also tonight with this, I don't have in these slides, I presented the 218 study, the project pipeline study that the Office of Intermodal Planning and something, it's an I, is working on for VDOT. And we will, the hope of that is it will also soften some curves, remove some tree vegetation and hills there's a bunch of different things there, but these are the two areas that we're looking to work with VDOT and GWRC on preparing these smart scale applications. So tonight I seek authorization for staff to continue to work with the George Washington Regional Commission and the Virginia Department of Transportation on both of these future smart scale applications.
Mr. Sullins.
Mr. Clark, can you go back to slide 5 and can you walk us through what's going on in that graphic?
Sure. So you've got Owens Drive coming from the top of the map down to cross to B-Gate. What the blue lines around sheets are I believe are shared use paths. The green line would be a possible sidewalk. But what happens is there would be no left turns at 301 and Owens Drive. So if it's a 2-minute light cycle, we now have taken away the 15 to 20 seconds of those left turns, which improves the amount of time you have getting across the intersection going straight. So if I was coming south, well, I don't know if it's officially south, but if coming down Owens Drive towards B-Gate and I wanted to go to Maryland, I would turn left onto the quadrant road and then be able to turn left after a stop sign onto 301 and avoid all the traffic going across Owens at B-Gate during rush hour. So we get those left turn folks that are going to Maryland off of that group. if I was say at the end of the day, I'm leaving the base and I'm headed headed out of the base, and I need to turn left to go south on 301, I would actually turn right onto 301, turn left onto the Quadrant Road, turn left onto Owens, and then make a right turn. That's probably the most convoluted of the turns, is when you have to make that one. But again, it eliminates those conflict points and allows more through traffic during each cycle of the light. If I was headed south on 301 and I wanted to make a left into B Gate, I would turn right onto the Quadrant Road, left onto Owens, and join that line, which is now extended because it has longer green. If I'm headed north on 301 towards Maryland and I wanted to take Owens Drive, just like the right turn out of the base, I would turn a left onto the Quadrant Road and then right onto Owens to head up. I don't know that many people make that maneuver. Typically, if you're trying to go that, unless they're going to somewhere on Owens, if you're going north on Dahlgren Road to get to this section of the county, you're probably going to turn left at Dahlgren Road and go straight up there. Very similar to what they have in New Jersey with jug handles that they've been using for a long, long time.
I don't think New Jersey has B gate traffic in the morning.
They don't, no.
There's no way I'm in favor of that.
I'd like to make a motion that we authorize staff to continue taking action and work with the Virginia Department of Transportation and the George Washington Regional Commission on the development of the US 301 Owens Drive intersection improvement project for submission to Smart Scale Round 7 in 2026.
Mr. Chairman, and I apologize, don't mean to interrupt, but I'm just wondering if the base has had a chance to weigh in on this, since they cooperate with King George County on things, and we typically let them look at things that have an impact on them.
We have not met with the base yet. We are in the initial planning phase of this. To be able to get VDOT on board, they need to know by September what project we would like them to help us work on.
So there's a motion on the floor.
Mr. Chair, just in that also the request for the 218 project and being able to take that forward as well.
218 going towards Cowdon.
Correct. It's the area between Bloomsbury and Lambs Creek Church that they're doing the study on right now.
And they're just trying to take out some of the curves in that road. Is that correct?
Yeah, it was soften the curve. The preliminary phase 1 study's done, and it will soften the curves, remove vegetation and hillsides, improve shoulders. Those kind of things is what we're looking at. We need to continue to move through that to get that developed into a smart scale project.
Is there any cost to the county in either one of these?
At this point, no. Time that staff is spending in, but there's no actual, we're not cutting any checks.
So at this time, no, but will there be?
Smart scale does not have to have a match. It doesn't hurt. It tends to help if you have match when it's presented to the Commonwealth Transportation Board, but you don't have to have match at this time.
Okay.
Why do you need a motion?
Collins?
Why do you need a motion for the continue work with them? So he can work with them and then reach out to the base? Why do we need a motion for that?
VDOT has requested that because of the problems we had with round 6 and not having the projects presented on the board's radar and having their support going into it. And when I submitted the pre-applications on behalf of the county, when it came time to get a resolution of support, I realized too late. One, late in the process that it was there because we were in transition. Previously, it was the economic development director who took care of these. And with some of the discussions the board had about different projects, I couldn't guarantee VDOT that we would have a resolution of support for those 2 items. So we ended up pulling them at the full application time.
So we don't know what the cost is, so how can we support something just willy-nilly without a cost?
That's what this additional work would be, is for us to be able to sit down with VDOT and GWRC and develop with the engineers developing what the costs are of this project. For our county, we have 3 locations that we can look at. It's this one, 218, which is that VDOT has already identified and has a study going on. And then 205, where we have a proffer that will be discussed later tonight about adding a turn lane.
Mr. Beal, you had something to add? You have questions?
Yeah, I'll just clarify, on the 218 project, the reason we're doing the study there, I'm gonna put, I'll put Mr. Collins on the spot because he doesn't mind. I think it was probably 2 years ago, you asked me, you know, what can we do to improve safety on 218? Well, the first step is we do a study and we find out where the problems are, what we can do to fix them. And that's what the pipeline, so when they came to me and said, hey, where do you want to do a study? I said, well, let's do 218. And the purpose of the study is to generate a project that would be competitive and smart scale. So the intent of coming to you tonight to ask for support for these projects is to know that we're working on the areas that you want us to work on, so that VDOT's going to spend tens of thousands of dollars developing these applications, doing project refining sketches, doing investigations. There's a creek there next to that entrance. So my first question is, where are the wetlands? And if we have to slide that back towards the intersection, does it work? But in order to do that investigation, we're going to start spending money. And if we get to you all at the 11th hour and you didn't want us looking at that in the first place, we've just wasted a whole bunch of taxpayer money and time, including King George County staff time. So the purpose of coming to you early is to make sure that we're working on the locations you want us to work on, so that as long as things progress in a reasonable manner, and we come back to you and keep you informed along the way, that we're still working on the areas that you want us to work on. What may be reasonable is that if this is something you want us to investigate further, is that you authorize us to do that, and then we come back to you in a month or two with an update. And if you want to kill it at that time, you kill it. But what we don't want to have happen is, as we get to March, we have a full application. We spent 50 grand developing it, and you all won't pass a resolution to support it for the application to be scored. As far as your question about dollars, Chris is obviously going to have some staff time. Smart Scale is a cost benefit score. So if you end up with a $10 million project and the county doesn't put any money on it, the score is divided by $10 million. And the score is what the score is. If the county wants to improve their score and they have a $10 million project and the county comes up with, say, $2 million of local funds, then they have an $8 million ask and their score is improved. But you don't have to include any local funds. You can ask for the full project, the full amount. And typically in the Northern Neck residency, actually in every Smart Scale application in the Northern Neck residency, the localities have asked for the full amount. Stafford and Spotsylvania, they'll buy down that price. But in the Northern Neck, the localities have asked for the full dollar amount, and no locality has spent a dollar other than staff time on the projects.
Who owns that land right there that we're looking to cut through?
I don't know.
No one's spoken to that landowner?
The Monmouth Limited Partnership owns that, so I have spoken to well, they're all minority owners, so there's no majority owner in the property, but I've spoken to one that their family is a decent piece of it about what could be done there.
Okay, Mr. Sullins.
So maybe I jumped on that a little too quickly before. I do want to ask another question. Can that be time of day dependent? The reason I ask that is because in the morning, it takes a long time. Traffic backs up in all directions as it is, and you're adding 2 additional traffic lights and routing people back around to come down a 2-lane road instead of a 4-lane road. In the afternoon, because coming off the base, that's the base leaving at the bottom, you have 3 different roads feeding into 2 lanes to get off base. And the way that traffic light is set up, it can take anywhere from 5 to 20 minutes to get off. It's harder to get off the base in the afternoon than it is to get on in the morning. And you're adding with this 2 additional traffic lights for people to get off. That is, once again, prioritizing through traffic, and people are going to be locked into the base, and you're really hampering one of only 2 exits where 15,000 people are trying to go home in the space of 2-hour time.
Yes, sir. That's part of the research.
So can you make it time of day dependent?
I don't know that answer. I am not a transportation professional.
Okay.
I pretend I play one on TV. And that's why we're asking for this ability to meet with the experts at VDOT and with GWRC, FAMPO to really plan this out and look at it.
Yep. I and a bunch of my friends are the angry people waiting in line to get off base in the afternoon. So you can see why I'm a bit passionate about this one.
So,
Mr. Collins?
so can we let the motion die and then just continue working on it and come back in a month?
I think what they're looking for is not a motion, but just an agreement from the board that, yes, continue doing your efforts. Is that right? That we're interested in pursuing to see what it's going to look like.
What was the motion?
So I need to either retract it or amend it.
Just retract.
For the 218. So I will retract the motion as stated.
Ms. Bender, do you have anything to add?
No, working at least on the smart scale at GWRC, this is very important to put in applications that we have these studies done, but I understand the need possibly for more information. But I do have a question for Mr. Beal or Mr. Clark. Is this time sensitive, or could another meeting go by before this needs to be something, a resolution or some kind of papers in the board supports the further looking into this matter?
Ms. Coffey and Ms. Lord from VDOT have asked that we have an answer by September. So I think I should be able to return the first week. I do have that meeting tomorrow. Ms. Coffey and Ms. Lord will both be there. And so we can discuss that and I can come back for the first meeting in September.
Could you,
Mr. Collins?
thank you, Mr. Davis.
Thank you.
Could you get with the base before September?
Yes, I can get with Mr. Lynch and see who it is that we would need to speak, who would be the proper contact for us.
So all this on Owens will definitely affect all that traffic, so they should have some involvement. Thank you.
So it sounds like to me the will of the board is to move forward with your study in pursuit of this. I don't know if we need to wait till September. I think that you need to include speaking with the base into that. Is that what you need to hear from us?
I think if I come back in September, the VDOT, Kathy Coffey from VDOT would like us to have a vote from the board saying that you would like us to move forward to this because of what happened with round 6.
All right.
That we know the board's on.
So is there anything that's stopping us today from, our agendas keep getting packed because we keep kicking some things down the road that we're just going to vote yay or nay on to begin with?
What's your question, Mr. Davis?
Well, is there something we can do to move this along so it's just not something that keeps stacking our agendas with things to get on the road if we're just going to tell them to continue this research?
Well, they should continue the research so we can get a full picture of what the opportunities are and what the plan is, and have the base, put in on this information so I would say that you would kick it down the road until we get some more information, like you say.
Well, the thing is, I'm not requesting approval of this to be the design or anything tonight.
Yes.
Ms. Coffey, who is the head of the district at the President's office, would like us to have board authorization to move forward on this, to research this intersection in particular, as it is one of, if not the highest bottleneck in the county.
So what you're looking for is just the fact that we're interested in you doing more study for the possibility for this to take place as opposed to wasting your time on it. So that's what gets us to the next step, as opposed to waiting until September to say, yes, we want you to continue your research. Okay. So we're not looking to implement anything. You just want to hear from the board that, yes, please do that.
Yes, sir. But their request was that there would be a formal vote.
All right, then I need a motion again. And really the motion is just around continue the research into the possibility of this happening, correct?
This and Route 218.
And Route 218. And what we can do there. We're not spending money. We're not doing anything. We're just moving it along. And then we haven't said yes to anything yet as far as when you come back with your study. But we're just saying continue your research.
Correct. The whole project would come back.
That we're interested. Right? So we want to do a motion for that?
I'm not really interested.
All it is to allow them to continue. You're not approving the funding. They don't know how much money it's going to cost until they get done looking at it. And that's what they're trying to do.
They just want to know before they spend the money that this is something that we would consider, even if we say no to it in the future. Right.
Yeah, but we want to come back. We're going to have this meeting tomorrow, and we'll do some preliminary investigation. I think it sounds like to me you want us to work on it, but you also want us to come back to you and give you more information when we have it.
That's right.
And then you want to make a final decision as to whether or not you want to support it. You know, it's a chicken and egg situation because we don't want to spend the money, but we got to spend the money for you to make a decision. So I think we need to come back when we have more answers, but before maybe the pre-application window opens in March. So we have a few months to work on it and develop the applications. But we need to finalize that list because it's a lot of work. It's modeling we have to do. Mr. Sullins, to your point about the signals, you know, they would be timed such that you sit at one, but not more than one, so that you get a red light one time and then you move through the next one. So there's a lot of modeling that has to happen to see, you know, how it flows and if it works. But you know, it hasn't been done yet. It's just a concept at this point.
I think the thing is it's a problem. And if we don't do something, it's going to continue to be a problem.
I think the other thing, big picture, is if we're working on this, we're not working on anything else. So if there's another area in the county that's more pressing to you, we need to know about it so we can work on that instead. Because our resources are limited. This is what we're going to work on for King George. If we get to the final answer and you don't like it and don't submit it, then it'll be another 2 years before you submit any other projects for Smart Scale. So we need to make sure we're putting your priorities, you know, at the top of the list. And that's why we're here, to make sure this is your priority.
And where does this put projects like Potomac Drive and things that are already issues?
Potomac Drive, we have a maintenance project. This is separate from Smart Scale. We don't have any other project for Potomac Drive as far as widening or drainage or whatever. I'm still going to try to get that pipe put in. I'm waiting on an environmental permit.
Okay. Do you know how long that's going to take? I'm still getting emails about it because we've got an unreasonable amount of rain.
I would say weeks and not months.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
I mean, I know you briefed us a while back, but the concern with the Port Conway and the amount of traffic on Port Conway, because that's a huge issue. Because one, we've got the large trucks going through there, and which we're probably not going to get rid of anytime soon because of the mining out there. But we have now with the subdivisions, Hop Yard, and then everybody cutting through town and using that to get to 301. If there's, I don't know what could be done there, but that would be the concern that I've got.
And this isn't going to affect that either, right?
Would that be in competition with this?
It could be if there's a VTrans need. I'd have to look it up. So there's no VTrans need. Chris says on Port Conway, so it wouldn't be eligible for Smart Scale funds. I think in one of the first part, we've been asked to focus on VTrans needs that are priority 1 and priority 2. Within the Northern Neck residency, there are only priority 1 and 2 needs in King George County. And I think there may be 4 or 5. So those are the locations we want to focus on. I don't have that list in front of me. I think this is one of them. Do you have them? And the reason we're focusing on those locations is because if you submit a priority 3 or 4 need, it's not likely to score well.
Correct.
And so we'll do the application, we'll get everybody's hopes up, and then you don't get funding. So we want to focus on the things that are going to compete.
Mr. Sullins?
So one of the things that's been brought up in the past that didn't get a whole lot of traction is possibly putting a traffic light on the other end of Owens Road, with the potential for putting a group of townhomes in there with the traffic that's going to be coming through because of the Pyramid Healthcare Center that's there. There's going to be a lot more traffic on that, and I foresee this jug handle thing creating more traffic on the other end as well. Is it possible, since it's the same strip of road, if we do decide to go with this jug handle thing, to put a traffic light on the other end of Owens Road? That way, instead of people having to turn and go through, roundabouts and turn back and yada, 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 just go straight down to the other end of Owens and take a right or left as appropriate. In other words, let's keep looking at what you're talking about. Let's do the modeling that you're asking for and look at the timing, but include in that a traffic light on the other end of Owens Road about 6 miles away.
I think he's talking about the study, because at some point in time, a traffic light's probably going to go there, and what's that going to look like?
Yeah, we could look at, if it's 6 miles away, I mean, we could look at a signal warrant analysis at that intersection to see when it may be warranted, but I think it would be separate from this effort. I can just do that. I can just get traffic engineering to look at that separately. The other thing too, I mean, like you asked who owns it, and I understand that's an important consideration. But these applications will go in 2026, and then they'll be scored, and then the CTB wouldn't approve funding until 27. And then they'll get on a 6-year plan, and they'll be on years like 5 and 6 of the 6-year plan. So this project, we're looking at it today, but if it gets awarded, it's probably not built until, 31, 32. So who owns it today? Maybe 2 or 3 owners between now and when it actually gets built, or when we actually buy the right of way. So it's a big picture question as to how do we fix the intersection. And I understand there are a lot of little details that go into that, but it is a priority 1 need, so it's one of the highest needs in the Virginia's transportation plan.
Thank you.
Okay, I see it as a pretty low threat to approve the action tonight. So again, I will make the motion that we authorize staff to continue the planning on both this as well as the 218 project.
Second.
Motion properly second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you. 0809-15, Mr. Beal.
Good evening. It's good to be back with you all. I have my report. Do you want me to go over that? Just maintenance. I did want to thank the county emergency services. Steve Lynn had a hurricane emergency operations preparation meeting this morning. That's an annual thing that the county does, and I appreciate being a part of that to explain the things we do and how we prepare for hurricanes, and appreciate the local partnership and everything that the fire department does to help us clear roads in emergency, as well as the sheriff's office. We've been busy doing different things. We did some shoulder grading on 301. We've removed brush on Teetotum and Caledon, as well as Route 3. We replaced the pipe in Bayberry. Working on grading gravel roads. We did Kings Mill and Big Timber. And my buddy reminded me tonight we need to get on Canning Way. We did some ditch cleaning on Millbank Road and Washington Mill. We repaired a median on 301. And then we worked on signs and work orders countywide. We talked a little bit about mowing earlier. We are working on the second cut of the primary routes right now, and that include a litter pickup. And we did spray the concrete medians there on Route 3. So hopefully that look improves. The county does do some manicure mowing, which we don't do on Route 3 and some of those medians where the crepe myrtles are on the east end of Route 3 before you get to 301. We certainly appreciate any help we can get with any kind of maintenance, but if there's something that you all want to manicure or get to a more aesthetic look than our bush hogs cut, we're certainly willing to work with you on that. On the schedule, we're going to grade Schoolhouse Road. We started removing brush on Eden and Berry Wharf. We had an equipment breakdown, but we need to finish that. And then we'll get to Will Loop, keeping up with potholes and work orders and signs. We have asphalt repair to do on Caledon near the park. We still have the pipe to put in on Potomac, pending an environmental permit. And we have some ditches to repair on the hill on 206, as well as a slope and a subdivision on Pratt Place. The middle school project, the county's administering that, I think we're waiting on a revised request to administer form, and then that one can move forward. The King George Middle Sidewalk was a transportation alternatives project, and that is federal funding, and we're planning to do that with state forces to save some money, but we do have to get federal authorization in order to do that and not put it out to bid. So that's where that stands. We're working on that federal authorization. The HSIP is Highway Safety Improvement Program. We're going to pave the shoulders on Route 205 from Route 3 to 301. That pre-construction meeting was this week. The contractor is going to start that work. Well, there are about 5 segments on that contract. This is one of the 5, and they're going to start their work right after Labor Day. And as soon as I have a schedule as to when they'll actually be on 205, I'll let you know. Bald Eagle, remember we split that into 2 phases back in the spring. We're going to start on the first phase later this fall. We've submitted our environmental permits for that. The 2 smart scale projects there, both of them are in the right-of-way phase, so design is complete, and we're working to acquire the right-of-way for those. Those are the updates I have for you all for maintenance. Do you have any other concerns for me, maintenance-wise, that you haven't already expressed?
I think recently, about Brick House Road, do we need to talk about that at all? It was off of Brick House Road, the one that I brought you with the notebook. Kitchen Point. Have you had a chance to speak about that?
So this is the, Mr. Beal, this is, I know we meet with Dr. Boyd's office. This is the addition of Kitchens Point into the 6-year secondary plan, but I believe that would be done next year. We would add that in, and then we could use telefees to pave. I think it's when you pull in Kitchen Point segment to the right is not accepted into the system.
Right, there's one cul-de-sac there that's not in the system. We'll work on preparing an estimate for you so that we'll be ready to add it to the secondary 6-year plan if that's the board's desire.
Yes. It's been since 1998. It just hasn't been on the list because there weren't enough houses, but now there is. So, and I realize we have to get it up to code in order for you guys to take it over. Any other questions for Mr. Beal?
Mr. Chair, I do have a question for Mr. Beer.
Yes, Ms. Bender.
I have a question concern. I've had a couple of residents express concerns about the backup when the base lets out on the left-hand turn, they going into Windsor Drive. Have you looked at that intersection? And excuse me if it might be part of the Fire Station 2 improvements we have to do from VDOT, but is that being looked at or addressed, or is that something we need to put on your radar?
So that would be something that you all could submit as a smart scale project. I don't think that's anything I can fix with maintenance funds. That intersection did have some recommendations that came out of the 301 arterial preservation study. Off the cuff, I don't remember exactly what the recommendation was, but I know we did look at that left turn.
Yeah, I think that was from 2017 when I first came on the board, but that has become a problem, especially it gets backed up, and I've seen one too many accidents and people jumping out to the right to get around the backup. So it's just something I want to put on the radar.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments, Mr. Beal? Thank you, sir.
All right, I do have
Mr. Collins.
So when they're talking about that intersection, so the trucks that are going north, they run the light all the time. So you have to literally, if you're coming from either other direction, you have to just sit and wait, because I've seen them run it 10, 15 times. There's going to be a major wreck there. Maybe if there was a warning ahead, red light ahead, they wouldn't try to jump, run that light. Thank you.
Mr. Beal?
I made some notes. I'll look at it. We do have an addition and abandonment at the middle school. That's the sketch there. So I don't remember what year the middle school did the addition. But when they did that, they took the bus loop, and at the bottom of the page, the blue line is where it connected before the addition. And they eradicated that, and they're using that parking area. I think it's part of the parent drop-off now, the blue line, and it's no longer the bus loop. That was Route 9951, and it no longer connects to 206 there on the bottom end. So the bus loops are given route numbers, and they're eligible to be included in the VDOT system for maintenance. So we met with this school superintendent, and they requested that we add the new bus loop in replacement of the old bus loop. So you have a resolution before you to do that. We're abandoning the blue portion of existing 9951 and adding the new portion of the bus loop there.
That's the section of the road that goes around the teacher's parking lot and where the farmer's market is.
I'm not familiar with the farmer's market, but
The big parking lot right there in front, yes. It used to be the teacher's parking lot. I don't know if it still is, but, and they blocked off that one entrance, so you're just saying take that road that they used to use off the list.
Right. That alignment is still in our inventory for maintenance, but there's no road there anymore. So this is we're just shifting our inventory to what the bus loop actually is now.
Okay.
Mr. Voigt, can you just bring up the diagram, or Mr. Dines, one of you two, so we can clearly state with the color. So the blue line is was the old bus loop that will be abandoned. The green line will remain, and the red line that goes in front of the school parallel to Dahlgren Road is the new addition into the system.
So
can y'all explain what abandoned means? Because, I mean, there's still parking lots on either side of that blue line. How will that be maintained?
So the school would maintain that. VDOT you're just asking VDOT to abandon maintenance of it because it's not eligible as a bus loop anymore.
Gotcha. Okay.
We're just kind of cleaning up our records here.
Gotcha. Okay.
It's part of the secondary system, and the secondary system is operated by VDOT at the request of the county. So we're coming to you, asking you to update the record here.
Gotcha. And so does that make it kind of, I guess, a part of the parking lot now that the school maintains? Awesome.
Yeah, it's just a drive aisle in the parking lot.
Cool. Thank you.
And you just need our permission to do that?
You're gonna ask us to take in the new loop.
Yeah.
And to get rid of the old one.
So do you need a motion from the board on that?
Yeah, there's a resolution.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, it would be through adoption of resolution R-14-25.
Do you have a motion?
Mr. Chair, go ahead.
Ms. Bender?
I said so moved.
Second.
Motion properly second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Ms. Bender? Chair votes aye. Motion passes. I'll get her vote. All right, I think that's it.
All right, thank you. Have a good night.
Mr. Beal, thank you. Mr. Robotham, I will now turn it over to you for board of directors.
Thank you, Chairman Davis. So we'll move on to the consent agenda for the Board of Directors. And with that, I will ask if there's a motion.
Mr. Chair, make a motion and we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
All right, motion properly seconded. Any comment or discussion? All right, so roll call vote. Mr. Collins?
Yeah.
Mr. Sullins?
Aye.
Mr. Davis?
Aye.
Ms. Bender?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes. All right, with that, we will go on to the presentation. This is the Bowden monthly report.
Good afternoon, everyone. We don't really need a slide deck for tonight. The month of July was pretty uneventful in water and wastewater. One thing I would like to report is all water samples, wastewater samples were collected. All of the water and wastewater systems are in compliance for the month of July. We had no operational issues. And with that, that really summarizes the whole month. It was pretty quiet on our end. And does anybody have any questions for me?
Not a question, just a comment. That's an awesome report. It's good to hear that.
It's nice to hear that, isn't it? It's nice when we don't have much to say. So if nobody has any questions, then we'll move on to the next meeting. Thank you.
That sounds good. Mr. Stewart, I did skip over the minutes. Do we have to go back for that, or is that covered?
It was included in your consent agenda.
Got it. Thank you. All right, with that, we will move on to the discussion items. SA 808 is the DEQ grants update. Mr. Hamilton.
Good evening, folks. I just want to introduce myself again. I'm Dan Hamilton. I'm the new general manager of the Service Authority. These next two items are just responses to issues that were brought up, I believe, at the August 5th meeting by Mr. Collins. And I wanted to make sure that for the record, I did electronically send you a copy of the most recent correspondence with the Department of Environmental Quality regarding septic receiving upgrades to the Dahlgren wastewater plant, and what I'll consider optimism about the possibilities of creating a facility that could accept septic receiving, which is wastewater that comes from on-site septic systems serving residences and other businesses that are not connected to the wastewater collection system. And you had also asked about the deadline for the grant. And in fact, that deadline was July 25th of 2025 for the current year's grant funding availability. But I believe this program is available each year, and therefore I assume that we could go ahead and move forward with this type of research, design, and proposal and seek funding in the coming year with a deadline probably of July 2026. And this does time up well with the $4 million bond sale, the revenues of which we received this week, I believe. And we're going to set up a meeting with Bowdoin and in Bowdoin to discuss the operation of the Dahlgren plant and how we can best spend that money, and we'll certainly involve DEQ to see about making those upgrades. So I hope that addresses your questions there. And the second item was the Dahlgren water leak update, and I apologize. I should have been a little better managing my time today. I had intended to send you the results of the audit that was done by the Virginia Rural Water Authority back in September of 2024. And I didn't get that sent out to you today, so I promise you'll have that tomorrow morning. But just in short, they did send a technician out last fall. They identified some issues with potential leak near the production well that was there. They also used microphone equipment to survey and basically listen for leaks on parts of the water distribution system, i.e. fire hydrants and distribution valves. And they identified 4 fire hydrants, I believe, that were leaking on Dahlgren Road. And those fire hydrants were actually replaced within the last 3 weeks. The leaks there were, if you know how a fire hydrant works, there's a weep hole at the bottom when you close the fire hydrant. It allows the water that's in the hydrant to drain out so it doesn't freeze in the wintertime. And apparently the hydrants, probably because they're subject to groundwater there and of their age, basically were weeping water. So I'm not going to tell you that that was 1 million gallons a month or 2 million gallons a month of leakage, but there was leaks there and they have been replaced. So some of the concerns that were identified in that audit, and I still need to do some further research on this because I have some questions about the data, but it appears that one of the main production wells there was replaced, as so was the master meter. And so when you're looking at the amount of water that's produced versus the amount of water that's billed, the original production meters were likely under-reading. Water meters, when they fail, they don't overread, they under-read. So it's very possible that what happened is, or one of the issues that we're seeing here is related to the fact that the new meters are more accurately reading what's being produced, and that may or may not be lining up with what we're billing. And some of the data there is not aligned with data that we have available now from 2025. So there are some other things that need investigation, some of which have been investigated. lines that are running, water mains that are buried and running through wooded areas that aren't easily evident, potentially abandoned structures that have leaks that are not being observed. And I need to kind of audit the data and give you a better update, but I will provide you tomorrow morning, and again, I apologize, with that report that we have and a kind of a summary of what I plan to look at in the near future. Because that's certainly an issue. If we're making more water than we're using, we're wasting, and that is an expense we don't need and a resource we don't want to waste. So I hope that satisfies at least your immediate inquiry.
So can I ask you a question?
Of course.
So other than the DEQ grants, there's other grants available. I would suggest that you have a legislative priority and speak it with our local senator at the end of the table here. So
not at the moment, but yes, I know you're talking about.
So he can have those. He can see those through for us.
There is also a Virginia Water Quality Revolving Loan Fund, I believe, I'm sorry, there's a grant fund as well as a revolving loan fund.
Yeah, I don't want any loans.
Pardon me?
I don't want any loans.
I hear you.
I want
free money.
Free money.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I will pursue every available, alternative. I think you saw the chart that was attached to that email, and basically there are 4 items there, and 2 of them are kind of the same thing, but they're different parameters, and I will definitely pursue those.
Okay. Thank you.
You want me to just go ahead and continue with the manager's report, since that seems to be next on the agenda? And of course, that's essentially what you were just getting. So on the agenda, the word muni billing is listed under my report, and I apologize, that really shouldn't be there. But in reference to the comment by, I believe it was Mrs. Dodge earlier, and her concerns about debt service and what that cost is, and potential changes in the billing system that would eliminate her ability to pay by check, therefore cost her a fee. None of those are discussions that I'm aware of at this time. We're definitely taking a careful look at the current billing system. There are some issues. Just had a meeting with the treasurer and the finance staff today, and I'll certainly give you an update when it's appropriate, but I'm not planning on any, I don't have any obvious change or motions that are necessarily related to that. And I would welcome the opportunity to speak with Mrs. Dodge if she's out there. Please reach out to me. I would be glad to speak personally with you or answer anybody else's questions, but I certainly didn't come to King George County with the idea of doing anything except trying to be a good steward of our resource and improve the efficiency of the way we operate. And there are definitely some efficiencies that I've already identified. There's also a personnel issue that we've kind of been able to hopefully make some changes with an existing part-time staffer and move him into a full-time role. And that, I believe, is going to mean that effective within the next week or so, we're going to sort of restart our FOG program, which means fat, oil, and grease inspections in commercial facilities that will hopefully basically one person doing 2 jobs. That's, like I said, in the early stages, but we've moved this person from part-time to full-time. We're not creating any other positions. We're not asking for any more money with respect to that, and that is in place. I'm also, as I said 2 weeks ago, I'm really in the mode of where I'm just observing, trying to figure out how things are done, develop relationships with the internal county staff. I did also, as the gentleman from VDOT said, attend the Emergency Operations Center meeting today with regards to preparedness for flooding and hurricanes. And I think that's something everybody should be aware of, since obviously we have a very large hurricane out in the middle of the Atlantic right now, and we don't really anticipate any impacts. But as somebody who's a steward of that drinking water and the wastewater, if you don't have drinking water, you don't have fire protection. And so it's very important that we coordinate with the fire department and the other emergency response personnel. And I was grateful to be a part of that. And other than that, I don't really think I have a whole lot to offer you, other than I'd be glad to answer any questions. I do and will commit to, I plan to prepare basically a 45-day report I started just over 4 weeks ago. My intention is by the first meeting in September, not the second, probably the 16th, because I know that's going to be a busy one. I will present to you like a 45-day report. And then subsequently, my intention would be to commit to a 90-day report and to make recommendations, tell you what I've observed and where I think we need to focus. As I said before, I'm just trying to make sure that we fill existing vacancies within staffing. We're shorthanded. And find ways to operate more efficiently and be a better steward of your dollar as well as of our drinking water. So I think that concludes my report, unless you have any questions. Yes, sir.
So there were a couple things that we talked about, I think, at the last meeting. Well, one thing we talked about was, is it possible to look at billing the water on a lower level amount instead of 5,000 gallons at a time? Can we look at a lower amount?
The tiered billing?
Yeah, you and I talked about that.
Yes, sir.
Do you mind including that in your report? And
absolutely.
The other is one of the customers has asked us a few times, can we restore the online billing that he was able to use before, where he would just set it up and it would automatically come out and he didn't have to worry about it each month?
We had that conversation today, the treasurer and I and the staff from the finance office, and I believe that is what we are striving for. There are a lot of complaints about the current system. Again, I don't want to make commitments I can't keep at this point, but I wanted to make sure I communicated with the relevant staff, and we are well aware that there are problems right now. People are trying to pay by phone, and that's difficult. There are some people, I think, who were used to the auto pay system and who are now realizing that they don't have that. We have a solution, and I believe we just need to pursue it and put it in place. And I suspect within the next 2 to 4 weeks, you'll be hearing from me again about that.
Yeah, I appreciate you.
Tiered billing is going to be a long-term thing.
Now is an update.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And just to be clear, the tiered billing is something I absolutely think is the right thing to do. When you have a brewery, for example, that maybe needs 100,000 gallons of water today, the impact on the system and the amount of resources it takes to have that available is a far greater financial demand on the utility than your average home that maybe has 3 people in it that's using, a few hundred or 1,000 gallons a day. But we're going to probably have to do some type of a rate study. But it's very common in this industry now, and I would absolutely tell you that I would support it. It's just going to take a little while to get that done, and hopefully do it in a way where we only do it once and get it right. So yes, sir.
Any other questions? Ms. Bender?
No, I just wanted to make sure we put that rate study on Mr. Hamilton's list, but Mr. Solom's put that up.
It is there, Madam Chair.
Excellent. With that, I will move on to the secondary public comment to address meeting items.
Real quick, I'm sorry.
Sure.
Chair, did we address the Darwin water leakage?
I thought that's what we were discussing when I mentioned the water audit, and maybe I wasn't clear about that, and I apologize.
And are you looking at, I know that we have pretty much spent all of our free resources into that, right?
Pardon me?
Pretty much used all of our free resources into that.
That is correct, and I have a proposal in hand right now that would involve a reasonably significant expense to do a second level audit. But before I wanted to present that to you as something that I think we should pursue, I need to take a second look at the numbers and make sure that there is in fact a large disparity. I want to go and make sure that we've identified every account, that they all have an active meter and that they're being billed. I want to double check, because we're billing by every 2 months, that we're aligning the billing and the meter readings that we are charging for against the production readings that we're getting, and that involves coordination with the BOD staff. And before I come in and suggest that we spend any money on additional resources there, that we've eliminated all possibilities internally, that there's just a mathematical problem that we haven't identified. Does that make sense?
Is there a timeline on when we're going to pull the trigger on?
I would say I would shoot for like by the end of September, early October. We either need to identify, do we have a leak that we can't find and spend more money looking for it, or was there an issue with the data?
And I say that sooner rather than later, because it's right now, as far as any economic development right now,
I understand.
kind of shut down. So
I can also say that because we've been in such a drought, other than the last couple of days, we've identified a number of leaks. We fixed 9 leaks in the last 2.5 weeks. And according to the maintenance staff, that's very unusual. They may or may not have had 9 leaks all year. And some of those were in Dahlgren. In fact, 2 or 3 of them, a couple of them were related to the fiber optic cable being installed on what I believe is Dahlgren Road. Utilities that weren't correctly marked, and unfortunately they drilled through our water mains and we had to fix them. But those you find pretty quickly. But the long-term leaks, service line leaks, fire hydrant leaks, things like that, this is the time of year where they appear because you don't have a lot of groundwater and surface water to kind of mask them, if that makes sense. So, yes, sir, I will make that a priority. I understand there's issues there.
So are we producing 1 million gallons of water more than we're using? Or we don't know?
That's a question I'm not confident that we have the accurate data to answer.
That's a lot.
I have data through February.
What does that look like?
Pardon me?
What does that look like?
There are some negative numbers in the data that don't make sense. So I'd say I have no confidence in it.
So do you think we have 1 million gallons of water leaking?
I think there's a pretty good chance that there might be an unmetered connection. I think 1 million gallons of water, unless it was leaking directly into the creek or the river down there, you would see and you would be aware of at some point. Somebody's going to walk through the woods or stumble across a home that's been empty, that's got squatters in it or something. But I mean, when you take 1 million gallons a month, then you divide that by 30 days and divide it by 1,440 minutes in a day. It actually doesn't take that much of a leak to create that much water. 1 million gallons a day, that would be a lot different. But I just, like I said, I'm not confident in the data that I have. Some of it appears to me to have negative numbers in it. And how do you get a negative reading? And was that used in the spreadsheet calculation that was presented to me? Is just an analysis I haven't performed yet. And I promise in the short term, you'll get an answer on that, whether the existing data is accurate. I'm just going to look at the last 3 or 4 months. Leaks don't get better, they get worse. So if you've got a leak, it's going to still be there in the data. The question is, where else could it be? And like I said, I think there's a better chance that, I don't want to make any accusations, but what's the possibility that there's a water line that feeds Dahlgren that no one knows is there?
Well, I guarantee there's a high rate.
I've seen that before. Let's put it that way.
From the history of the Water Authority, that's.
And we're also seeing, we're seeing fluctuations. Some months are higher and some months are lower. And again, if there was a leak, it would be getting worse and worse and worse. So I'm suspicious of the data, but I was certainly not discounting it. I just think there may be another possible answer here.
Okay, thank you.
I guess my question rather is, do we have the tools to find it? Is where I'm kind of at. Like, are we just, I know that the data you got through February, I'm not sure why that's all you have, but I know that they're so far behind on some of that stuff. But I'm just wondering, do we have the tools to locate this?
We may not. I mean, there's acoustic equipment, and then in today's technology, there's drones with LiDAR that can fly around and use heat signatures that look for water leaks, as well as computer correlated microphones that can identify baseline sound versus high-use sound and what's happening at 3 a.m. versus what's happening at 3 p.m. We certainly don't have that technology, but as I said, what we need to do is go and make sure that every connection in Dahlgren is actually got a meter on it and that we're billing it. Because there could be a meter out there that somehow slipped through the cracks that's just not in the billing system. And if you take the data out of the billing system and you're not billing for it, then it looks like you're losing it, when in fact you're not. You're just losing the income. And that's what concerns me. I know there was a transition 2-3 years ago from a manual read system to an automated read system. And I know there's been at least one case since I've been here where we found one that's got a meter on it that wasn't being billed. Wasn't in Dahlgren, but if there's 10 of those in Dahlgren, that could be a big chunk of what we're talking about.
All right, and do we have the ability to locate those as well? Okay, that's
as far as I'm concerned, we do. We will, if it takes all hands on deck. I mean, that's what we'll do. I'll go there too.
And this precedes you. I understand this has been going on for a minute. So
But if there's 682 accounts in that system, I want to go and make sure that all 682 of those meters have a serial number that's in our billing system and that they're being billed. And if they're not, is it off? Because we also could potentially have one that somebody turned on after we thought they were shut off because they were non-payment or maybe a resident passed away.
All right.
You know, there's things like that, like I said, I don't want to make excuses. I'm just telling you, I'm not confident in the data that we have, though I could sit here and say, there's 2 million gallons a month that's just going out in the ground that we're not billing for.
Yeah, and the reason why I'm asking, I just don't want to stretch this out, knowing that we don't have the abilities to locate it on our own, no matter what it is. And I think it's something like $20,000 or so. What's the cost on that? 18 grand. So you're looking like, and we hate spending money, but if you're looking at 18 grand on a problem that's been going on forever, that's costing us more money than what it would cost to just bring someone in to find it. So I don't want to just keep stretching it out. That's what.
Yes, sir. No, there's definitely a cost benefit here. I just want to be clear too. There's one other thing that I've seen in the past, not here, but there are places where the fire system is hooked to one pipe that is not metered, and the residential system that feeds the same structure is hooked to a meter. And someone who knows what they're doing simply taps into the fire side of it and takes water for free because they did illegal plumbing. It was never inspected and it's unmetered use. And I've seen that before. So again, we're going to, there's a lot of possibilities here, but we definitely should be able to.
You just brought up another question for this may or may not be, this may be something for you too, but so I go down Washington Mill 616 and there's small creeks. It's a Machote Creek is what it is. So I'll go by there and there'll be contractors, whether it's power washer, whether it's a concrete, whatever, but they're literally getting out and throwing their pipe into the creek and filling up their vehicles. I've seen this now twice early in the morning. And do I just need to call the police on that when I see it again, or what do I need to do?
Yeah, that should not be occurring. If people, we can look into that. That should not be occurring. If people are pulling water, they should. I'm not sure of the service authority here, but other localities, there's a meter you would put onto a hydrant to get the volume of water that they're taking from the system, and they're billed accordingly. But just by putting it into a stream, no, that's not acceptable.
Well, wait a minute. You saw them withdrawing water from a stream?
Yes, I saw the individual parked on the side of the road with this big water tank with his hose pulled out, dropped into it, filling up his tank right out of the small section of Machote Creek.
Okay, so that wouldn't be stealing resources of the service authority, but that would be suspicious depending on what they were doing. I can tell you that there is something called a bulk water meter that I've never seen another system that doesn't have one other than this. And I know that right now VDOT, and I'm not pointing fingers, but they send trucks down here to maybe spray irrigate, grass seed they just planted, or to use a jetter to clear a culvert. And they come in and they just call and say, where are they getting a load of water? And apparently we're billing them based on the size of the tanker that they told us they had. Any other jurisdiction where I've ever worked, there is a bulk water meter that also has a backflow preventer on it, which keeps what's in the tank from contaminating the water system. And they have to come in with the meter once a month, and we read the meter and say, you bought 12,000 gallons, and they pay a commercial rate. You're not set up for that here, and that is definitely something that needs to be addressed. I don't think anybody in Dahlgren is stealing 1 million gallons a month for a year or two, right? But that is definitely a problem, and it would be great if everybody paid attention to who hooked up to a fire hydrant, because that's free. It's not metered.
Right. It reminded me to talk to you about that, Mr. Smoldick. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
All right, with that, we'll move on to the secondary public comment. So comments will be limited to 3 minutes per person in order to afford everyone an opportunity to speak. Please provide your full name and district when submitting your public comments so it can be properly recorded and included in the public record. Do I have anybody that has anything to say to address the service authority? Anybody online? All right, with that, we will move on to adjournment. Do I have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move that we adjourn the Board of Directors to Tuesday, September 2nd, 2025 at 5:30 p.m. in the boardroom of the Rivercomb Building.
Second.
Motion properly seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Chair votes aye. Motion passes. We are at Service Authorities adjourned.
Thank you, sir. So we'll move on to public hearing 08-10, 08-11, 08-12, 08-13. The King George County Board of Supervisors will now hold a public hearing. It's been properly advertised to receive public input regarding the matter. First, I will have staff speak, then I'll have the applicant speak, followed up by members of the public speaking, after which I may have the applicant step back to the podium. Ms. Leduc.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, everyone. I'm just going to give a brief overview of the several applications before you before I invite Mr. Over up to speak. Representatives from Dahlgren Innovation Hub have submitted several applications that are being presented before you this evening. The first is an application to rezone with proffers approximately 479 acres of land located on the west side of Route 301, generally at the intersection of 301 and Washington Mill Road, to industrial. The second is a comprehensive plan amendment to add tax parcel 17-24 to the Claydale primary settlement area. If the properties do get rezoned to industrial, the third application is for a special exception permit to construct a data center campus, to authorize an increase in building height greater than 50 feet, and to allow an increase in the 10-foot height limitation for walls and fences to allow for screening of outdoor equipment. The last request is not a public hearing item, but it's for an exception to the Highway Corridor Overlay District regulations to allow for more than one entrance onto Route 301. In support of these requests, the applicant has provided a zoning and generalized development plan with a written narrative, a phasing plan, a transportation impact analysis, which has been reviewed and approved by VDOT, a voluntary proffer statement last revised August 18th, yesterday, and a noise analysis. The full application package has been reviewed by our third-party engineers and all county and state reviewing agencies. These same professionals will continue to review this project should it proceed to the site plan stage. The Claydale settlement area in the comprehensive plan is designated for commercial and industrial development. The Planning Commission considered these applications at their meetings in June and July and voted to forward recommendations of approval on all of them. There are several ordinances that the board will need to vote on this evening should you choose to approve the applications. They are ordinances O-09, O-10, O-11, and O-12. Please note there was a minor revision to ordinance O-11 to clarify in condition 3 that the maximum building height requested with the special exception is 70 feet. I'll now turn it over to Mr. Over, and Mr. Vaughn and I are here to help you answer any questions that you might have.
Ms. Leduc, you said O-9, right? Because I only have it as 10-8. So it's 9, 10, 11, and 12. Is that right?
Correct. Yep.
And those, Mr. Chairman, those ordinances are encompassed in the staff report.
At the end.
Yeah, they're embedded in the staff report.
It wasn't on the agenda. The 09 wasn't. That's why I asked.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. These guys again.
Thank you, Kelly. Good evening, Chair Davis.
Good morning.
Members of the board, staff, and members of the King George community. Thank you for the opportunity to present details on the Dahlgren West project tonight. This is for me. There we go. This is our team. You know, it really does take a village to bring a project like this to the point that we're at tonight. And I'd like to say thanks to everyone in our team in how we have, from the beginning, prioritized community outreach, transparency, and a collaborative effort with staff, the Planning Commission, and you, the board. Dahlgren West is a proposed data center campus strategically located on approximately 485 acres in King George on the north side of Route 301. We have designed the project to be a good neighbor with enhanced setbacks and significant open space, preserving the natural character of the site and maintaining sensitivity to existing environmental conditions. These measures are intended to minimize visual impacts and protect the landscape that defines King George County. This slide here takes us back in time a little bit to when we first introduced the concept of the project to the community. I think it's important to note here that our path to where we are today and really involved getting out there, reaching the community, hearing their insights. We met with the community prior to filing our application, prior to even creating our application, so that we could hear their input, take their ideas, which were great ideas, and implement them into our application. Here you see a calendar of events, of the main events that we've had along the way. The initial community town hall, we filed our application, we did another town hall, planning commission, sent out extra outreach to make sure that we're just touching everyone in the community and everybody was aware of what's going on to the best of our ability. Here is details of the favorable recommendation that we received from the Planning Commission. We worked extremely hard with the Planning Commission on this plan. They gave us lots of great ideas and feedback that we implemented into the project. Now I'll get into some of the details. The existing zoning, the project has a mix of zonings, including industrial, agricultural, and commercial. Adherence to the comprehensive plan, the Planning Commission determined that this project was substantially in accord with the comprehensive plan, which calls for this portion of the land located on 301 to have commercial industrial uses. Special exceptions. This board acted to require special exceptions for all data center projects so that they could control how they come, where they come, and what they look like, and how they impact the community. Here on the left, these dots that kind of indicate some of the items that we were required to implement into our project so that we could be in accord with this special exception, which the Planning Commission has deemed that we have. Special exception for height. We have requested a maximum of 70 feet with 65 feet for buildings within 250 feet of the right-of-way. This is for 2-story data centers. We have gotten full approval from both planning staff, VDOT, and the Planning Commission with regards to our second access point. Here we have our development plan. Dahlgren West will be designed as a smart campus format, allowing for the efficient use of land and infrastructure and resources. You can see here that we provided for a minimum of 250 feet of building setbacks. That's well in excess of what is required. But we felt that was some of the input that we received from the community in some of our meetings. We also proffered to leave 100 foot untouched all the way around the outside of the existing landscape. And we moved the buildings internal to the site the best that we could and separated them so that we could keep the natural features of the land and the site. Open space and trails. So here you can see we have a minimum of 40% open space proffered, which is just over 200 acres, which is a significant amount of considering it's almost half the site. Additionally, something that early on somebody asked was, could we have access to a trail? Which we proffered to do. We will build that trail at our cost. We will maintain that trail at our cost, and there will be a declaration that is going to be recorded against the property that will set forth that.
Can I ask you a question about that?
Yes, sir.
So this just recently came up just after our meeting.
Okay.
Okay, but I've had mothers with strollers who have reached out to me about this trail, if you know what I'm saying. So they're wondering, will the trail be paved?
We have not designed the trail at this point. The intent was to make it more of a nature trail, mulched and with bridges where needed to get over any ravines that we may have, but we could certainly explore that with you and the board.
Mr. Stones?
Will you guys be maintaining that trail, or is that something that's going to come back on the county?
Nope, that is 100% to be maintained by the project and will be recorded against the site as our responsibility.
Cool, thank you.
It's proffered as such.
Gotcha.
Please continue, sir.
View sheds. When I was here last, we showed a bunch of view sheds, but I just limited it to the main one here, where we have our building is the closest building to 301. So this is the existing conditions on Route 301. This shows a 65-foot roof line with a parapet above that, so we're reflecting everything that you would potentially see. As you can see, the building is well set back from the road with a great natural, one of the great things about this project or this parcel is that we have this existing landscape berm that we're going to keep in place with all these large native trees. In addition to what you see here, since our last meeting, we have agreed to add to our proffers a 20-foot live landscape wall that will go on top of that berm for any buildings that are within 250 feet of the right-of-way. And here we can see a summer condition. Okay, transportation and infrastructure updates. As I said earlier, the two yellow dots that you see on the plan are our two main access points. In the middle there with exclamation points are for fire and rescue. They'll only be accessed by them. On the top of the plan, you can see that the two access points, and you can kind of make out, sorry, it's hard to see there. Coming into the site, we will be creating a decel lane to make it easier to turn in to the site. And as you're coming to make left turns, we will also be creating a decel lane on Route 301, both of which are not there today. Through our study with VDOT, we had to look at interchanges all around the project and they identified this as a potential upgrade that we have proffered to do on behalf of the project at Ridge Road and Route 301. If you're coming up Ridge Road and you're trying to make a left, today there is no dedicated left turn lane. This will create a dedicated turn lane, and then we'll have to also do some additional improvements to the nose head as you're making a left turn in. So you will see, I think that will make, as I came here tonight from Taste of Himalaya, if you've ever been there, it's right near there, you know where this interchange is. Okay, a quick summary of where we are. Proffers benefits to King George County. Top line is that our proffers are asking only for data center uses and ancillary uses within our industrial district, a minimum of 40% open space with the community trail, increased setbacks, sound mitigation measures, a max height of 70 and 65 feet. I'm going to skip over to additional items here. Road improvements that we just discussed, our emergency action plan. Number 3 is critical, after everything we've heard here tonight, is that we have proffered to not use county well water system for any cooling purposes. So that is, hopefully that addresses the concerns that were addressed earlier. Additionally, something that came out of the Planning Commission was number 4 is to use Tier 4 compliant generators. This is by far the best in class generator that you can use. Most projects use Tier 2 and just use Tier 4 to get over the testing lines. We're going to just use the best that there is. And we've also agreed to do soil and water testing during construction and for 3 years following construction of each building to make sure that we are protecting the natural environment. As we get to the proffer contributions, Parks, number 1 is a cash proffer of $1 million for Parks and Rec. All cash proffers are to be provided at building permit, not at occupancy, which is normally done. So the county will see that money sooner. We estimate the public trail at, I did estimate it at 500. We'll see now if it's paved. Workforce development, $500,000. The water tower and all the infrastructure underground, the line that goes from that water tower over under the Machotic to the Dahlgren system. We estimate that to have a value of $5 to $6 million. We have also added, per your request, that we will only take that after all necessary improvements, or if we will run a report, a third-party report, to make sure that it's in good working order. Any repairs that are required will be done at our expense. Public safety.
Sir?
Yes, sir.
Before we get on past the water tower, so the water tower needs to be compliant with current building codes.
Yes, sir.
It needs to be inspected by a third-party engineer of our choosing that you pay for.
Correct.
And it has had to have a serviceable life of 40 years. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Do you agree to that?
The last part we'll have to check on, but I do, if that is the standard for water towers, that is.
Well, we don't want a water tower that we had to take it and done, it's not usable.
That's standard, 40 years.
It's not really brand new. It's just we'll make sure that we're getting what you say we're getting.
If, we will certainly give you the water tower in good working order as if it were brand new. It has not been used to date.
Well, in compliance with today's building codes
Yes, sir.
and serviceable for 40 years.
Serviceable for 40 years.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry, the only reason I hesitate is I'm not an expert in water towers.
I guess the statement would be, and I concur, but is that feasible? Is that possible? Let's say if it is, then.
I'm looking to my engineers. They're nodding at me, yes, that it is. So,
All right.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Kathy?
Bender?
Ms. Bender?
Yeah, I did clarify, because this is something I've brought up several times, Mr. Over, is to, that for the water tower and the infrastructure, this makes it be able to possibly be a place to store some surface water, but the infrastructure that is going to be or is in place is compliant to be able to properly hook up to our service authority, either in probably the Dahlgren system, correct?
Correct. Most of that.
I just wanted that clear.
Thank you. Sorry,
Thank you.
did I answer your question? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yes, it does. And Mr. Chair, just to let you know, I have when they're done, I have two other questions to get clarification for the public when he gets to them. Thank you.
Okay.
Public safety, $3 million. Additionally, we will pay for the rental of a ladder truck if it has not arrived yet. All of the cash proffers are available to be used by the Board of Supervisors at their discretion. I'd like to state also, I'd like to add a number 6 on here that we have added since our last meeting with you all after consideration of what we can do for the county, and that will be a capital facilities contribution of $1.5 million cash that will be issued prior to building permits as well. And additionally, a $100,000 cash escrow for any legal fees that the county may have with regards to this project into the future. And finally, we, at the request we are also looking to donate a 1.5 acre industrial parcel down 301 for the county to use at their discretion. So those were all new proffers. If you total that up, it is approximately just over $12 million in value. Now we're going to move on to the numbers of this project and what we can do for the county fiscally with the tax revenue. With that, I'm going to call my partner, Ross Lichtenhouse, to the stand to get into those details. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. To the stand. Sounds like a I feel like the slap chop guy, like, wait, there's more.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. I was trying to listen to the gentleman, and I wanted to make sure I understood it because it's important if you're going to amend these proffers. Would that have been under paragraph 3A6, would that be a Roman numeral 6, where you're adding a capital facilities contribution of 1.5 million?
Let me just double check, but I believe that is correct.
I heard you say 6.
It is. Yes. So that the 317, we're adding a $500,000 to the 1 million.
What paragraph is that?
That is in paragraph 317. So under section 3 site design, paragraph 17. It's the last paragraph. Cash proffer for capital projects. Page 8.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, continue. Okay, great, thank you. So when evaluating real estate developments, specifically this one, generally we look at the accretive benefits to the bottom line of a jurisdiction based on either an economic impact analysis or a fiscal impact analysis. Fiscal impact analysis is inherently inside of an economic impact analysis, but an economic impact analysis generally speaks to things that I believe are a bit more subjective and fungible. So in terms of the numbers that we're showing here tonight, this is a direct fiscal impact analysis. So this is revenue versus public service costs. And what you're seeing here are what I consider the known knowns. So things that you can effectively bank on. The real estate and the personal property taxes. For data centers, disproportionately, call it the 80-20 rule, 80% of the local tax revenue that's generated from these data centers comes from the tax on the equipment inside of the data centers. The other 20% comes from the real estate, which incorporates both the building, the shell itself, as well as the value of the land. So the numbers that you're seeing here are really based on they are based on the real estate and personal property taxes, do not include any other tax revenue benefits such as sales tax, gross receipts tax, also known as BPOL, and any number of other indirect taxes that may be generated from construction workers on site that are going to galleys or any of the surrounding businesses that we've talked about tonight. But what we did estimate, in addition to the real estate and personal property taxes, are the number of jobs, both in terms of temporary construction, as well as the full-time equivalents that are produced on a building-by-building basis. These are based on industry averages as well. We can expect to employ about 1,500 construction jobs over the 15-year build-out of this campus. And then each building, we're estimating 10 buildings on this site, will generate approximately 50 to 60 full-time jobs per building. I wanted to include a slide as a follow-up from previous conversations, but that the Planning Commission and here in front of the Board of Supervisors. I sat in the seat that you're in. I've served as an elected member of City Council in Northern Virginia. And generally, when we talk about economic development projects, I find it useful, and I found it useful for constituents and folks that may be dialing in remote or in person here to kind of understand the reason that data centers produce the revenue that they do and the comparative equivalent to other types of real estate. I mean, economic development is about choices, and it's usually choices in the built environment. Generally speaking, what you're looking at here is tax revenue to public service costs. On the lowest end, dollar to dollar, in some cases negative, is residential, single-family homes, townhomes, and then on the farthest end of the spectrum, you have data centers, which generally produce $20 or more in local taxes per $1 in public service costs incurred by the municipality. The main reason for this being data centers, pound for pound, unequivocally, being the highest net positive fiscal producing asset on planet Earth, mainly because they don't incur the public service costs, which are predominantly borne by the public school system, which you fund on an annual basis. Residential, obviously, a lot of kids live there. It's expensive. Those range anywhere from $8,000 to $20,000 per kid per year. Data centers, there are no kids living there, or they shouldn't be. That's why you see these types of ratios. And in other areas in Northern Virginia, they're starting to creep up to $26, $27 to $1 in public service costs. In putting together our analysis, I wanted to provide a tax rate comparison. So you can look at this project and also understand, be careful how I say this, the runway for potential additional tax revenue growth. On the upper part of the chart, you see Loudoun County's tax structure. The real estate tax rate is about 12 cents higher than King George County. And then the personal property tax rate, which is specifically for data center equipment, not machinery, tools, and other types of tangible personal property, is $4.15 per $100. The depreciation schedule you can see there is a bit different than the King George County model. So the reason that I put this up there is that our estimate of annual taxes upon stabilization of between $100 and $120 million, I think is conservative, especially when you consider the fact that your tax rate structure has got some runway in terms of competitiveness amongst other jurisdictions of Virginia that host a number of data centers. Yes, sir.
So the $1.25 per 100, ours is $3.50 per 100.
It's $1.25 for data center equipment. You have a higher tax rate for machinery and tools. And Supervisor Collins, I did remove the labeling on this chart specifically because you bristled at it last time. It was labeled as part of the Fredericksburg Regional Alliance, which is where that tax rate comes from. And there was robust discussion about King George County's participation in the Fredericksburg Regional Alliance, and I understand your position. But that is the estimate that we used. If you did change your tax rate to $3.50 per hundred and didn't change that depreciation schedule, it would obviously increase the tax revenues that we estimate for this project substantially. I'll leave that up to you guys, but the reason I show this is just the model that we
But
use.
we didn't change our tax rate for $1.25 for data centers.
Okay.
So it's $3.50 per hundred for personal property, period. There is no special data center number.
Yeah, the $1.25 for data centers was done.
It's not that was done with the FLRA with Amazon and their performance agreement. That wasn't for any other data center.
No, I think that not this board, but a prior board in cooperation with the region adopted a $1.25 tax rate. I think that's still in the books.
Well,
you can change it if you want.
It's not on any books that I'm aware of. When you look at when we approved the tax rate, it's real estate tax, personal property tax. It doesn't have a data center number. So it's $3.50. Do you understand that?
You guys can put the tax rate at whatever level you would like. If it is $3.50, I pulled that from the FRA. There was a board action back in 2022, I believe.
That board's long gone.
I understand that. I'm just saying, these are the numbers that I use for that estimate. The good news, Supervisor Collins, if it is $3.50 or you change it to $3.50, the estimate that I just provided is woefully short. Woefully short. So $100 to $120 million, and now multiply that times 3, all other things being equal, that is a substantial increase in the tax revenue. So
yes.
Okay.
Just want to make sure that you understand that it's not $1.25.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
The fiscal analysis that I put together here are the other inputs. One thing that I do want to point out is that the land valuation, which is subject to the real estate tax rate of 68 cents, that is taxable at this next reassessment. King George County is currently going through its quadrennial, I think you guys do it every 4 years, reassessment. That valuation date for the next reassessment, which is being currently produced by a third party, is effective as of January 1, 2026. If the board decides to approve this project tonight, you can expect the earliest accretive tax increase related to this property for this approved project to be recognized in 26. All other things being equal, purely based on the increase in the assessment to the land as approved for data center development. The other inputs that we used to develop both the real estate tax and the data center equipment valuation, which is subject to the personal property tax, $600 a square foot for the shells themselves. And then for the personal property data center equipment, $3,000 per square foot on average. Those numbers will continue to increase rapidly, especially with the advent and advancement of artificial intelligence. Generally speaking, most of the legacy data centers that people see from 15 years ago are CPUs. A lot of what's being put into some of the newer data centers, if there's an AI application, or GPUs. Those graphic processing units are significantly more expensive with the chips from NVIDIA, Blackwell, those things that are going in there. So I would expect for that value to continue to increase. And as these returns are filed each year with Regina and the Commissioner of Revenue, any new equipment that is put in there is recorded at its original cost and then applied against that depreciation schedule. The other growth factor that we used was a simple 3% for inflation according to the average CPI, and that applies to all numbers. And then we use 15 years until full stabilization and occupancy. Again, this is going to take quite some time to build out the full 6.9 million square feet. And then the other variable in any kind of analysis for data centers for local tax revenue is how often that equipment is refreshed. Because the new equipment comes in, that cost basis goes up. The industry average is 3 to 5. We used 5. If it's shortened and equipment is turned over more frequently, that would result in more tax revenue. There was a question, but the Planning Commission here and the Board of Supervisors last time to show the fiscal output on a yearly basis. As you can see over this 19-year period, the taxes continue to grow. That 2026 number is described to the methodology that I just described, which is $200,000 per acre at rezoning, at reassessment next year. And then it climbs to full stabilization of around $110 million based on the assumptions and factors that I mentioned. If you add that up in aggregate over this 19 to 20 year period, that's about $1.3 billion in personal property taxes and real estate taxes over that time period. And again, these are just the known knowns that we feel you can quote unquote bank on. There will be other indirect taxes and economic benefits that flow from this project, which are frankly related to many of the things that we have talked about. So I'm happy to answer any questions about the tax revenue, any of the inputs, the methodology, and other questions that you may have.
Well, Mrs. Bender had a few questions. Ms. Bender?
Yeah, I'm going to circle back to the tax revenue, but I know I spoke to, because I had a couple residents that are very concerned about the energy use and tapping into the grid. So if you could clarify a little bit about how your project will use the grid and maybe the batch system that Dominion has come up with.
Sure, I can handle that, Ross. Thank you for that question. It's a good question, and I'd like to educate the community and the board on this matter. So several months back, Dominion called together the data center community and told them how they were going to, moving forward with all the applications that they received for power. If you're pursuing a project such as this, you request a load power study and you give them your estimated load that you're going to take off the grid. You pay a significant amount of money for that study. We started it back in June of last year and received a favorable response from Dominion and Northern Neck, who we're working with. So what Dominion has done is they created a batching system to handle these future loads, taking all applications that they had and that were already approved and as I understand it, putting them into what they call batch 0, and then creating batches of 10 projects moving forward, and I believe they're up to north of batch 15 at this point. So all of those projects on the back end are looking at power deliveries of 10 plus years. So that is how Dominion plans to control how much power gets allocated. They are then regulated by PJM, which is a regional authority that manages multiple states in the Mid-Atlantic region. So it is clearly been established that no one is getting power unless you have been put in line and you're already in. And this project is, and we are getting to the stage now with Northern Neck, where we are designing our first substation for the site. We, as the developer, are responsible for the entire cost of that substation on the site, which is north of $50 million. We pay for that. There's no cost that gets passed through to the consumer, and then we additionally pay for our power. So, Ms. Bender, does that answer your question?
So,
It does. Thank you. And I think somebody has a response. I have a tax revenue question after that, if somebody else has a
Mr.
follow-up.
Collins has a question, I believe.
so you're in batch 0, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you're ready to go.
We are ready to go, assuming,
And you'd have to put down a deposit with Northern Neck, right?
yes, north of $20 million.
Right. And the cost for the substation is about $59 million,
Approximately.
which will not go for the Northern Neck customers or Dominion customers.
No.
Okay. And one more thing, when you were talking about the proffers, you didn't mention the training for the fire department, that you will pay for their
Yes.
training, and you will also pay their wages for that training.
Correct.
Okay.
And that was, I'm sorry, I forgot that one. We did add that since our last meeting as well. Thank you for bringing that up. Ms. Bender?
Yes, I would like to clarify on, I know in other projects, we might not have the community development staff enough to be able to support, all the permitting and all the work. And I just want for clarification, did you have something in there addressing that there might be, that you would pay some cost of added staffing or at least a third party to help us with this process?
We did, we added the $100,000 for legal expenses. We are certainly willing to pay for third-party review costs associated with this project as we move forward. That's typically involved with permitting and not in a proffer per se. But I'll leave that to Mr. Smolnick.
Mr. Chairman, it is allowable for them to pay for site plan review by a third party as long as we do that under an expedited process. And I assume that they're going to want an expedited process
100%.
with the amount of money they've given to Northern Neck and others. So yes, we have a mechanism set up in community development to do third-party review of an engineering firm within the region, and they'll actually take care of that cost.
Thank you.
thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. And then another question I had from someone in the public is, some read you're addressing the sound. How are you addressing the sound to make sure that that we don't have problems like that in the Great Oaks community up in Prince William, or things that people might have read in the news?
Yes, so we address that in a multiple of ways. First, you all have a code requirements of 55 decibels and 60 decibels during the day and at night. With that, and with our design of our project, we hired a third-party consultant to prepare an initial analysis of the project, making some assumptions on what type of HVAC we would use, and they came back and showed that we met the standards. That was just a preliminary review. Under our proffers, we are required to do additional reviews with each building and then have them tested at the site before we are able to get occupancy for any building. So all buildings must meet the noise standard of the code. And we're doing that, one, with the way we have oriented the buildings, the screening that we will be doing around the equipment. Additionally, the way that we centralized the buildings within the project so that they are far away from any surrounding community members addresses that problem. I would also add that any new data center that you visit and drive by and get out of your car and stand next to you will hear almost no sound. They have gotten extremely more efficient. I like to liken it to when you got your first big screen TV. The big screen TV was 8 inches thick, and after about an hour, you couldn't even go near it. It was so hot. And over time, what happened? They got lighter, they got thinner, and they used less energy. And that's what's happened in the data center industry over the last 10 years. It's really exciting what's happening, and we're very excited to be a part of it.
And I want to appreciate you answering all the questions, because over this process I've asked you a lot of questions, and I know my colleagues have also. But one other thing I wanted to bring up, and just for when I've spoken to supervisors in Loudoun County and Prince William, one of the things they stress is to make sure that whatever proffers or money we generate, that we consider looking at having buckets of money that could be invested, that we could set aside for school construction, for operating expenses for our schools, or for the county offices, or the service authority in debt. So one of the things I would like to, Mr. Smalley, we look into in the future is, so some of the revenue we would get to make sure we put aside so that it is invested, and maybe buckets of money or little funds to make sure that we don't, like in Loudoun County, they built a lot of schools but didn't save the money, and then they had to raise taxes. So that would be something I'd really like to look at to make sure we do. But I might have a couple of questions after I hear public comment. Thank you so much.
I would like to note that in Loudoun County, they have lowered their taxes over, I believe, the last 8 years from $1.32 or 35 per hundred, now down to 0.80 cents per hundred. That is a significant decrease, and that is directly related to the tax revenue that they are receiving from the data center community.
So, Mr. Smolnick, I would disagree with Ms. Bender. It should go in the one bucket, and the Board of Supervisors decide where that money goes. Shouldn't be allocated specifically for an investment unless the board decides it, or allocated specifically for schools unless the board decides it. So it's up to the governing body to determine where that money goes and not have a specific fund.
Yeah, I concur only because I'm not a big believer in just spending your money. I think that we should let our money make money for us. So at some point that whether or not it goes in the buckets or we make that decision, but as long as we're clear that I'm not looking to get money and just start spending it I want to invest money to keep that money making money for us. Mr. Sullins?
Mr. Chair, that's not what I exactly said. It would go in funds that invest money, so we'd have set aside so we are not short in certain areas. But that is several different opinions. I just wanted to clarify. I wasn't saying spending the money. It was putting it in separate funds to be invested for that category. Thank you.
Yes, I think we did understand that. Thank you, Ms. Bender. Mr. Sullins?
No, I'm just going to echo what she just said, that we're not pre-spending it, we're kind of pre-earmarking it, but we are investing it so that it will earn money in itself. It's just that it's kind of earmarked for maintenance or something else, so that, as always, whoever's the board at the time can make those changes But this is going to force them to think about it, talk about it, and decide, as opposed to just letting it tumble out as sometimes it seems like it does.
Well, the board already spends 54% of its budget on the schools. So I don't think that will change any, and I think it'll probably increase with these type of projects. You know, we know what's on the horizon, and well, let's finish this public hearing first, and then I'll.
Yeah, thank you. Nick,
Yes, if there's no other questions, I mean, that
you can let him
concludes our.
come back up, and
Yeah.
if anyone has any questions about tax issues or anything like that, that's what you were looking for questions about.
Sure. I mean, I can talk about other things, but.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Stewart.
before you go to public hearing, it's come to my attention that proffer number 17 is not online for the public. Is it? I cannot find it. I've got a copy from Ms. DeLuke. Apparently they just did that.
Yes.
So if the board would allow me, I'd just like to read it for the public so that they have that information as well to comment on, since it wasn't online for.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Number 17, cash proffer for capital projects. The owner agrees to pay $1.5 million to the county upon the county's issuance of a building permit for the first data center building. There's a typo in that, should say to be used for county capital projects at the sole discretion of the county, King George County Board of Supervisors, or for any other public uses at the board's discretion. And that's just so everybody has that now, because it was not posted online because it was such a new addition.
I know some of the property, I think it was being presented as a new convenience center. Is that correct? Were we talking about that?
Well, I believe the way that language in the proffer is stated is it's
just under 1.5 acres.
yeah, 1.5 acres for
Industrial
for the
zone.
county's use. You know,
We made it broad per your request, yes.
Thank you.
That would probably be what it would be.
Yeah.
But that's not, they put it in there so we could use it for something else.
Parking to get the trails, you don't ever know, right?
Well, I think they're gonna have parking for the trails. I asked them on Friday, you're gonna have parking, and you're gonna maintain the parking, and you're gonna maintain the waste, and you're gonna maintain all that.
Correct. And I have confirmed we are fine with 40 years. I've talked to our team.
Okay.
Any other questions? All right, thank you both. This time I'm going to open the floor up to public comment. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes per person to give everyone a chance to speak, state your full name and district in which you vote. The only person I have signed up today to speak is Mr. Shaw.
James Shaw, James Monroe District, columnist, Northern X Sentinel, citizen journalist, kgmedia.top. I will initially start speaking in my capacity as an EDA member. We as a county are trying to get high-tech, low-impact on county services businesses to come into this county. This is promoted on the EDA webpage. This business and the infrastructure they are providing, like a 20,000 gallon water tower, fits those kinds of basic criteria. I say yes, approve. Now I'll start speaking in my capacity as a Claydale resident adjoining this property. It's 0.9 miles away from my house as the crow flies. Data center cooling using well water is no-no, has been discussed throughout tonight's meeting. Therefore, water, for the most part, is a non-issue for this project. However, toilet flushing using service authority water, I think we can do that. We have in the county development pipeline 3 data center campuses. The comprehensive plan shows next to no room for any more beyond those 3. 3 is it. We planned for this. Amazon Data Systems 869 acres. Dahlgren Innovation Hub, which we're hearing tonight, 497 acres. And then the King George Tech Park down on Route 3, next to Fred the Horse, 352 acres there. And that's about it. It's important that we maintain multiple competitors. 3 is a good number again. They help keep each other honest. For those who've been watching this closely, every time a presentation gets made, you get kind of a sense that, yep, they've been looking at the last guy who presented and they're making adjustments. A monopoly we don't need or want. I look forward to walking or biking along that perimeter trail that they're going to provide. And lastly, as a citizen journalist, I am going to be neutral. I will report whatever you decide as representatives of the residents here. God bless the King George Renaissance, where well-managed incremental development under the comprehensive plan is still possible.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw. Is there anyone else that'd like to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the board, my name is Renee Parker. I live at 7144 Peppermill Road in the Claydale subdivision. So everybody's pretty much said everything that I would say. So I just want to thank you and the Planning Commission, because I did speak in front of the Planning Commission for the first time on this topic some weeks ago. And just to assert that when we hear somebody coming down the road that has an idea and the return on investment is nice, it seems nice. Mr. Nicely made a comment during that Planning Commission meeting that a lot of times we have the pie in the sky attitude. If you read the impact statements, which is really all I ever care about when I hear about a big thing coming down the road, I want to know what fire and rescue says, what law enforcement says, and what the return on investment is, what it's really going to do for us financially. If anybody's paying attention, obviously they know that if we don't have significant revenue on the horizon, you have to raise taxes. People don't want to hear that. A lot of you campaigned on not doing it. I appreciate Mr. Sullins being a little more vocal in his social media communications, letting people know one thing has to happen or the other thing has to happen. In this case, this developer, like Mr. Shaw says, probably learned a lot in previous applications from other parties. And this is, in my opinion, just a huge benefit for the county, not just financially, but they care. This looks like something, I believe that we've become so jaded that we can't believe that a developer or anybody with money would actually care about our community, about staying rural, about the money, about not just taking their money and leaving, but this looks like they do. This really looks like they do. I live in Claydale. I had the same concerns everybody else did when Amazon hit the road with us, with the noise, with the EMF, with all the stuff. And we learned a lot listening to people, residents, the Planning Commission, all the research that you guys are doing, that the Planning Commission is doing. It's greatly appreciated. And we know when we watch you that your concern is that you're responsible. You're responsible for making that decision. And for us, you're responsible for us, your constituents. We appreciate it. We really do appreciate it. I'm a huge believer in this is a great project for us. It's going to be a great revenue source for the county, and I implore you to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Parker. Is there anyone else? Is there anyone online? Any correspondence?
Mr. Chair, no correspondence, but I do have one more question.
When we get done with this, I'll call them back up.
Yes.
I got closed public comment.
Well, just in case the public would like to comment on what I'm about to say. So keep.
We're not going to break. Miss Emery, come on up.
Hi, my name is Ana Maria Lobo. I live in Presidential Lakes.
Put the mic down, Miss Level. Nobody can hear you.
Thank you. My name is Ana Maria Lobo. I live in Presidential Lakes. I want to ask you to think very careful about these data centers. I'm worried about the electricity and the water and the impact and the people coming to work. Already our roads are terrible. They have accidents, 218, 301, 205, 206, especially 206 is terrible. Now, I want you to think very clearly about this. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Collins.
So, Nick? So you didn't mention in the public about the water and sewer that you were going to pay to bring the line to your development?
We are required to bring, pay for any of our own costs, and we will be paying to bring our own water and sewer to the site. Water is connected to the courthouse system already, as we spoke about with the water tower. I think I misspoke earlier and said Dahlgren system, but it's the courthouse system. And we plan to work with the service authority on connecting to the sewer as well.
Right.
Thank
So I
you.
just wanted, just for the public.
It's a great question. I
Water and
appreciate you
sewer.
bringing it up.
Okay, thank you. Are you ready to bring it back in front of the board yet?
Mr. Chairman, I've discovered an electronic glitch, and there's some things that did not get online in the proffers. The most updated versions, it was more than what I just read. So if the board would please just leave the public comment open, let us make sure what we need to report to the public, and it may invoke some more public comment. That's why I say to leave it open.
With a 5-minute break?
Yes, sir, please.
All right, we are in break. Public comment still open. All right, thank you. So the reason why we kept public comment open, I'm going to turn over to Mr. Stewart, let him explain, and there may be some more of the public that want to comment after that point in time. Mr. Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Leduc is making some copies for the public, but what happened was the very latest version today, there were some changes that never got posted, and the public has the right to know what's in the proffers so that they can actually comment on them during the public hearing. So I read Roman numeral 5, paragraph 17, and that was the $1.5 million for capital and projects for the county. Excuse me? Roman numeral 3, subparagraph 17. Thank you. And then Roman numeral 4, Roman numeral 5. I was educated in Westmoreland County. I'm having a hard time with this tonight. I still love Westmoreland County, but that's where I grew up. Roman numeral 5, subparagraph 4, emergency services training. Prior to the issuance of the first certificate of occupancy for the project, the applicant shall provide materials, education, and on-site training regarding safe responses to potential on-site emergencies to emergency services personnel in coordination with the department. The content and scope of this training shall be determined through coordination between the applicant and the department. The applicant shall provide refresher training upon request of the department up to once per calendar year. Additional training shall be provided on an as-needed basis for newly hired department employees at the request of the department, up to once per calendar year. Applicants shall be responsible for paying department employees their respective hourly pay rate for the time spent attending training sessions and any other reasonable cost incurred by the county in the course of conducting the training. And then there is Roman numeral number 8, subparagraph 1. The applicant will provide the county with a one-time cash escrow of up to a maximum of $100,000 to reimburse the county for attorney's fees and costs associated with any enforcement actions filed to enforce the provisions of these proffers or any other applicable provision of the zoning ordinance. And so, Mr. Chairman, that is all 4, including the $1.5 million one that I read. Those are all the changes that just didn't get online because they were late in getting in. I've reviewed all the proffers. The language is good. And I think Ms. Leduc will be back shortly to hand out copies if anybody wants them. But you may want to ask if that invokes any further public comment before you actually close it.
All right, is there anyone else that would like to speak pertaining to the new knowledge we've received today? Anyone online? There hasn't been any time for correspondence. Ms. Parker? I'm gonna make you come and say it on the microphone though. Okay. I knew you were. All right, so at this time, I will close the public comment and I will bring it back to the board for consideration, discussion.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Collins?
I have a motion.
Yes, sir.
I move that the Board of Supervisors approve ordinance 0925 rezoning request applicant Z20240024, Dahlgren Innovation Hub to rezone approximately 497 acres to the Industrial I zoning district and voluntary proffers, including 17-24, 223 acres for A2 rural ag to industrial, partial 1727, 13.7 acres from A2 to C2 to I industrial, parcel 17-72 for 262 acres from R1 to C2 to I industrial, currently split zoned, parcel 17-27A, proffers to be applied to the existing industrial zoning. The properties are generally located at the west side of Route 301 as intersection of Washington Mill Road. Also, ordinance 010-25 comprehensive plan amendment, Clydell primary settlement area. Amend the comprehensive to. Okay. That's one.
Second.
Second.
Mr. Chair, a discussion point?
Motion, probably second. Is there any further discussion, Ms. Bender?
Yes, I just wanted to clarify. I think there was a couple of emails we were sent that the people asked to have them read. I just want to make sure that we did that, or at least put them in the public record.
Ask that those be put in the public record, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, public record. My question for you, Mr. Stewart, is do we need an action tied to this motion?
That was the motion to approve.
Yes.
That's an action.
Sometimes it has to go to someone, the action, the person who's going to be signing it, and,
That's afterwards.
okay, I just want to make sure.
You as chair.
It's been
you
made
as
in the
chairman.
past.
Yes, no.
So motion properly second. Is there any further discussion? We'll go by roll call. Ms. Bender?
Aye.
Mr. Stroud?
Aye.
Mr. Collins?
Aye.
Mr. Sullins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion passes.
Next one will be ordinance 01025 comprehensive plan amendment for the Clydell primary settlement. Ask the board to amend the comprehensive plan to include parcel 17-24, 220 acres in the Clydell primary settlement area as requested by Dahlgren Innovation Hub. That's the next one.
Second.
Motion properly second. Any further discussion?
Yes, please.
Mr. Sullins?
I just want to clarify that we actually did read these in the public record. There was one from a Mr. DeVries that asked for us to read this. Is it sufficient to just post it, or should we go ahead and read it out loud?
It's preferable that you read it, but it's enough that it is posted with the public record.
I'd like to go ahead and read it if y'all indulge me for a minute.
Can we finish talk to the vote and then read it?
Sure.
We have a motion on the table, don't we?
Yes. Let's close the motion, and we'll let you read.
That's fine.
Motion properly seconded. Any further discussion? Ms. Bender? How do you vote? Mr. Stroud?
Aye.
Mr. Collins?
Aye.
Mr. Sullins?
Aye.
Ms. Bender?
Yes, aye.
Chair votes aye, motion passes. Mr. Sullins?
Thank you. This is from Mr. Ross DeVries, 14472 Hillcrest Drive, Dahlgren District. He says, I write in opposition to, and I'm basically these zoning requests and the comprehensive plan amendment by Dahlgren Innovation Hub. This is a very intensive and incompatible industrial use being dropped on top of predominantly R1 and A2 residential uses, bringing 24-hour-per-day noise and frequent air pollution from air coolers and diesel generators in a huge demand on energy resources, providing no direct benefit to the county at large. Who beyond the applicant has asked for a new industrial area or data center in this district? It is essentially spot zoning to benefit a single applicant. This is not even compatible with the technology zone based on the common understanding of that term, which ostensibly applies to the split zone parcel. There is no R&D or significant office component, nor is there an anticipated level of employment that would provide compounding economic development in the area. No other commercial business is likely to be needed to support it locally. The proposed proffer regarding sound mitigation appears to be intended to address noise. It only states that the applicant will meet the requirements of the noise ordinance. Meeting the requirements of the noise ordinance is the base minimum performance for everyone. Nothing is actually being proffered here. You all know perfectly well that the staff does not have any real enforcement powers in the event that the noise levels are exceeded. There's nothing in the application that speaks to any actual mitigation scenario of a violation of the ordinance, only that a business association will submit their own annual reports to the zoning administrator. The applicant does not address any sort of self-regulation among what may be several distinct businesses running multiple centers under the auspices of the association's covenants. Since noise is the most common complaint against data center operations across the Commonwealth, the weakness of this application on that score alone should be sufficient to reject it in this location.
Mr. Nick, you want to stand up and address that? This was supposed to have been read earlier, so I'll allow it. Come on.
Yes, we are required to have studies. We also proffered $100,000 for any legal fees for enforcement, which we added to the proffers. Additionally, we will not be able to get our occupancy permits if we do not meet the standards when we open the data centers up. We're required to run them and have them recorded and approved by the county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Collins?
I'd like to make a motion, special exemption application Z 2024-0025 Dahlgren International Hub. 00225. Thank you, sir. Consists of data center and accessory uses on approximately 497 acres. Permit increased building height beyond zoning limits. Permit walls and fences up to 50 feet in height to
70 feet.
It was that's include parapet walls. 70 and includes parapet walls. Huh?
No, it's not 70 feet for the building. It's just structure.
70 feet in height to screen outdoor equipment. The property is generally located at the intersection of 301 and Washington Mill Road. Includes tax parcel 1724, 1727, 1772, and 1727A. Approve the special exemption is contingent on the approval of rezoning application Z 2024-00224. Additionally, applicant has requested a finding pursuant to Virginia Code 15.22232 that proposed electric substations are substantially in accordance with the King George County Comprehensive Plan.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just clarifying, I didn't hear the language, and I want to make sure you actually moved to adopt that ordinance before you read everything. That was your intention?
If I got them out of order, I'm just going by the sheet.
No. You actually said I moved to adopt the ordinance.
Special exception, yes, I did.
The special exception ordinance.
I didn't, I'm doing it now.
Okay, thank you.
Motion properly seconded for discussion. Ms. Bender, do you have any discussion?
No.
And I'll ask you to vote.
Aye.
Mr. Stroud?
Aye.
Mr. Collins?
Aye.
Mr. Sullins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, I have another motion.
Yes, sir.
I make a motion to appropriate $2.25 million to King George Public Schools for the purpose of engineering for the new elementary school. It's not on the sheet. Don't worry about it. It's not on the sheet.
Mr. Chair, I think
Highway
that
corridor?
although
Ordinance
should be a
number
little
01225, Highway
Track your
Corridor
motion.
Overlay District, HCOD, exemption request. Request the board request by Dahlgren Innovation Hub LLC for an exemption to the Highway Corridor Overlay District standards for the properties associated with the Innovation Hub project. The specific provisions and requested exceptions will be available for public view as indicated.
Second.
A motion properly second. Is there any further discussion?
Yes, I would like to clarify, since Mr. Collins dropped 2 attempted motions there, what is the actual motion?
I'm going to rescind that last motion for the schools, do the one for the highway corridor zone, and I'll be back to the schools.
It's just the highway corridor. Proceed.
That's all we're voting on. Did I have a proper second?
You heard us.
Motion properly second. Any further discussion? Ms. Bender?
Aye.
Mr. Stroud?
Aye.
Mr. Collins?
Aye.
Mr. Sullins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to allocate from the general fund $2.25 million for the design of the elementary school.
I'll second, but I do want to discuss it.
Then a motion properly second. Mr. Sullins, I'll turn to you.
So where did you come up with that number, and what are we going to be doing this for?
It's for the engineering for the elementary school. I came up with a number from Dr. Boyd that he sent when I asked him.
That's a lot of money. I feel like that's something that should be brought in and presented and discussed properly before we just do it.
Okay. Well,
I'm not against it. I just really want to make sure that we think through what it's going to be used for and we understand what's going on.
The purpose is for the engineering for the new elementary school.
I understand that, but I want to know, what does that mean? Are we buying building plans? Or are we grading out the land and throwing a concrete pad? You know.
No, so I didn't make a motion for any type of building. I just did it for the engineering.
That's a very broad term.
The construction of the elementary school. So the motion's on the table, it's seconded, and you all can vote how you wish.
Mr. Chair, can I add to the further discussion on that?
Yes, Ms. Bender.
My only also concern is we haven't had any discussions, just in elementary school. Does that also include Head Start? Does that only preschool? I just think that there needs to be a little more discussion than just being dropped on us. Thank you.
Mr. Stroud.
Thank you, sir. So I'm not against some figure, but before we approve any funding, we need to have a discussion on what we expect as far as design before it ever goes to engineering. So in the county, the problem has been that somebody would go to engineers and say, we need a courthouse, or we need a firehouse, or we need something, and let the engineers come up with what it's going to look like or design of it. And before that ever happens, it's like building a house. You need to figure out, whenever you sit with your wife or whoever and you say, I want a 2-story, I want a single story, I want a basement, I don't want that. Those discussions need to take place, and we need to have some form of an idea of what we're going to get. Is it going to be brick? Is it going to be made out of sticks? What's it going to be made out of? We need to have these discussions before it ever goes to an engineer, because every time we go with it back to the engineer, they're going to spend our money, come up with a plan, and we're going to look at it and say, nah, we didn't want bricks, or we wanted sticks. These conversations need to take place first, and the school board, should come together with something. I've got an idea, and I have met with the superintendent, and it's been over a year ago, or close to a year ago, with a plan that I had seen out west that would, I believe, cut the cost in half of what was approved during the vote. But I don't know what's been done with that. So I support Mr. Collins' initiative, but before we get that far, I would like to see something. And as Ms. Bender said, what do we expect to go into the building? What are the requirements for it? for spaces, for, how many kids you're going to feed and such like that. Thank you.
Mr. Stroud,
Mr. Chairman?
this might address you. So, Mr. Stroud, is there language that he could use as far as for earmark for a future date when we make that decision, where that money is set aside for that purpose, not after, discussion's been made about what we want it to look like, things like that, but that money's been set aside for that purpose, not that we're going to run out and spend it tomorrow. Does that make sense?
That's correct. I was going to amend my motion to, after the appropriate design and, right.
You can go with
Mr.
Ms. Bender?
A point, before I had made an idea of having these pots of monies for this, and Mr. Collins just he's going against what he was against before. He's supporting what I said before, is allocating that as a set aside. So I just feel that we should be able to have more discussion than just dropping this in this public hearing. Thank you.
Waiting for my next motion, if you think that's bad.
Well, I just think this is not the right way to do it, Mr. Collins. We all agree that we need an elementary school. The money,
my reason is because we need to get started. Because
I understand that, Mr.
so
Collins,
it
but
takes
I
a
just
good 3-4 years before you ever start a construction.
Ourselves, Mr. Collins.
So are you still talking while I'm talking?
Okay, please continue, Mr. Collins.
Sir?
Continue your thought.
I finished it.
All right.
This has been, we've been talking and talking, but we need to have some type of forward motion. And this is forward motion.
So what I heard is that the motion that's on the table is that we allocate $2.2 million towards engineering once we have agreed, the board has agreed what those plans and can agree on what those plans should look like.
Yes, sir.
Some sort of a basic design.
Mr. Sullins?
So you asked him what language would make him more comfortable with it. I would be more comfortable if Dr. Boyd would come in and give us a presentation on this. You had a chance to talk with him on this. I appreciate that. I haven't. I don't have a clue what we're building toward here. So I would very much like to see some kind of presentation to discuss what are we actually doing. Another couple of weeks is not going to kill this. And I get it, you want forward motion, but dude, this is a bottle rocket with a stick broken off right now.
Must be an Alabama thing.
They go all over the place.
Yeah, I got it. All right.
So it's on the table.
Alabama laughed at you. All right, so motion's on the table. I'll start with you, Ms. Bender.
In this current iteration, without further discussion and presentation by Dr. Boyd, I say nay.
Mr. Stroud?
You can do it.
Don't listen to the devil on your shoulder.
Just make it down to the chairman to make the final decision.
Nay. Nay, because we can approve the funding once we have an idea of what the design looks like.
Mr. Collins?
Yay.
Mr. Sullins?
Nay.
Chair votes nay.
Mr. Chairman, I have another motion.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion to approve $7.25 million for the CTE buildings renovation. That's already been discussed.
Is this, let's see, someone wants to make a second.
$7.25 million.
We did allocate that part.
We didn't allocate it. That's what they say it's going to cost.
But that's also to revamp the current building.
Yes.
Right. We could probably build a brand new building for less than that.
No, the new building will cost $15 million.
If you made a brick.
Sir?
If you made a brick.
Can we see what makes up that estimate?
It's rehabbing the current CTE building for CTE.
Right. So I support the effort strongly, but for them to come up with that number, they have to have an estimate so we can see what the buildup is.
Yeah, they got it from RMNR, or whoever that folks are that they deal with. That's where their estimate came from.
Those are the engineers you don't trust?
No, I don't trust the other ones.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I sent during this board meeting an email to Mr. Smolnick asking for the study because I could not find it online from the school board. And there are different options there. And once again, we're putting the cart before the horse. And I feel that we should be able to evaluate that presentation that has been made for the school board so that we could look at all the options instead of just throwing money out there to get the ball rolling. I think there needs to be more discussion in bringing the school board and being allowed to look at that presentation.
So they, Mr. May I make a comment? So they have already said that that's what it would cost to rehab that building. And Ms. Bender, you've been on the board for 8 years, and that building's been sitting empty for 8 years. So why not move forward on this?
Mr. Smolnick.
Mr. Combs, if you're
Hold on
gonna
one
make
second,
that
Ms.
comment,
Bender. Ms.
board
Bender,
for
hold on one second.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, yeah, tonight's meeting, Ms. Bender requested this information. None of the board members have seen this yet. This was a presentation I sat through with Dr. Boyd and RRMM probably about 3 or 4 weeks ago. I've requested that information from Dr. Boyd. He tried to send me the transfer link. The transfer link has expired. He will send it to me first thing tomorrow morning, at which time I will forward it to all the board members to look at the study to determine what needs to be done and an approximate dollar value for that building.
I have a,
Mr. Stroud.
sure. So whenever we do something like this, we have an idea what needs to be done, and we usually put it out for bid, and we get like 3 bids on it. So we can compare costs, and we get that. Is there just one quote right now, or is there more?
This was an architectural study, looking at, a full renovation of this building. So, my understanding is we would take this study and then we would draft an IFB invitation for bid and we would put that on the streets. So these are just one architectural firm's analysis of what they're thinking it may take, but this would go out to bid.
So the 7.25 million is the max ceiling.
The problem with that, yes, that is the ceiling. The problem with that is, once you say that, this is public, and everybody knows what the max is.
Yeah, but you're not gonna, so knowing what you know about the building, you know that would probably be a fair number.
No, what I know is that I would rather say, here's what we want done, and let people bid on it and see what it comes back.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that's a max.
But I would rather not even have a max.
Okay, so you want me to re-amend my motion to open for bid the renovation of the old CTE building?
I would support that, but I would like to see what the ideas are. But we need to approve this plan, and then absolutely, yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, from my understanding, there were at least 2 options and possibly a third option to build a new building with 2 stories to alleviate some pressure from the high school. So I think that should be part of the discussion.
So it's on the table.
I don't have a second yet, do I?
I thought there was a second.
Nobody has a second yet.
You can vote against it if you want.
So I give it 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Motion dies. Lack of support. Has nothing to do, by the way, with not being for it. It's just this is being thrown on us right now at this board meeting without any discussion from you concerning any of this before we stepped in here.
Well,
Mr. Sullins, you have something to say?
Yeah, there's also a level of transparency that we have to address here. I mean, we're getting nothing but a nice, big, round number. We need to understand what's behind that number. The public needs to know what's behind that number too. This is not transparency at all if we were going to go forward with that.
So the 7.25 number is the max. So, I mean, you don't just start out by saying, here's 7.25 million, go fix the building. You come up with what they want to do, are they going to do this and that. So, but anyhow, it sounds like it died.
It did. But it was a great idea.
So I would like to make one more comment, please.
Yes, sir.
So just back to the Dahlgren project, I just want the taxpayers to know that it's all being paid for by the developer. There's no loss to the community if they never built it. It would only be a gain. So there's nothing negative that would happen for any financial or other burden for the county. You sure you all don't want to do the 7.25 million?
I can't take it no more. Are you guys giving us 7.25 million or something? Yeah, get back up here. We got things to talk about. Where are y'all going? Come on.
Yeah, you all better leave before it's too late.
Chief needs something too. Here we go. Thank you. You guys are the best. I appreciate your team, Mr.
Kelly?
Duke, all you guys. Thank you.
Kelly, I just want to let you know that we've gotten a lot of comments about you and your staff, about how great it is to work with you all. So I want to make sure that you know that. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Don't ask her for your money.
All right, so at this point in time, do I need to vote to close the public hearing or just close it? Okay, good. So at this point in time, the public hearing is closed. Yeah. All right, so we are down to, I believe Old Court, is it Old Courthouse? I was looking for you. I was like, he left. There you are. Man, that was quick.
I'm at the podium, sir.
Thank you. You're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. So June 15, 2025, at the request of the board, we made several documents available to the public on previous studies that were done. We've had some discussions, and
That door, Sean, can you shut that door for me?
and I let the board of supervisors know that I would make a public presentation on those studies that have been done. So building, apologize why this got cut off formatting, but buildings 21,000 square feet in size, built in several different phases throughout the 1900s. Currently houses the Historical Society Museum, temporarily houses the General Properties Department until such time that their building is completed. Multiple entrances to this building with a shared parking lot with a Revercombe building. So some of the previous studies that were done, the first two in 2012, I looked at these. There was a construction cost estimate and a space needs assessment. I think the construction cost estimate was $500,000. We know it's not going to cost that. So I'm throwing these two studies out just due to the fact that they're 13 years old, and we know that that information is very dated. However, the studies that I really want to focus on for purpose of this presentation, the third one down, Environmental Services Report by ECS that was done in 2023. There was a space needs analysis done by Mosley Architects also in the same year. And in April of this year, we commissioned another indoor air quality assessment just to make sure to get a real look at that. As I stated, I think it was last month, asbestos materials, they're not going to change. The quality of the air may change from those last couple of years, so we wanted a real look at what we had in this particular building. So I'm breaking up into a couple different segments. The first, I'm going to focus on the 2023 Environmental Services Report by ECS, and the purpose of this study was to determine if there was asbestos-containing materials and lead-based paint in the subject material, and also to determine if mold or moisture impacted the building materials. So I want to point out that it was noted that the Museum and Research Center was not included in the scope of this study, so the entire building was not studied back in 2023. And then ECS suspects additional ACMs or asbestos-containing materials may also be located in inaccessible areas of the building. So that's important point to note. I wanted to make that very clear to the board and to the public. So this is just focusing on asbestos-containing materials. So the results, and some sampling, widespread presence of ACMs throughout the building. And I've got some pictures here, but black floor mastic, floor tiles, window caulk, the glazing. There's slate sealants for the shingle roof, and then 9x9 tiles pretty much throughout that entire building. And I've got some pictures here to show you what they found of the areas that they could access. We looked at. What they looked at in 2023, estimated quantities. These are just estimates. This is based on what they could see. I'm not going to read you the list here, but everything from CMU block to floor tile down to the roof sealants, and to door lintel caulk. So everything down to 10 linear feet is broken out in this study. So I'm going to go through, these are just some pictures. The bottom is just the highlights. Don't pay attention to that first number. There were numerous pictures in these reports. This just happened to be the first picture. So that first number, that's why it's not, you may see a 1, a 2, then a 4, then a 6. That's why there's a discrepancy there. But all these pictures are in the reports that were made public in the middle of June. So these are the base tiles containing asbestos. So this is a Commonwealth Attorney's office. There was actually a raised floor in her office, and beneath it there were tiles underneath which also contain asbestos. Floor tile and mastic. This is in the clerk of the circuit court records room. This is the slate roof sealant that I had mentioned on the particular slate. So the sealant right down the middle there does contain asbestos. After all the pictures and all the reports, they had some recommendations outlined in these reports. So in this, again, asbestos, it's only bad if you disturb it. So, but if it remains in place, they recommend development and implementation of a site-specific asbestos operation maintenance plan. And if they are removed, it needs to be done by a licensed accredited asbestos abatement contractor. So this will come into play with a couple of my different options that I'm going to talk about at the very end. They also recommend, and these are the recommendations from ECS, these are not my particular recommendations, these came right out of the report. Recommend that we retain a project, an asbestos project monitor or an industrial hygienist to inspect the abatement to make sure it's done with all applicable laws. And then really, if we want to move forward to really delineate known quantity. Right now, there are a lot of unknowns due to the material or the areas that they could not access in this building. Second part of the 2023 study focuses on lead-based paint. It was detected in numerous, the red structural lattice steels, beige and maroon wood treatments. This is by the, I've got some pictures here, but this is the old main entrance. There used to be a mounted eagle there. As soon as you see the pictures, you'll recognize the area I'm talking about. Maroon wood door components, some of the original wood components, and then some window sashes in the Commonwealth's attorney. And they also found detectable traces in numerous items. I'm not going to list them off here, 12 to 15 different materials throughout the building where detectable concentrations of lead paint were identified in these surfaces. So some pictures, these are the red structural lattice beams that were used in the construction of the project, beige window components in the circuit court's office. These are the maroon wood components by the old front door for the main part of that courthouse. The wood doors, components that face Route 3 along the windows, and then also the doors and even in the background there where the cork board is, that contains lead paint also. So their 2023 recommendations, so there are no specific OSHA standards for acceptable levels of lead paint. However, if the building is demolished, I had some discussions. Lead paint needs to be treated obviously as a hazardous material, and how this is disposed of, it can get quite expensive. So they're just recommending that it be done in accordance with all the applicable laws, which is obviously the right course to follow. But the big thing is there's really no level of acceptable levels of lead paint, and again, you don't disturb it, you don't have to worry about it. So mold and moisture, this, I'm going to jump forward. This is the 2025. This is the most recent study that was commissioned, also done by ECS. And to really look at, to conduct visual observations and sample for mold and moisture throughout the building to see the levels of mold and try to identify what has caused this particular mold. So laboratory, this is a general statement. In general, total airborne interior mold spores were determined to be less than the total mold spores on the exterior, with the exception of the judge's chamber document storage room. So you look at this and it's great. No, that's just the total airborne mold. I'm going to go into some, and I'm not going to try to pronounce some of these. These are a couple different individual mold spores that were identified. And they indicate, the first one indicates potential uncontrolled or active moisture sources into the building. And the second spore that was identified indicates a potentially longer-term moisture intrusion issue with the courthouse. So the overall findings: widespread mold contamination in the HVAC system, ceilings, desk, and furniture, significant moisture damage on the plaster wall, ceiling, drywall, and flooring, elevated fungal spore counts, particularly in the judge's chamber and the Commonwealth Attorney's office, and then evidence of significant water intrusion in several areas. Now, I know it's my understanding that there have been some changes over there over the years to prevent water from draining into the building. But this is, again, right from the ECS report, word for word. So going through some pictures of the 2025 study, this shows some mold observed on the HVAC supply. This is at the public entrance where the public used to enter into this facility. This is an HVAC vent in the women's bathroom. You can see the mold that is accumulated on that. This is the back of the HVAC supply in the circuit court records room. Mold in the circuit court records room, and they did a tape sample lift here also. This is the table, a photograph of the table at the public entrance. You can see the mold growing on the table in the particular building. This is moisture damage for the plaster wall. Again, some more water damage for the plaster wall in the circuit clerk office. Mold on the HVAC vent in the circuit court records room. And this is some moisture damage on the plastic wall in the juvenile domestic courts office. So from the 2025 assessment, there were some recommended or action items. They recommend a qualified HVAC tech or an engineer assess the system to determine whether or not it's properly functioning. I believe those systems were installed 2018, I believe is the one they were installed. The second bullet point: review the maintenance and filter replacement schedule to determine if it's sufficient. Now, I worked with Mr. Muncie. I pulled 2 years of the train PM records, and those filters have in fact been being changed on a regular cycle over the past 2 years. And then they're also recommending that perform a thorough duct cleaning. The building envelope, there's some recommendations with that. Hire an architect engineer to assess the building envelope, provide recommendations for correcting any compromises, to identify, correct, or prevent further water intrusion. Ventilation, they recommend a ventilation study. There's a certain volume of air that needs to be in and out of that building per person, 10 cubic feet per minute of fresh air per occupant. And they recommend, ECS recommends that a qualified mold remediation or drying contractor be retained to properly remove mold impacted materials. So options for consideration. Where do we stand right now? And these are just some recommendations. I'm open to any discussions by the board. I just want to try to give you some guidance on some initial thoughts on how I read these reports. So option one, we can follow some recommendations from ECS to further evaluate this building. I've already talked about these, but here's a list of what they're recommending. That's one option. Option two, we can move forward with a full building renovation. I know there's been some discussion on the board looking to renovate this particular building. To do this, there was a space needs analysis done by Mosley Architects. Should the board want to accept that as valid, then they would do so. Otherwise, maybe if you want to do another space needs analysis. Some of those departments, I looked at it, some of those departments may not be the best area for them. You may not agree with the size of the departments and the projections. That's for the board to decide whether or not to accept the space needs analysis from 2023 by Mosley Architects. If you want to go this route, issue an invitation to bid to renovate the structure. However, I want to make you very aware of this. Change orders are very likely if you take this route, because the study said we have not studied every area of this building. So I want to make that point very clear.
That's a good question, Mr. Monik. So what percentage of the building has been studied? Do you know that?
Well, I know the museum has not, but there are other areas that could be behind walls. Take, for instance, in the Commonwealth Attorney's office. If they never pulled up that floor, they would have not known there were tiles underneath that raised floor. So the level that these previous studies have done have not dived super deep into this building. So there could be unknowns out there. I just want to make everybody aware of that.
All right, so do we have any idea what the cost would be for a complete study analysis of the building.
Well, then that's one option we can talk about. I guess really my third option, for the board to consider, if the board wants to go ahead and, you have to ask yourself, is there any historical significance to the structure? I had a talk with a historical society yesterday. Were there any cases that have gone to the Supreme Court that were heard in this case? Matt, there's really nothing, the information that was provided to me, there's nothing historical. It's from the 1900s. We're not looking at a 250-year-old courthouse where there's some landmark cases that were heard here. So question the board has to ask yourself, is there any historical significance to the structure? If you decide to demolish it, the museum is going to be displaced. Where will they go? You need to wait till General Properties is in their new building. So that's another item to consider. And then again, that last bullet point, if you decide to demo it, there could be change orders, once the IFB and the contractor gets in to really start tearing things out. So really 3 different options right now. And I'm up for a blend of this or a 4th option should the board want. But I just wanted to put this information out there for your consideration and more importantly for the public's consideration of what we've done so far and the condition of this particular building.
Mr. Stroud, do you have any questions? Any comments?
I don't think I have any questions. I have a comment. My comment would be option 3 and demolish the structure.
Mr. Sellens, I'm coming to you last, Mr. Collins. I know you have more to say.
I don't think any of these are great options. I mean, no matter what we do, it's going to cost a ton of money. And I do have one question. You mentioned a couple of times with different things of the asbestos as well as the lead paint. As long as we don't disturb it, it's okay. What does disturb it mean? I mean, if there's asbestos on the roof, a hailstorm is going to disturb it and it's going to wash off into the.
I'm not an environmental hygienist.
Yep.
So I, to disturb it, my understanding, my basic knowledge, and please don't hold me to this, is, removing tiles, pulling them out, sanding paint,
The chances of it not being disturbed are very low, only because the space, the way it's set up now, may not be congruent with how we would want to use it to house people anyway, as far as room size, things like that. So you're looking at interior walls that aren't load-bearing walls coming down and floor coming, so there's no way we're not.
I think either renovating it or demolishing it, there's a very, very good likelihood. I mean, you're going to disturb that asbestos,
Yeah.
one way or the other.
Seems like if you want to not disturb it and you want to minimize the cost, you pretty much have to tell, this is what you got, make it work.
Yeah. Ms. Bender, you have any comments?
I am, but I'm going to bring it down to the main floor is what I'm looking at it because, I'm a big history buff and there is a slight historical value in the bricks of the original structure because in the original bids for the courthouse from March of 1922, and I actually have the documents to prove it, it is stated that the bricks that were used to build the original structure came from the second courthouse that was on the property that went back to the pre-Civil War. So saving some of the bricks to do maybe a facade or a wall or something would be very important because they do have historical value, and the jail also has historical value because from my research, it was possibly moved there and is much older than we think. The building especially was done in several different decades, including the part that used to be the entrance until we closed it, that was built rather cheaply in the 70s. And then Ms. Gusman's area was originally a porch, and it did have a fire when the sheriff's office was there, and then it was redone. And so I look at the cost estimate. Is it going to cost more to renovate and mediate all the issues of it, rather than add on to the Rivercomb building, because there are plans and the Rivercomb building was built to be added on to? What is the cost for the citizens? Is it to add on to the Rivercomb building and build a newer structure, or renovate a building that was kind of done in 5 different stages haphazardly in some respects, including the 50s edition that in the bid for it was $11,000 to construct it. So my concern is there, but I am very passionate about making sure that we address all the issues of the environmental. And when they did those environmental studies, there were people in the building, so they couldn't access some areas safely, because having parents and others that are immune compromised, it's very important to make sure that that building is safe for anybody that occupies it. And it is still my belief, and I've said it many times, that what was done previous was surplus, and what didn't really address the issues of the mold and other that made some people sick in the building and possibly could have. So that is very passionate for me, and so I want to do those cost considerations to think about before we just slap some new paint on it and change some filters. Thank you.
My view's a little bit different. It's the same, but a little bit different, only because I look at property and go, what's the possibility of what it could be used for? Not what's there today, but what's the best use for downtown King George and a piece of property that's right on the road there? What's the best use? When I look at the old elementary school where the school board is and the pit and all that, I look at that property and go, what would be the best use for that property as far as our county, as far as recreation, as far as making money, whatever it is. So I'm looking, what's the best use overall, right? Mr. Collins, you have something to add?
I did.
Yes, sir.
So I would go with option 2, because it will cost you nothing to get an invitation to bid. You put out an invitation to bid for the remodeling of the building. It'll be up to the contractors to tell you how much it costs and then see if it's the value it's worth it. But you also, when Mr. Davis talks about the pit and all that stuff, in order to really do something with the pit, to have these venues, concerts and so forth and so on, the school board will need to move. And so if they can move into this building, then we could get that property and do what your vision is for the future. So kind of one depends on another. So I don't think there's anything to lose by putting out an invitation to bid. You just don't.
I agree with that. I want to be able to look at constituents and so that, why do we tear down that building? I want to be able to answer the question, not because I want to pursue it to the end. It's not going to cost money. What is it going to cost to redo this building the way it is? That way we have a hard number of going, it's just not worth pursuing that anymore. That would be my way of looking at it as well. And if the price is too high, then I'm all about, I think, the third option, which would be to tear down the building. But I think we need to expend our resources, my own opinion. Mr. Sullins?
I'm in agreement with both of you all on that, but I want to remind you the caution that he brought up earlier, the change orders. I'd like it if we can somehow, I don't know what that entails, but try to minimize those. I realize there's a lot of uncertainty there, but we can ask for a bid and get, a low bid based on what they know, what we know, and then that end up coming in way, way over budget. But yeah, it doesn't cost us anything to go out there and ask for a bid.
I think that we need a new study. I think. I don't know, but I think that maybe we might have to look at a complete analysis of the building, what it would look like, because that's all tying into cost. Mr. Stroud?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, I don't like throwing good money, towards something bad, or, it's going to waste. And you may say, well, put it out to bid and it doesn't cost us anything. And that's true. It doesn't cost anything. I guess if time doesn't have a value, and in this it probably doesn't. But as a contractor, I really don't like submitting bids to organizations that have no intent to award the work. It's a waste of my time. And it's a waste of their time. It's misleading. But if you say, well, we may intend on awarding the work if it's low enough, well, then they come in with a low order and you're going to get those change orders, or they're going to have to come in and rip down some walls and really tear some things apart to see what they're bidding on, because right now they don't. So, by the time, for you to unseal it, to open it up, to disturb those things you don't want to disturb, for them to be able to see, just be aware that that's going to happen. For them to be able to produce the bids, so you may have to move general property somewhere, or these people out of there, or seal it up so the people aren't in there once they disturb it. But, I didn't talk a lot. I just said I'd rather tear it down. I didn't say that there aren't some valuable pieces in there that should be preserved. I mean, I like cool things, but that space is, that area, I think, could be better used by the county for a community area. Like whenever we had the food trucks out here that day, we didn't have enough space and we're in a parking lot, but that was a good event. But, if we can't find somewhere for the whatever employees we want to put there, then that's where we have to do the addition onto the existing building, and it matches and it fits and it opens the area up and we look better, and we're spending money towards moving, I don't like using the word forward, but at least moving the county to a place where it's more appealing. It's something people can be more proud of. And I'm not saying people aren't proud of the old thing. I'm just saying that put the money towards something newer and better if we need that. And, and it's not going to happen overnight. It doesn't need to happen overnight, but at least it's a plan. But that's my 2 cents.
So, Mr. Stroud, King George's history with buildings. We just tore one down that at one point could have been used. At one point could have been used, but 20 years later, you see what's happening. So that's why I say it's not going to hurt to get an invitation to bid to see if it's worthwhile to renovate it. If it's $30 million, the answer would be no. If the answer is for $5 million, the answer should be yes. Given all the things that's known, but I mean, these things are not uncommon in old buildings. Everybody know, the middle school, when they renovated that, floor tiles, ceiling tiles. Now, there's nothing you're going to do with the roof. And I don't think you're required to do anything with the roof, as far as the asbestos tiles up there, the slate. But you don't have to tear down every interior wall, and you can do a general visual inspection to see, you got water that's coming in, fix the leak, tear it out, fix it. Same thing you would do with a house,
I think
on a larger scale.
You're probably going to replace the roof to get the asbestos out of there, but.
No, so the leaks, if you went over there and looked, there's leaks in certain areas. They're pretty obvious. It's leaking up there. You go fix the leak.
Keep the asbestos.
You fix the leak on the roof, and then you take out the wall section that needs to be repaired.
Well, you said the asbestos is in the sealant on the tile of the roof.
I know. You're not going to take the roof off. There's asbestos in other tiles and other buildings all over the country of same type. You're not going to mess with them. Just leave them there. When you fix a roof, if you look at that roof, there's not much slate on it. Most of it's a facade all the way around. Most of it's a flat roof up there. Matter of fact, 98% of it's a flat roof that it's just regular rubber roofing that's been, they've already put a rubber roof on there at one point, so it's not like it's going to be asbestos rubber roofing. You just fix the leaks to see how much it costs, see if it's worthwhile, and then you make those decisions from there.
I'm with you. I'm not against that. I still believe, though, that part of our discussion should be, what is the intent with the building anyway? Because whenever you go inside there, because it was built at different segments, it's not built, it's not like having, a normal building. It's got all these different sections, so it makes it hard to just move people into there and then be able to function, organizationally in the building that way. So it's a bit of a challenge there as well.
I hear you. But so if you look at the building and all the entrances, there's about 8 entrances, outside entrances, a front, there's the side, there's the, where the Commonwealth, where the Sally Port is, where the judge's chamber is, and over here by the Commonwealth attorneys. So if you just looked at that at face value there would be 8 different ways to get into separate offices, separate, the treasurer's office or the school board office or whatever. You don't have to reconstruct those entrances. There's plenty of entrances. What you would need to do is section off the interior to be a feasible manner. And that shouldn't be really a tough go.
We would need to be able to tell whoever's gonna renovate it, we need to be able to give them an idea of that, because that's gonna be a cost to that. Taking the walls down and moving the walls and
If you
such.
start taking the walls down, though, you understand that most likely every ceiling tile in that building that drops down is going to have to be replaced.
Well, I would hope so, because if you look at the
We're
mold
gonna,
on
so
the
we're
drop
going, yeah,
ceilings,
so we're going to disturb things. I mean, we're going to disturb things.
so you're gonna, I mean, you're gonna disturb things in any renovation. So taking out a drop ceiling is a pretty simple operation. And then you bag it up and put it in the can for the waste removal, for the, any asbestos or mold. It's not that tough. People will make it tougher than it is.
Ms. Bender, you have anything you want to add?
I just wanted to make one suggestion if we do this study so that we do it thoroughly, that it also, the cost of adding on to the Rivercomb building is also investigated so we can evaluate the cost, with redoing that building or whatever we do with the building, doing part of it, and then the cost of doing the same thing by knocking down the building and then adding on to the Rivercomb building. So we have all the facts and figures to make a good decision.
Why do we want to renovate the Rivercomb building?
We're going to have to add on to it.
No, that wouldn't
Did
be
not-
a renovation. That would
I
be
said
addition.
to.
No, she said, when we renovate the Rivercomb building.
Well, if you misheard that, I will clarify what I said, is adding on to the Rivercomb building to put in the recommended offices or school board that we wanted, as opposed to renovating the old courthouse, so that we see all the numbers.
So we have a side-by-side comparison, Mr. Smolnick.
That's gonna be, we're talking about having a,
You gotta engineer that.
right,
So that's a whole different ballgame. So the whole sit and wait, it doesn't do nothing but make bad things happen.
yeah, but
Let's just.
we need a
let's just
needs
start-
assessment. What do we need?
Well, I think there's a needs assessment that's already been done.
Okay,
Matter how you.
How many offices, how many team rooms, conference room, restrooms, how many of those are we gonna need? That's the needs assessment, because.
Well, you
what do
already have
need
a needs assessment, right?
Yes, the 2023 space needs analysis by Mosley was included in that June 15th summary of all the different studies that were done.
And what was the cost?
No, it was just a space needs analysis to talk about how many conference
With a
rooms.
school board,
I don't believe this, I don't have that document, I don't think the school board was in that.
well, that isn't gonna serve us a lot of purpose then.
So you have a needs assessment for the county offices. And then, so the needs for the school board, you take the number of employees with their work profile that, superintendent gets more space, and there's all kinds of rules on how much space you get. And then you determine how much square feet is in the courthouse. Will it fit that square footage? It's not really rocket science. It's not that tough. You don't have to spend millions of dollars to see if something's going
I'm
to
not
fit.
saying spend millions of dollars, it's something that Mr. Smolek at his next, meeting is find out from his staff, who would potentially need to be in the building, and that would help set us, okay, we need this many people. He can come up with that. And then we can figure out, kind of get an idea of what would fit, what wouldn't, and the needs. I mean, I think you get an idea. I'm not talking about, necessarily, well, you can get an idea. But that's not an engineering study to figure out, because all the engineers are gonna do is ask him.
They're going to ask the people that are going to be in there how much space they need. And of course, they always tell you much more space than necessary. There's square footage for different types of duties and responsibilities. It's like classrooms and elementary and high school, there's a certain amount of square foot for everything that occurs that you have to have. So, I mean, you can ask Dr. Boyd how much space you need for all his employees from the school board.
Mr. Chair, I also want to point out that the space needs analysis was done by Mr. Miller and not Mr. Smolnik. So there might be different ideas of how he wants to orient his staff. So that I kind of throw out that space needs analysis because it was done by a previous county administrator.
Well, I don't think it's rocket science is all I'm saying.
It's not, but I do know that, social services is one that we talked about. And I know that they're already saying that they need more space where they're at, that they're outgrowing that space. So you're looking at social services, you're looking at school board. Who else are we looking at? Engineering, IT, the people that are leasing right now, having a central hub for all that.
Well, I mean, engineering IT is pretty simple. You have,
Understand, but I'm saying we're just counting.
engineering, you got what, 2 people? Right, 2.
Right now we do.
Right.
May change.
Everything changes.
Right, but we also have a bad habit in King George of building things and we're at capacity by the time that we move in. And then, so I don't want to repeat that stuff either. So I'd like to get are you comfortable with putting those numbers together, what exactly we're going to need?
I can, yes. I mean, I can do it. It's not going to be as detailed as, the professionals who do this, because I've sat through space needs analysis and they ask every single person, what it takes, but rough estimates, absolutely, I can get that to you.
Okay.
I can look at square footages from the school board and, talk with Mr. Franklin, see what they have right now and what they need.
Well, the school board, they're in an old school and they have, a 20 by 30 classroom for one employee. That's not going to happen here.
And then also you have the museum who's requested additional, is this keeping the museum as they are? Or is this an expansion of the museum? I know they were making some presentations to the board,
Yeah,
maybe
well,
a couple months ago.
How much space would the school board, how much social services, how much for the engineering?
Just,
Yeah, I can get some rough estimates,
yeah,
absolutely.
like an org chart,
Absolutely, yeah.
an org chart, start kind of figuring it out. And then I think the museum is something separate and,
We're not building a piano. All right, so the rough estimate's going to work just fine.
And the museum, Mr. Stroud, so their plan of taking the whole wing over is not really the best use of the space. I mean, for them to have the Commonwealth Attorney's Office and the big dispatch room, that would be different. But they don't need the whole wing. Are you familiar with that building?
right, I know what you're referring to, but I'm talking about, I know right now the museum is just that one little building, the one little end.
Yeah, they definitely need more than that.
So, right, but does it stay there and just maybe you can build onto that and have the museum stay where it's at if you decide that, hey, we want the museum to be a separate thing, people can come and go, they go and visit it and just extend onto that. I don't know, we don't know how much asbestos and stuff is in there. They didn't look at that. So,
Correct.
so it may be okay. Maybe it's not. Maybe we need to build a new.
So the Historic Society is one of the older buildings in this complex. So for there to be asbestos in there, there's a much better chance than other places. It's an old building, it's an old jail. So if you take that building and you would let the Historical Society have the Commonwealth Attorneys section, and you could still have a public door there, and they could have a public door that goes through both ways, and that would be their place. So it wouldn't be the whole section, just the Commonwealth Attorney themselves and the dispatch, if you're familiar with that building. There's a whole bunch of offices that come down that hallway.
What you're saying is maybe retain part of that building to be the museum,
I know Mr. Stone said something he wanted to add.
We had so much momentum going earlier. What the heck happened?
All right, thank you.
No, that's not it.
Oh, that wasn't it? Okay.
When you're looking into the school board and what they need, take into account, don't just say how many square feet do you have now, because there was a presentation a while back on that, and there was some discussion on whether or not the hallways were included in that or not. And the hallway, it's a school. They're really wide. There's a bunch of wasted space there. So make sure that we account for that as well.
Yes, sir.
So let's just get to it here. What's the consensus? I move that we do the analysis and go and see exactly how much it's going to cost to make it look the way that we need it to look and to function the way that we need it to function, and what those renovations would look like. And if that comes out, that doesn't cost us anything. If that comes back being too expensive, then I would move on to option 3 myself. So,
Well, so Mr. Davis, the space needs, you got an engineer and another guy up there, and I'm sure that they could do that process without taking his time from other things.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if
well,
I,
I'm sure when I talk to Mr. Smart about doing something, it doesn't mean that he doesn't delegate that
I
to
will
somebody else.
delegate it. Yeah, I will
He has a
delegate it.
tendency to take
Yeah, but
a
he has
lot of projects on.
he has the power to delegate all he will.
And I will look at square footages. I mean, what I don't want to end up having is, but by the time we bring those offsite in here, plus social services, plus school board, we need 35,000 square foot of office space in a 21,000 square foot building.
That doesn't make sense.
Right.
You don't have to bring them all. That's what I'm saying. You can pick and choose. You could maybe bring the school board and the engineering and the IT. And then. Make a hot desk. Make a hot desk?
I think the whole idea was that we're bringing everything to a central location that we can and get rid of lease spaces. So that's where we started months and months and months ago as being the goal. So now we're getting away from that. So let's see what we can do.
I've got some ideas also.
All right.
Let me put some things on paper for you all. And I've got the direction that I need though.
All right.
How long do you think it'll be? Just why can't I ask that question? Just want to have an idea.
Into September.
Happen before December or not?
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, I'd like to have something to you by your second September meeting.
Okay. Or not, if not by then, at least by the end of September, even where we can begin to discuss it amongst ourselves before we discuss it in the next meeting. How about
Sure.
that?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smolnick. All right, Daisy's not here. So 08-16 Dahlgren and KDC Fire EMS, Mr. Richard Stewart, Chief Moody. Chief, how are you today?
I am doing well and hope you are too.
Thank you. Long night, right?
Yes, sir. Well, hopefully these items won't take too much more of your time. As you may recall, back on your June 3rd board meeting, we talked about this item, and wanted to come here tonight and give you a little bit of an update. I wish I had some better news, but I think we are at a standstill where we are on Section 8. I think the presentation's pulling up here, and I'll go back to where we were. Okay, if you recall, it was at number 8 that was the sticking point. And that number 8, I'll read it, is the parties are entitled to obtain reimbursement from the appropriate federal or state authority for all or part of the cost of providing fire protection on property under the jurisdiction of the other party in accordance with federal law. So just a real quick background, we've had a mutual aid agreement with the naval base in King George County that, as far as we know, dates back to the 1950s. This is the first time this section has ever been a part of that agreement. When they proposed that to us, I found out about a month later they proposed that to Charles County, Maryland as well. And so going forward, this is going to be in the Navy and all the Navy agreement. When we reach out to the Navy Legal Counsel says it has to be in there as part of a federal law. And that federal law is the Anti-Deficiency Act. So recapping to where we were back on June 3rd, the board's discussion and action is that if Mr. Stewart would work with Navy legal counsel and try to get some kind of resolution to that section. And I don't want to speak for Mr. Stewart, but the last time that we had discussed is that we were at a standstill. And I don't think they're backing off, and it's certainly still a point with us. But operationally speaking, you know, I had provided Mr. Smolnick a report a couple weeks ago on our mutual aid, how much we provide and how much we receive. And I can just tell you that having the Dahlgren and Indy Naval District Washington Fire and Rescue Department is an essential part of us being able to serve our residents, particularly in the Dahlgren area, and also the public in general. I think we counted up, we used them like 259 times in 2024, last year. So if there was any mutual aid agreement that I would say, I would stress not to do away with, it would be that one. Because of their heavy involvement and impact that they have in our county. Now, I want to go back real quick. So I found out that Charles County, Maryland, they signed this agreement with no problem with that section. And so I dug into that a little further. And I said, well, what was your reasoning on that? How you find that there's no potential liability exposure, or you're going to get a big bill sometime down the road? And their thought and their counsel's part or thinking on this was, it says that the parties are entitled to obtain reimbursement from the appropriate federal or state authority. And their thought on it was, you can build another federal agency or you can build the state all you want. We're a local government. And that was their reasoning behind that. Now, myself and Mr. Stewart, we think that is, we think that we still don't like that language. And you know, when I see it, I know when me and Mr. Stewart had spoken, that comment at the end of that sentence, it says, on the property of, under the jurisdiction of the other party, is kind of still bothersome. So I don't want to speak any further. Mr. Stewart, if you'd like to take it from here.
The issue is this, there are no guidelines, there are no caps, we don't know. And I talked to their counsel, and I don't believe their counsel has any authority to deviate from this. And so the only way you get around this is if you go above them, and I can only speak with lawyers. And that's an ethical issue. I'm an attorney representing you all. I can only speak to the attorney on the other side. If I were to go above her to a supervisor, that would be unethical. And I think that's the only way we ever get anywhere, is to see if somebody higher up in the echelon is willing to do this. That issue, Charles County, I would never suggest you all do that. If you enter into this, you need to be prepared that you may get a bill, you don't know what it's going to be, and it's all going to be governed by federal law. And I can't advise you to sign that. I mean, you do what you want to do, but I can't give you any parameters. I can't tell you what it might be, how bad it might be. That is very concerning to me.
So right now there's a MOU. This is a new one.
And I think Chief said the other one's expiring, or it had. I mean, my suggestion to Matt was, let's approve it with the changes that we've made. And we can sign it and send it to them and see what they do. Making those provisions.
Forgive me if I don't know this, but so a call goes out like the fire. Do you call Dahlgren or they just respond?
We call them.
Okay. I know that Did you call Maryland that day when they came over, or did they just
Yes, we
respond?
called them as well.
Okay. I didn't know
So
if they
they're
just
on an
got it.
automatic dispatch response for a certain call or incident protocol.
Okay.
So like the trailer fire on West Lane, there were more fire trucks there than you can, they were all down West Lane, all down Igo Road. And Dahlgren was there with their big old truck. Did you all call the big old truck, or did they?
We did. That call had a few other nuances. It was called in as a explosion in a house with a person trapped inside. So we didn't know trailer at the time. We didn't know two-story house with a basement, etc. So, there were some unknowns there from the beginning. And once we got there and we find that it's in that case, a single wide trailer that was pretty much all far gone, then we started scaling back.
Did more than one of them show up besides the big truck?
The ladder truck.
I can't recall. I think we just had one. I was on that scene. I was on that call, but I don't call there was any other ladder truck other than the.
No, I mean any other fire truck from there.
I can't recall.
There were a
I
lot.
know we had. I know we
There
had
were way
one.
more fire trucks than King George even has. There were lots of trucks there.
Yeah.
So I was just wondering,
And that property is also where no hydrants are at. So that has another separate
right,
response protocol.
right.
Mr. Sullins?
I got a couple questions, and they're kind of related, but maybe not directly, so bear with me. The language, when I first read this, my interpretation was exactly that of St. Charles?
Charles County.
Charles County. Exactly the same. They can get the reimbursement from federal or state authority. We're neither of those. We're local. So what makes you worried that they're going to come after a local county government?
I think we could be interpreted to be an authority of the state, and it's also for protection on property under the jurisdiction under federal law. And I don't practice in federal courts. I don't know what the federal law is, so I don't know what it says, and I'm not going to try to interpret that.
Gotcha. Okay.
But I wouldn't do it in reliance on that and trying to say, no, we're not the state. You can't come after us because we're the ones signing the agreement.
Is that something that the attorney on the base could answer for us? Would we feel comfortable that she's knowledgeable enough to be able to provide this information?
She represents the base, and so she wouldn't be allowed to give us an opinion.
Okay. Then the other question was, if we did, I mean, I know it's going to depend on the size of the fire and how long, but what are we talking about in terms of cost? Are we talking about labor hours? Are we talking about material costs? Or, I mean, what's the risk here that we're taking?
Well, let me say that
It's not specified. That's the other thing that concerns me. There's nothing to define what cost is.
Okay.
So I don't know, under federal law, they could say, we bill out at $2,500 an hour for a particular truck. I just don't know.
Yeah.
So how many times do we go on the base? EMS and fire?
it's definitely a small. I can get you the numbers. I think we have it. I might ask one of my team if they can pull it up while we're talking about it.
Do they have an EMS on base?
They do.
One?
They do. Yes, one.
And advanced life support?
Yes. Yep. Made a lot of strides over the years. Yep.
But if they had an emergency or something, God forbid, an incident that has happened around the country, I won't name, something like that, then would probably be there to assist them.
I'm sure. Why don't you just leave out that section and agree to that and see what happens?
That's my suggestion. If we can revise it the way we believe it's appropriate, sign it, send it to them, and see what happens.
Well, sign it without that section and send it over. Maybe they'll catch it, maybe they won't.
I wouldn't phrase it that way.
Ms. Bender, do you have anything you'd like to add?
You all adopt what you're willing to sign, is the way I would phrase it.
Or we're making crazy threats. Let's just tell them if they don't take it out, we're going to do that jug handle thing and lock everybody on the base.
Don't do that. Lock it.
Mr. Chair, no, my questions have already been answered. Thank you.
Okay. So your advice is let you work on the language?
I would suggest you all adopt it as amended by Chief Moody and me, and authorize us to enter into that agreement with the changes that we've made, and we'll proceed on from there.
So there'll be no section 8?
Or 7. We struck 7 and 8, actually.
What's 7?
And we made a change on E. I'm having trouble with my Roman numerals again. 4E, we made a change. We made a change on 4F is now E.
Could you restate your recommendation again?
I would suggest you all authorize us to enter into the agreement with them with the changes as made by Chief Moody and me.
So moved.
We made several changes in here for the county's benefit.
So moved.
Well, so can we hear the change?
Second.
Whoa. We haven't heard the changes yet. You're going to make a motion on
Your
changes
packet.
you don't know about?
They're on your iPad,
I don't have an iPad
in
here.
your book.
It's in your big book.
Where are they at? Tell me what page they're on.
I don't know. I operate off of electronic medium. It says draft. Starts with draft.
Didn't you read his
You want to find it for me? Why, thank you.
Draft MAA with NSASP. That's the title of it.
Well, you all talk about Russian, and now you're going to rush to this.
Russian. I don't know where you're talking about now.
Mr. Chairman, I would be happy to go down to Mr. Collins' seat and go through the changes on my iPad with him if you would like.
Can't you just tell me?
I can read them all. It wouldn't make sense if I just read the
If you'd like
changes.
to walk down and talk to the old guy, you're more than welcome to.
Mr. Stewart, just to add, the Navy Legal Counsel actually recommended to remove that number 7, and that was their own language. So,
We've been negotiating with them for a little while on this. The sticking point was 8.
yeah, well, correct.
I think they could agree to everything else.
The size of this print?
Everything else, all the other little
Yes.
changes.
That's how lawyers do it.
No, it's not.
T.C. Collins, Esquire.
I can't see the print.
Then you have to approve it.
No, I don't. You all can go ahead and make a motion. I'll just say no if you want to go on with things.
The glove doesn't fit. No, he doesn't.
Why don't you go ahead and vote?
I seconded it.
Thank you. I have a motion properly second. Is there any further discussion? How do you vote, Mr. Stroud?
Aye.
How do you vote, Ms. Bender?
Aye.
How do you vote, Mr. Collins?
Nay.
How do you vote, Mr. Sullins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you. I think you're up again, correct?
Yep.
Before we get started,
Yep.
given that we've got an hour and a half left, I think we probably need to extend again because we still got 2 closed sessions.
Yeah, but these guys will keep him in here longer.
Yeah. I think he'll be all right.
All right.
If we get to that portion, then we'll do it. How about that? So this won't take long, right?
8, 9.
Be here as long as you need me to be.
It might be because I got 9 different
Questions?
special orders or SOPs that I'd like to discuss.
Okay.
That's why they give it to us, so we can discuss them.
Chief, you're up.
Yep. So, good evening, once again, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. So I'll try to make this as quick as possible. I know you have quite a bit more left in your meeting tonight. Tonight, I basically want to just provide an overview. Joined with me by some of my leadership team here to my left, and thank you for their attendance. So I want to give you just a little quick background, talk about the SOPs, the general orders, policy and guidelines, emergency plans, medical protocols, volunteer bylaws, and franchise agreements. And last week, I gave you one of these. Each one of you should have one of these little thumb drives. And I actually put it on our department thumb drive, so you know when you see our logo, you know what it is you got a hold of. On that little thumb drive, you have over 1,000 pages of policy, plans, and procedures. And we tried to put that on there where it's easy for you to navigate, and you can, if you have questions, you can kind of go right to it and look through these plans. So, real quick, if you just give me a quick second, I want to take you down a stroll down memory lane. I'm a firm believer that if you don't know about the history of your organization, that you really need to learn about it. And just some important dates about our organization. 1946 started the first incorporated chartered volunteer fire department in our county. 1954 was the founding of the Dahlgren Rescue Squad. 1960 was the starting of the Company 2 station that ran out of the Texaco building, Texaco gas station in Dahlgren. 1966 was the start of the Company 3 in Fairview Beach. That was the first Fairview Beach station. 1970 was the first time we started paying a firefighter. So a lot of people have this notion that paid firefighters is something new. First paid firefighter dated back to 1970 in our county. 1999, the Department of Emergency Services, this is a county department, was first came together. In 2000, the volunteers, the KGFR, and the Fairview Beach merged into one organization. Later in 2005, the Dahlgren Rescue Squad and the King George Fire and Rescue merged. And in 2008 is when we actually merged them all together. We still have a volunteer department, but we have all of the rescue, all of the fire, the paid and volunteer operate under one set of policies and procedures, under one mission, under one vision, and under one leadership. And so that's where we're at today. We have 67 full-time fire and rescue personnel. We have 30 volunteers and about 10 part-time personnel. As I stated, one mission, one vision, one set of core values, and I'll go over that with you, running about over 4,300 calls annually. So organizationally speaking, if you don't know who you are, you really don't know where you're going. And so we have if you go to any one of our 3 stations, when you come through the door, you're going to find a plaque on the wall, and it's got these 3 things right here: mission, vision, and core values. And all of our personnel, when they take an oath and they join as a member in our department, this is what they're a part of. And so all these policies, plans, and procedures you have, we go back and look at that and we say, how does that relate to these core values and this mission and vision of the organization? And that's in line with the county administration and ultimately the Board of Supervisors, this body's mission and vision for the county. All of our vehicles, all our trucks, our ambulances, you're going to see this slogan that we adopted years ago: our family protecting yours. And I know it might be a little cliche, but that's what we really mean. Earlier tonight, you saw a family here, a work family, but it's a family. And our family is protecting other families in our community. And so that's a slogan that we adopted, and we mean what we say. So just getting into the ordinance, so our department and our operations is promulgated by an ordinance, just like you have a zoning ordinance and you have solid waste and you have different ordinances in your King George County Code. Our chapter is mainly 6.4, chapter 6.4, and this goes over the purpose, goes over the definitions, it goes over the leadership, goes over the bylaws for volunteer organizations, and particularly here where we're at tonight, it says that, the chief shall establish standard operating procedures. And number 7, be reviewed and adopted at least annually in a report and a copy to the Board of Supervisors. Now, under Mr. Smolnick's direction, you're going to see me again here next year. And next year, I'll give you updates from where we are this year. So, so that's what you have to look forward to with myself and my team. Also, in the county HR policy, okay, this is the county human resources policies and procedures manual. Department directors have they are tasked to issue, and see right here, issue departmental policies and procedures and operating procedures. So all of your departments should have operating procedures on how they conduct business to the county. So just an overview of the SOPs. We break them off into different sections, and I'm not going to read to you 1,000 pages of SOPs. I think we'd have to extend it to tomorrow night if we started that. Just want to give you a quick highlight and a very high-level overview of these sections. So under the procedure part, you have a general administrative career, a volunteer section, a routine operations section, a training section, an emergency operations fire and EMS, and then special operations sections that we had started. In the career section, we get into working hours, physical exams, the hiring processes, the daily routines, how do we operate shift trades, emergency recalls, part-time employees, light duties, when a person has jury duty, any type of other kind of civil duty that would be. In the volunteer section, we have the application process, the membership, junior membership, the courtesy POV lights in people's cars, leave of absence, and the personal property exemption. That's one of what the board provides. Routine operations, where we really get into the bread and butter. And this lists everything from the chain of command to code of conduct and ethics, public relations, information system, safe haven law. Safe haven law is if somebody drops off a baby at the fire station and walks away. We are considered under state law a safe haven location. I've had people ask that. That's why I wanted to touch on that specifically. Background investigations, urine and drug alcohol testing. This spells out those, everything from PPE inspections, uniforms, grooming standards. How do we want our people to look? How do we want them to dress, etc. SCBAs, breathing apparatus, complaints. How do we deal with discipline? Everything, a lot of this stuff, bed bug policy is in this routine operations. Yeah, we have to worry about that from certainly time to time. And training, we have a training section. We have live fire training, operating procedure, ride along, training vehicles, fall protection, training in extreme conditions with extreme heat, extreme cold. And emergency operations, everything from the incident command to general strategic guideline, public service requests, staging of apparatus, hazmat, highway incidences, helicopter operations, critical incident stress management, structural collapse, clandestine drug laboratories, you name it, it's in the emergency operations. Then that breaks down into between fire and EMS. And in the fire portion, we have the personal alert safety devices, personal protective equipment usage, that's our gear. 2 in, 2 out, that's a federal OSHA law. Carbon monoxide, how we respond to vehicle fires, structure fires, sprinkler buildings, how we deal with E85 fuel, 85% ethanol fuel, etc. So EMS is a little bit different because we operate under a regional set of medical protocols, and that's really the bread and butter, how we treat patients, what type of medications we use, how do we use that. And you have a copy. All these are in that little thumb drive. So you're welcome to go through and look and learn about our policies, how we operate in those. We also operate through an operational medical director. So that's why I just put that in there. In EMS, we look at social services referrals, ambulance restocking, drug boxes, routine transports, how we deal with deceased patients, patient restraints, transfers, patient documentation, transportation of prisoners, treatment of minors, mental patients, and also the quality management program, what we call QIQM or QIQA. So this is a new section we've been working on, is technical rescue and rope rescue operations, water rescue, Some of the other different SOPs and operations, one of the big ones, and Mr. Stewart may notice at the state level, they put a unfunded state mandate on us, and they said, hey, every locality, you got to become a pharmacy, and by a certain time. So we actually have a pharmacy license and have to run our own pharmacy now. That's been a milestone undertaking. So we have a whole separate section of pharmacy medication policies and procedures we're required to have by the Board of Pharmacy and by the DEA. One of the ones is we'll put a general order together for football standbys. These are something that we haven't had in the past, but we feel there's a need and necessity for that, and that's us participating in the football games at the high school. Also, the creation of an EMS division. When we deal with EMS, just EMS staff alone, they are regulated differently under the Federal Fair Labor Standards Act when it comes to wage and hour. So we had to have a separate section that really addressed personnel that are not fire protection but EMS only. And then there's a special operations section that we talked about. Some other policy and guidelines that you have in there is our professional development guide. That provides guidance and on how people move throughout our organization, how they get promoted. Our annual training plan, our communications manual, our driver operator release manuals, our exposure infection control plan, and again the Rappahannock EMS Council protocol. So all of these are in that thumb drive. All of these are in the thumb drive. These are all of your county emergency plans with the exception of one, and that's the active shooter plan. And the active shooter plan is a trifecta plan that our department, the King George Sheriff's Office, and the Virginia State Police have come together, and we operate under that plan. That's the one plan you don't have on that thumb drive. The King George County All Hazards Emergency Operations Plan, what we commonly refer to as the EOP, which will be on your agenda sometime next year for ratification, has to be adopted every 4 years by state law. The mass shelter plan, the animal shelter plan, we have to have an animal shelter plan. That's required under state law. So you have to have a plan for the people, you got to have the plan for the domestic pets. So we have that, that's in that thumb drive. We are within 2 ingestion pathway zones from 2 nuclear power plants. We often think of North Anna, and that's the one in Virginia, closest to us. However, we're within the same fallout. We're actually a little closer in the fallout zone to Calvert Cliffs in Calvert County, Maryland. So we fall within 2 of those ingestion pathway zones of the 2 nuclear power plants. We have a pandemic plan. Obviously, we hope that we never have to use that again. Hope COVID is way behind us, but we're required to have that. Hazardous materials plan, a point of distribution plan, how we give things out if we were in a disaster, how we distribute things as a county. Also, we partner with the GWRC on a regional hazard mitigation plan. So we don't have our own hazard mitigation plan. We have a section, and we're a part of the GWRC hazard mitigation plan. All right, so talk about real quick about accessibility and compliance. So how our members, how our personnel have access to all this is through a program called Fire Manager, which has storage of all these documents. So they can pull out their phone, they can look on their computer, and they can see these things kind of in real time. Vector Solutions, we use Vector Solutions for if we push out a new policy or new training, we can assure that the personnel are time, date, stamp of when they are completing that training. It's a great information sharing tool. Both of these are. We also utilize the county SharePoint system. So we internally, all of the emergency plans are in the county SharePoint system. And we highlighted that today. We had a county hurricane preparedness training with all staff, all department heads, constitutional officers, and we talked about these plans and how they can gain access to them in the county SharePoint. And we also use the old true and tried method, and that's 3-ring binders, manuals, bulletin boards at the stations, and we post things. So that's how we kind of accomplish the accessibility and compliance part. I hope that was as painless as possible. I know you've had a late night. wanted to cover all that. Most of the information is, again, back on this, on that right there. So anytime there's ever any questions, whether it's I'm here, talking about this, or something pops in your head at 2 o'clock in the morning, you say, I want to ask about this. How do they do business? Please let me know. So, any questions?
Yes.
Mr. Collins, go ahead.
So 6.4-7, number 4, and number 5.
Okay.
Got that? Any of these changes need to be reordained when a change occurs.
Did you say those sections again? You were
6.4-7, number 4, and 6.48, number 5.
What's the SOP number?
That's SOP 6.4-7.
This is the county ordinance.
So
Number 4 is prescribed area in which franchised agencies may operate. So that is the number 4. Is it
6.4-7, number 4, it was off the SOP that was on that thumb drive.
That's number 4 right here. Section 6.4-7, number 4.
Number 4, what does that say?
Prescribed area in which franchised agencies may operate.
That's not what I looked at, because I wrote every one of these down off the thumb drive. It basically, when any changes to these SOPs change, that they need to be reordained by the county Board of Supervisors. And what I read was it could be reordained by just you.
I will, okay, yeah, I see where you're, yeah, that was not a part of that slide cutout section. That's number 4, section, such SOP and rules and regulations as amended from time to time shall be made part of this ordinance without need to reordain.
But they need to be reordained.
They need to be, you're saying they need to be?
Yes.
Could I answer that, or can I make a comment on that?
Well, so these are the SOPs that are approved by the Board of Supervisors. And all these things need to be approved by the Board of Supervisors. Bottom line.
Mr. Chairman, can I make a comment on that?
Yes, sir.
So operationally speaking, that would be very, very prohibitive. That would mean that if I had to make a small, just take that football general order, football standby. If I had to make a change to that, like, hey, we had a staffing issue, or we need to, add a new section to address an issue. Every time something like that would happen, that would be extremely prohibitive to do that. And I wouldn't say just even our policies. I would say that every county department policies. So if community development, because again, back into the HR manual says every department shall have policies and procedures, and the department head should make policies and procedures.
And the policy and procedures will be approved by the Board of Supervisors. That's what it says. That's the county. And same thing here. Your SOPs need to be approved by the Board of Supervisors when changes occur.
I don't read it that way, sir.
Well, I'm just telling you, it needs to be that way. I'm not telling you how I read it. I read it that you can make changes when you want to. And I'm saying that you can make changes as long as they're approved by the board. Next thing is,
Before we move past that, Mr. Smart, is that how it reads?
I'm pulling up the personnel policy manual right now, but I believe it's,
This is what you're referring to right here.
Mr. Chairman, I think and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Collins, I think what Mr. Collins says is, it says it does not have to be reordained. What Mr. Collins is saying is that he feels that it needs to say that it needs to be reordained.
I don't feel that way. I'm saying that that's what needs to be done, because when changes occur and we're not notified of the changes, then that causes problems. It causes big problems, because when we have to approve of changes, just like we do in the policy manual, that could cause big problems if we didn't do that. If just people just decided to change things without being reordained by the board. It's just the way to do business.
Yeah, I mean, again, operationally speaking, I think it is written the way it works. And it's worked that way since
Well,
2008.
so there's a lot of things that are written that don't work. And so that we need an opportunity to make sure that those things don't happen the way they work. That's why they need to be reordained by the board. You ready for the next one? 6.5-14B.
No, wait.
Leaf pickup service area shall.
This is about burning leaves.
Well, it says leaf pickup. Did you read that? Can you read that?
This is not on the slide. I'm reading the ordinance 6.5-14B.
Right, which is
Burning of leaves.
Right.
Notice of leaf pickup service areas shall be by publication of a description of those areas and schedules for free leaf pickup service at least once a week for 2 successive weeks in newspaper having general circulation in the county.
So the county doesn't even do leaf pickup, so it needs to be removed. That's my point. We don't do leaf pickup. We don't need to advertise leaf pickup. It needs to be removed.
Yeah, there's no hardship. That was when the fire prevention ordinance, because now we're in the fire prevention ordinance. When the fire prevention ordinance, that's a different section, but when that was promulgated, the county attorney said, if we ever do provide leaf pickup service in the county, that would be the time that we need to have that in there. So that was a legal piece.
So we don't.
That changes nothing with us.
Right, so we don't do leaf pickup in the county, so we shouldn't have it in there. So if I read that like I did the other day, I'm like, okay, well, the county says they do leaf pickup, and I'm gonna shove my leaves out into the street because they're gonna come by and pick them up. So it shouldn't be in there.
No, Mr. Collins, go ahead and put your leaves out on the street, wait for somebody to pick them up.
No,
I don't think it
that's
says,
another code section for debris on the highway.
I don't think it says that though.
It says, read it.
No, I can read it. It doesn't say, it says notice of leaf pickup. It's under burning of leaves, okay? And it's an ordinance, is based on the state law references regulating the burning of woods, brush, et cetera,
Right.
and penalties.
Got that.
Code of Virginia, prohibition on all open burning where serious fire hazards exist.
Got that.
Exist, penalties. So it's this thing called taken in context. Okay,
Well,
this
so-
isn't talking about county services. It isn't providing, these are the services provided by the county. It's not saying that. It's a protective measure, so if that service were to be provided at some point, then it's covered by this. But this right here does not say that the county's providing leaf pickup.
Well, it's inferred, and it's in our county ordinance under the.
Context is burning of leaves.
No, the context is leaf removal in there. What is leaf removal?
It's under burning of leaves. The context is under burning of leaves.
And it says that if the county do leaf pickup every so often, and then it's advertised in the paper.
It doesn't say that.
It does.
No. If notice of leaf pickup service areas shall be by publication of a description of the areas and schedules for free leaf pickup service at least once a week for 2 successive weeks in a newspaper having general circulation in the county. Okay, 1, we have no newspaper with general circulation. 2, the county doesn't offer leaf pickup. So if you were to call and say, hey, When's leaf pickup? Say, we don't offer that. This right here doesn't say that you're going to get leaf pickup.
Well, let me
Ask
ask,
the
let
county.
me ask the attorney.
If Mr. Collins says he's gonna sue the county because we're not picking up his leaves, do you think this gives him the grounds?
I see it. Sorry, I was reading another section.
This is it right here.
No, because I think that it doesn't require you to do it. It just says notice of it shall be if you're going to.
Well, why wouldn't we remove it? Because it's inferative.
I don't disagree with that. It is.
That was the bottom line.
It's superfluous and it doesn't need to be in there.
And did you have an answer to the first one? The one you were reading before that?
Personnel stuff.
Yeah.
It actually is kind of in conflict with me as far as I read it. It says the personnel policies and procedures are maintained by the county administrator or his designee, but they only take effect upon adoption or amendment by the board and or the county administrator as permitted herein. And then you go down to the departmental policies and procedures. They have to be coordinated in advance with the county administrator. So at a minimum, the county administrator has to approve the departmental policies and procedures. There is an argument that they have to be approved by the board as well. The way this is drafted, it's not entirely clear to me. But it's clear that the county administrator has to approve everything, at least.
And then, that would be, community development, having an SOP, how to answer a telephone call with a subdivision plat. That would either have to be approved by me or be brought in front of the board of supervisors for your approval.
We're talking about what was on the thumb drive that was provided to us, that was, every page is King George Fire and Rescue. It's not community development. This is what I'm going through.
He's referred to his role in other departments and compared to the role of this department as head.
You're going to get all the SOPs. We're getting all the SOPs.
Mr. Chairman, this would be all. This would apply to everyone, not just the fire department, community development. The way I read this, everyone has to get approval from the county administrator, and then the personnel policies and procedures have to be maintained by him, so he's like the clerk of those, and they've got to be approved by him and the board. And that is at a higher level than just the everyday personnel policies for the department policies. Am I clear on that? Okay.
Can I offer my interpretation of that?
Well, you're not a lawyer. He gave you his interpretation.
Well, you're not a financial advisor either, but you've argued with our financial advisors, so. You're not a financial advisor either, but you've argued with our financial advisors, so he wants to give his interpretation. I will allow it.
Is that the county administrator is the one who reviews the changes. We have delegated him, we still have authority over it, but we delegate him as the one that's approving it. But if for some reason we saw something that we didn't like, then we could go and say, hey, look, we don't like this, and we need this to change. That's the way that I interpret that.
Well, that's what I'm telling you, is this are the things that need to be changed.
I'm not arguing that.
It has to be approved in advance by the county administrator before it's actually operative. It's not, the way I read it is not a valid policy until the county administrator has approved it. Operating procedures shall not conflict with any portion of the policies and procedures and must be coordinated in advance with the county administrator. So they don't become policy until the county administrator has approved them.
And he's in the process of doing that based on.
You want to speak?
Just when I'm.
Yeah, go right ahead.
I was just going to mention, I think there's two documents. We have the ordinance, which is county code. And then we have the county policy and procedures manual, the HR manual, we'll call it. And the county code, what I would refer to as a county law, says exactly, you know, how that occurs. Now, there are conflicts between that and the HR manual. Now, I will say this, because there's other things I have to do. I have to go to, like if it affects the volunteers. By county law, I have to take it to the volunteers. I have to make them aware of it. And it's that section right there, the section 6, the 6.4-7. It says how establishes in law how the SOPs are to be established. So these are a little bit different. There are some conflicts between that law. There were in 2008. 2008, I brought these conflicts up. But there are some conflicts. Now, I will say that if there's ever an SOP, an operating procedure, most of our operating procedures is how we respond to house fires, elevator rescues, vehicle fires, hazmat incidents, most of that. If there is a administrative personnel operating procedure, I have always vetted that through the county administrator, the human resources director, or if there's a policy that's like, hey, look, fundamentally we have an issue with this policy or this section. I'm certainly, willing. I know Mr. Smolnick is as well. We'll look at that and address it. Please let me know if there's a sticking point.
That's what I'm doing. I'm fundamentally addressing these things. Next one is 6.517. It's about fireworks and the fire department and the permits. So it doesn't say in there there's a cost for the permits. So we should be getting the permits should cost something.
They do.
It needs to be enumerated how much it costs in 6.517.
So we have a fee schedule that was adopted by the board, promulgated through the ordinance. So the ordinance doesn't establish the fees. But fireworks in general is a little bit of a touchy thing.
Yeah, I haven't seen the fee schedule. Where's that located? It wasn't in any of the
I think it's on
SOPs or any of that stuff.
I think it's on the, well, partly because we charge for the fireworks, but there's many of those fees in there that we have not started the inspections to ever, so they adopted a fee schedule a number of years ago, but never the person to generate the fees. So, so a lot of the fee schedule in that is not, it's not current. Fireworks are one that is.
How much does it cost for a permit for fireworks?
It depends. Depends whether it's a public fireworks display. It depends whether it's the sheets down the road selling consumer fireworks, a trailer in front of the McDaniel's car wash. So it just depends.
But where is that located? How much it costs?
That I do not believe is in your thumb drive. I can get that to Mr. Smolden. We can get that to you.
Okay. GAC 070004, number 14. It says it's comp time at 1.5 hours. Why would comp time be 1.5 hours? Comp time is comp time for
hour for hour?
Hour for hour.
So federal law says it has to be 1.5.
No, sir, it doesn't. Not comp time. Comp time, if you get a holiday, you get 8 hours of holiday pay. You get 8 hours of holiday pay. You don't get 1.5 for 8.
Hold on one second, Mr. Smolnick.
Every locality that I've worked in, my understanding with HR, it is a 1 to 1.5 ratio. So if somebody is sitting here and, works 2 hours over, they get 3 hours of comp time. Did I do my math right? It's a 1 to 1.5 ratio.
Why would that happen? That's ridiculous. Why should you get more time than if you work over 40, it's 1.5. It shouldn't be. It should be hour for hour on comp time. And I think that all the federal laws support that. Every place I've ever been a part of an organization, you get hour for hour.
Chief?
So the way comp time should not be confused with holiday pay. So holiday pay is hour for hour. Comp time is an individual working overtime. And so if you have an individual working overtime and they decide, do I want to have overtime pay or do I want to have comp time? It has to be paid at the same ratio. So if they're earning if they're earning time and a half, then they have to earn the comp time at time and a half.
Right, this
at
just
1.5.
as, in this particular one, it just says comp time at 1.5. It doesn't say overtime comp time.
That's
So-
what comp time would be that's what compensatory time is.
It's not overtime. You can have comp time with no overtime. No, if you work overtime, you get time and a half, and you can count it as time and a half comp time, or you get comp time at hour for hour. But this says that all comp time is 1.5 hours, which is giving you more time than is allowable by law. Look it up.
What I will say is we follow the county under the HR manual when it gets into how we compensate people. That is followed. So there's a section in the HR manual for compensatory time.
Right, I've read that, and it doesn't say you get 1.5
I think,
comp time.
just for brevity tonight, we need to look at that because according to what I'm reading here, off the federal, it says compensatory time off may be approved, not required, in lieu of regularly scheduled overtime work only for employees, including wage employees who are ordered to work overtime hours under flexible work schedule.
Right, that's overtime.
And
In lieu
You can
of.
get overtime comp.
Mr. Smolnik?
Mr. Chairman, 5.13 of the Personnel Policies Manual, this was last revised December 23, 5.13, non-exempt employees may earn compensatory time at the rate of 1.5 hours per hour worked beyond an employee's normal working hours in excess of 40 hours per week.
Right, I said, you get comp time. If you want to go overtime comp, you get 1.5. If you're just doing regular comp time, you just get the hour for hour. But that particular one says, read it out loud.
Yeah, so.
Look it up
the same
yourself.
thing, If you're working overtime, your pay is 1.5 times.
1.5 times.
Your comp time
Comp
is
time
the
is
same.
1.5 times.
But if it's just regular time, comp time.
That's straight time.
Right, but that's not what it says. It says all comp time is 1.5.
If
Yeah.
it's comp time, it is 1.5.
No.
If it's straight time, then it's what we refer to as straight time, and it's hour for hour.
No. Overtime is overtime. Comp time is comp time. Holiday is holiday. There's 5 or 6 different types of pay. If you work overtime on a holiday, you get time and a half. You don't get the overtime and the comp time, and you get time and a half. Comp time, you just get straight for straight.
Yeah, it needs to be reviewed, chief, because overtime says 1.5, compensatory time says 1.5.
That's why I'm bringing it up. Next one is GAC 0713. So in that particular one, it says that if you are out for jury duty, that you get paid, you can get paid for your regular time gone. In other words, I go to this courthouse and do jury time. The fire department will pay me, but then it says I also get the jury fee. So it's either one or the other. You don't get the jury fee too.
Is that section specifically under jury duty, or is that going to court?
GAC 070013, jury duty.
Yeah, I think I think the county policy is minus the if you get
It doesn't say that.
compensation fee.
That's not what it says. It says that you get you get paid to go to jury duty by the department, and you also get the jury fee. That's what it says. That's why there's a discrepancy. That's why I bring it up.
Yeah, Paragraph 3 says both.
So you get one or the other. I would take the my pay, because jury fee is only like 25 bucks.
Are we talking about number 3? Members shall be entitled to a leave of absence with pay while performing the duties of a juror and may accept a jury fee.
Right.
If they're a leave of absence.
Well, they get paid. They can't get paid twice. They only get paid once. You can't get paid for jury fee and get your money, take time at whatever time, 8 hours of pay, and get jury fee. You can't do that.
Yeah, I think the way we read that, the way I read that, correct me if I'm wrong. We don't get a lot on jury, a lot of people out on jury duty, but.
Right, but.
The way I read that is that they're given a leave of absence with pay.
Right, so.
They can take their leave.
But they don't get the jury fee too.
But they've taken their leave.
So.
They're taking their,
You're saying they're burning their leave.
They're burning their leave.
Even if you burn your leave, you still can't get you can't get paid for that time and then get jury too, because basically we're paying you to be on the jury with their leave, and we're also paying you for the jury fee. That's.
Mr. Sullins?
So I think you're mistaken there. When somebody goes on jury duty, this is at the federal level, but I'm assuming at the county level, it really ought to be the same.
Yeah.
If one of my employees goes on jury duty, he or she has administrative leave. It doesn't take away from their annual leave that they've built up. And for what it's worth, the federal thing used to be that you would have to return that jury fee. They've changed that. We get both now.
Okay.
So you get paid your leave. It's administrative leave, doesn't come out of your leave bank, and you can still take whatever that meager jury duty fee is too. So
So when I go jury duty, all I get is jury fee. Why should I get paid from my employer to go to be a jury? It's already your civil duty to go be a juror. Why are you getting 2 pays for one operation? You're already getting paid to go.
I'll tell you why, because one, they're totally separate and they come out of different areas. Like this, the man's job, so the man's going to take off his work to go do a jury duty that pays him 3 times less to do his civil duty.
Right.
So he's going to use his own comp time out of his own pocket. Yes, then why shouldn't he be paid for
If he doesn't use his comp time and he just goes jury duty, he just gets the jury fee.
Right.
Right. Is that correct?
Yes, the leave, he's not taking, this doesn't say he's taking leave, his leave. He's just going to leave of absence, meaning that, yeah, he's getting off. But it says that he is getting paid. So I didn't know the federal government's doing that, so I don't know. Yeah, so I think employers.
So
Employers can decide if they
you
want.
weigh in on this one? Isn't that kind of a form of embezzlement?
It depends on what you're offered. And if the policy says you can do it, then you can do both.
That's why I say the policy shouldn't be both.
As an employer, I don't have a problem with it because I encourage people to do their jury duty.
Well, they have to do their jury duty whether you encourage them or not. If they're called for a jury, they have to show up. If not, they'll be held in contempt.
I've never shown up.
And it's their civic duty to show up, whether they're a firefighter or they're just Joe the ragman.
That doesn't mean it has to cost them to do it.
It doesn't cost them.
It does. If I'm a $100 an hour employee, but someone wants me to go make $25, at jury duty, yes, they cost me. It does. It costs you. You're making a sacrifice and it costs you, but.
So okay, how about if they don't take leave? Do you still get the $25? You're basically saying the same thing.
You're getting paid to do a totally different job.
Sir?
You're getting paid to do a different job when you go on jury duty. It's not the same job. It's not.
Right, so you shouldn't.
Fireman,
so
he's
you
not
either,
being.
You either get one or the other. You either get the jury pay for being a jury person.
That's your opinion. I don't agree with you.
Well.
Yeah, but the thing is,
sir?
instead of us sitting and going through.
You weigh in on this?
It's a question.
The jury fee. Should they collect the jury fee and their paycheck?
It depends on the employment policy. So if there's no illegal act in accepting a jury fee because they offer it to you, if your employer offers you to get paid for jury duty even though you're not working that day, then it's okay. That is a policy decision that this board has to make to determine whether or not they want to pay people who are taken off to go to jury duty. It's nothing illegal about either one. It's all a policy judgment called by you all.
Okay, so my judgment is you don't get paid for both. Next one is GAC 070016.
Mr. Stroud?
Yeah, so this could go on all night.
What? So this is a discussion time for the SOPs.
Thing is I'm not.
Next time you're going to put it for action and they'll be approved without going through
Was
these.
I
things.
recognized?
I'm talking to him. Why are you speaking over everyone again? And you're the one, you've come in, your attitude's changed. Once you started reading these towards the chief and everyone else, you've been calm all night, but all of a sudden this is putting the fire under you. And maybe you should be a little bit more, you can, but you can be polite and be courteous to people at the same time. You don't have to, this isn't a Senate hearing where you get to interrogate people to death without giving anyone else a chance to do anything. This isn't your time.
It is my time.
It is. And every time you speak,
It's my time to speak because I had the floor.
And every time you speak, you will address me as chair before you speak for the rest of the night. Thank you. Mr. Stroud.
Whoa.
Sure.
Mr. Stroud.
What happened to my time?
When I come back to you, whenever someone else gets to speak.
So what I think with these SOPs, because they are very lengthy and it takes time to go through them, that maybe something be set up so that the supervisors can take their changes to Mr. Smolnik. And if there's a problem with the change, or if there's not a problem with it, then fine, the change can be made. We get the edits, here's all the edits that were made. If there's a problem with it, then it comes before us and says, okay, here's a problem, like the one with the leaves, there's no problem with that. So those are easy ones. But the ones that may have an issue like the comp time or getting paid to go, that comes before us and then we review it and we do it at a night whenever we have more time to accomplish our business. But we schedule it that way.
That would be efficient, Mr. Stroud.
So next time, or if you're going to end the
Mr. Collins.
discussion, if you're going to end the discussion, then the next time will be a discussion, not an action. Correct?
I don't follow you at all, no.
So this is a discussion. This is what's on the agenda for discussion.
No, this is a show.
Excuse me?
This is a show, Mr. Collins.
Is that not what it says there, Mr.?
I'm just letting you know that what you're doing right now, you've had.
What I'm doing is doing what my job is. Going through all.
Well, 4 years on the board, 4 years on the board, you haven't done your job then. You're waiting for your last little bit to do it. Well.
Go to hell.
You Christian brother, you. Good job.
Well, go to hell, Christian brother.
Man, this is.
Are you gonna discuss it or are you not? Or are you just gonna just breeze over everything again?
We're not breezing over it.
Well, then why the hell you
This
put it on
also is not the TC Collins show where you sit there and speak and all of us just sit here while you talk. This isn't a Senate hearing.
Well, so when Mr. Stroud gets his time, he gets to talk about all of his stuff. When Mr. Sullins gets,
Mr. Sullins doesn't get a chance to speak. Okay, so please don't use him in this. Ms. Bender, she's taking a nap. No one's here because we're all sitting here waiting for you.
Well,
that's really what's happening. And don't act like it's any different.
So I'm the problem with going through doing my job.
No, that's not the problem.
through the agenda
It's your
items.
attitude and your manner in which you are handling this. That's the problem.
Well, I don't
That's the
care if
problem.
you like my manner. I'm not
Obviously.
violating any rules.
Obviously. Well, you've violated a lot of rules.
Which one?
Right. There is nowhere in the handbook where you get to just ask question after question after question without giving someone else a chance. I got to keep interrupting you to get there. You know better than that.
Okay, well, go ahead and anybody else ask questions. I'll wait for my turn for my next question.
Stuart, do you think there's an easier, more efficient way to handle this? I mean, when you're dealing with the people the other side at the building.
Sometimes people just have to ask questions, Mr. Chairman. And
Yeah.
everybody but me.
It could be a working group.
If you go back and watch the minutes, my friend, you speak more than anybody. I don't know what you're talking about. That's just not true. This whole victim mentality don't look good on you.
Didn't you just want to cut me off when I'm asking the question?
Because
Yes or no?
Because you keep over talking me, which is not your job to do. You keep cutting people off. You've been speaking over people all night long. So please stop. And you can talk to her. This is one of our employees of our county, and you can speak to him.
He's answering what I'm asking
And you'll speak to him in a courteous, respectful manner. That's what we're going to do.
What did I say disrespectful to you, Chief?
He doesn't have to answer that. I'll answer for him. It's your attitude and the way, I'm telling you, the way you're coming across, it's your attitude and it's very disrespectful, and I don't like it.
You think that you're not being disrespectful at this point?
No, I'm giving back to you where you need to get it.
Oh, is that how it works?
Yeah, whatever you sow is what you reap, son. That's exactly. You go to Bible, don't you?
So what are you going to do?
Mr. Chief?
Mr. Chairman, just thinking, if possible, and understanding y'all still have some business to take care of tonight, is if we had, instead of me like answering the questions right on the cuff and having to scroll through several iPads and phones and not understanding, not knowing what the questions are, if I could have a list of the questions and I could go back and kind of prepare a response or come back to you, and I'm happy to do that. But that way you could have a more thorough, understanding.
And we give our county administrator and county attorney, they're over there fighting through computers trying to find answers to stuff too, because they're not aware of any of these issues. So this is.
They could, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
They had the opportunity to read the agenda packet just like I did.
That's right.
Right? So they had an opportunity to see everything I saw. This is nothing that nobody else, it's not like I have the sole information here.
That's right.
So when I reference something, you have the same information I have.
The whole point is, my friend,
You remember
you've had
reading
4
the
years on the board. You've never acted this way. And all of a sudden, the past few months, it's just become just about you get up here and pontificating everybody. That's what it's come about. And talk about transparency. None of us know anything about your issues. You do the same thing with our county administrator with warrants. You put him on the spot. He's over here plumbing through papers trying to appease you. And I'm tired of looking at people trying to appease. You can do things respectfully. You can let people know, hey, before this meeting tonight, Chief, these are some of the questions I'm going to have, and copy our attorney on it, and copy our county administrator, and maybe have them send it out to us so we're aware of where you're going, so people actually have answers, and this goes in a more timely manner.
So Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
So I get the packet on a Friday, and I have a day and a half, basically, to look it over, right? So I had to read, what, 2,000 pages on this?
3 days.
2,000 pages?
Wednesday?
Plus all the other information you had to read.
It was Wednesday. It wasn't Friday.
Well, in my email, it was Friday. But anyhow, so I had to read 2,000 pages of this, all these things, and then I had to read all the other documents, and I'm supposed to have my questions ready with those 3 days' notice.
You're ready right now?
I am, because I went through all the work.
That's right.
And I would think that you would have had some of the same questions.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I think what Mr. Collins is saying is the only questions he has is the ones that he asked here tonight. Everything else he's good with.
Right. I read all excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
So I read the whole thing. I read every operation procedure, everything from their safe harbor, the whole thing. And these are
How many more we got left on there?
Out of those 2,000 pages, this is all I got, as a page and that. But I've been beat down every second of the way trying to do it.
No one's beating you down. It's like I said before, I told you what the reasons are, but if you want to keep hearing what you want, finish your list. But the whole point is you don't get to monopolize the time. You have to give other people on the board a chance to speak. That's all we're asking for. It just can't be you talking and no one else gets to speak to the matter. So hit your list up. Unless you're done.
RO 24001 3.3 is take-home vehicles, and it talks about passengers. and it allows for family members to be in in a county vehicle. Should not be, I don't think our liability covers families and so forth and taking kids to school and whatever else actions. They should only be approved by the county administrator for special circumstances, like to awards or other type of things like that, not as a regular, allowance.
You read that? I don't,
I mean, I can tell you, and we can pull up the policy. Again, I have to go through and pull up the policy. I'll tell you that our take-home policy in the sheriff's office pretty much mirrors itself. So, there are things like the occasional, it's certainly not a routine business, but we don't use our any take-home county vehicle that the county taxpayers are using for personal uses. It's strictly by the policy. I'll give you one example. Some of them we couldn't put people out here in the fall festival parade if we had just a strict policy. We couldn't have it, nobody could ride with you. So some of those aren't under the take-home vehicle policy, but if it was a department vehicle that was taken home, it would fall under that policy. So there are certain measures, there are things, particularly has to deal with passengers. I've taken people that have been broke down on the side of the road, and I've taken them to their home or to get a ride. So operationally speaking, what I would ask is you trust us to lead the department effectively, and I don't think, I certainly as a chief have not had complaints out there, and I've had family members and being driven around all areas of King George County. And like I said, I know our policy and the sheriff's office policies pretty much mirrors itself.
and I mean, I agree. I don't want to see, I know we recently got all the trucks decaled out, and so
Yeah.
some of them weren't, which is good,
Right.
because I don't want to see a truck up in Lowe's in Fredericksburg picking up
Right.
lumber for their home project, or driving their kid to a Little League game, things like that. What's the county policy on the vehicles? You can just tell me what it is and let me know if they're mirroring it.
So the county's policy says, it says, unless otherwise approved by the employee's department director, an employee's spouse, dependent, or any other person not employed by or conducting business on behalf of the county shall not be permitted to ride in a county take-home vehicle.
Is that what your policy states?
Yeah, that's I believe it. I'd have to read it, but we follow the county policy.
Go ahead,
So
Mr. Collins.
it would have to have special permission. But again, like I said, just operationally being a fire and rescue public safety, it's hard for me to give permission if I say, if somebody, if he leaves out of here tonight and sees somebody that needs a ride because their car broke down, even if a member of the board.
Right.
We could say, well, hold on, I got to get Chief Moody's permission before you can hop in here on my car on a rainy night and I'll drive you, to the sheets down the road,
Or, your shift started and you dropped your kid off at school on your way to the firehouse. I'm going to ask you to go drop your kid off and go back home.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm not.
Yes, sir. That is a county-owned vehicle. Mr. Chairman, may I speak?
Yes, sir.
That's a county-owned vehicle, it's county-owned insurance, and it's for county employees performing their duties. So unless it's authorized by the county administrator for special
I thought it
events.
said department director.
Well,
It says department director.
Sheriff's
Matt
office,
said it correct, but they can't conflict with the overall county policies that are approved by the board. So this would be in conflict there.
Yes.
Wouldn't be good. What the board may want to do is have a policy where if you're at a late fire or something happens and you go straight home and you left your own vehicle at the station, it's okay to take your kid to school in the morning or something, and you're on your way back to the fire department. Maybe an exigent circumstances exemption, but you all would. Common sense, but you all would need to put that in, because unfortunately that conflicts with your overall policy. And the overall policy says you can't do it.
right.
Are you aware that this conflicts with our overall policy, the vehicles?
I think it says if the department director allows. I think that's what the policy says. If I
And I think
understand that policy.
I think they're reading that as county administrator. And I'm thinking
Oh.
I'm thinking department director, I'm thinking that you're the department director of your
Yes,
department.
yeah.
That's the way I read that.
Yeah.
But if the county policy says county administrator and then yours differs and says department, I don't,
But yeah, then it's going to have to conform. I
Yeah.
mean, and look, we want to be easy to get along with.
yeah.
I will tell you, I mean, there are times that those types of situations, and if that happens, it's certainly an exception, not the rule. You're going to find, it's because, like Mr. Stewart had mentioned in his example, an emergency call, a late call. But I think you just got, my recommendation is you got to be a little careful as far as the unique operation of what we do for public safety. And if you just, put a large swath blanket policy that doesn't fit into any parameters, there's no exceptions, I think that could do a little disservice to the department and the community. But I'm happy to, like I said, we want to be easy to get along with. If that's a sticking point, certainly change it.
Mr. Sullins?
So one of the other concerns that was mentioned when we first started down this line was liability.
Yep.
We provide you guys health insurance, right? Is your whole family, everybody's covered, or are we in some risk area there?
No, well, I can't speak on every employee because I think it depends on what they choose. But yes, we provide health insurance.
Mr. Chairman? Yes, sir. That's different because it's auto insurance that covers it. So if you're carrying your family member without permission and you get in a wreck, then there's a fly on your head. That passenger can sue the county. And when it's unauthorized, if it's not an authorized passenger, so like if you're gonna pick up somebody on the side of the road in the rain to give them a ride down the road, like the sheriff's office policy says that they'll call it in a dispatch, they'll give their mileage, and then give their mileage when they drop them off. But this is not what that policy says.
It's not that you're so much against them helping a lady who's 2 o'clock in the morning, she's got a flat tire, she's walking in the rain, you don't want them put up going, I'm sorry, I can't help you. But you want to go through the proper step in order for them to do it.
Right, and it's not for personal use for family members, other than special occasions like the Fall Festival, given permission by the county administrator, or special events. One of these guys gets an award, he takes their family with him, permission of the county administrator, and the chief takes his family members to go to the award ceremony. That's a whole lot different than dropping your kids off at school, right?
I totally agree with you.
Or go shopping, or any of that kind of stuff.
At the end of the day, like there's policies and they're open for interpretation. And I guess at the end of the day, you're going, don't abuse them.
Yeah.
Right? And so we're looking, and I guess that's the trust part. And then the verify part is I don't know if Matt wants to get a call at 2 o'clock in the morning of hey, do you mind if I pick somebody up on the side of the road? I'm sure he doesn't want to get woke up at that particular time. But maybe in that case, you pick the person up, you give them a ride, but you let Matt know, hey, look, one of my guys had to pick somebody up the other day. Whatever. There's just so many ways it can go. Should it be set in stone? Never.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
There should be a policy that says if you're picking up disabled motorists or other folks, that you will call in your mileage and your ending mileage. I'm picking up.
That's a sheriff, though. He's constitutional, so he's different
He can
than
do
us.
what he wants.
Yeah, he's different than
Can
us.
you draft this up,
He can't.
Mr. Collins?
No. It's not my job to draft up this stuff. It's to bring the stuff forward and to let you know what the issues are and for the county administrator to make the changes, if the board agrees.
Yeah, but the thing is somebody could draft something and then you just keep, editing it over and over and over again. If you just said, you know what, here's what I want to see in it, then we can all look at it and say, you know what, yeah, it's good.
In the essence of time. quoted Harris. That's NDS at the time. All right, so what's the language in this that makes you feel comfortable with the riding in the vehicle?
There needs to be a policy on passengers. Policy for family members needs to be pre-approved. Unless the family member is broken down, and then it wouldn't need to be pre-approved because that would be a disabled motorist assisting. And they would be a policy that they call in the mileage, who they have, not the person's name. I have one female and one child approximately under the age of 16. My beginning mileage is 17772. Drop them off, my ending mileage is 17773. It's that simple. The other ones will have to be pre-approved by the county administrator.
Okay.
That's not hard because you know when you have awards, you know when you have the fall festival, and then he can give that exemption for people to ride in, let's say, the battalion vehicle pickup. You know, he can say, you know, you can have passengers in the fall festival for your, you know, whatever. All the firemen or family members, or people sitting on hay.
Yeah, one of the other things that comes to mind is I'm just thinking about how we operate with business is if we take, like, say, our van, and we have people that are not from our department, they're firefighters and they're from other, like, departments, but we're carpooling and going to one location. Do we stop doing that? Because they're not,
What would be a reason why you'd be carpooling?
well, let's just say let's say,
Maybe you're traveling to training or something like that.
an example. Oh, yeah, going to the fire academy, going to Spotsylvania or training center. and
Well,
we
you,
got-
in those cases, you'd probably know ahead of time that you're gonna do it. So that'd be easy going, you know, next week, we're gonna be going to Train Academy. And some people from the Spotsylvania or Carolina, or someone's gonna be carpooling with us or something like that.
Well, Mr. Chairman, that's part of their professionals. So there are other professionals riding with them. That's not a problem. This is talking about non-personnel.
But they're not our personnel, that's why I'm
They're
clarifying.
fire personnel.
Yeah, but they're not ours, that's why I'm clarifying, they're not county employees. So I'm just making sure that we're on the same page.
We're gonna go over midnight.
Yeah. So what's the next one?
That's it.
Anything else? I think, Chief, you get a little bit idea where some of the language here, maybe you and Mr. Smolnik.
Yeah, like I said.
I just want to find out where your policy procedures aren't aligning with what ours are, and just make sure that there's no gray area.
Sure.
And then we come back and we talk about these things to make sure everything's good.
Yeah, like I said, we want to be a team player. We're easy to get along with. We don't want any conflicts. So happy to work with Mr. Smolnik, and any changes that the board may have, you know, please let us know.
All right.
We're here to serve.
Any other questions, the chief? All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you guys for coming. Appreciate it. So I think we're up to we're up to you, county administrator report, right?
We can do that right now. So
Mr. Chairman, as you all recall, last meeting, we had a packet of information regarding another opioid settlement between Purdue Pharma and the Sackler family, and I wanted to do a little more due diligence. I've talked with the Attorney General and his assistant that helped negotiate that settlement, and they are encouraging all Virginia localities to enter into it. Doesn't conflict with any of the other settlements. We're in a regional settlement now with Stafford, Spotsylvania, and Caroline, using a different pool of money from an opioid settlement for certain opioid remediation, and this won't impact us in anything else that comes along. So I'm comfortable that This is a good thing for the county, and we've given you a resolution to adopt. And the Attorney General has encouraged us to enter into it as
That's
a
for
whole.
the opioid?
Yes,
All
the
right.
Purdue and the Sackler family settlement.
All right. So do we have a motion?
Just to adopt the resolution as presented. It's on the table.
Yeah.
It was an amendment.
Yes, sir. I'd like to make a motion we adopt the resolution R, TAC 13, TAC 25.
Second.
Motion properly second. Any further discussion? Ms. Bender?
Aye.
Mr. Stroud?
Aye.
Mr. Collins? Mr. Sullins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes.
And Mr. Chair, just one item. In my weekly meetings with community development leadership, update, I was not in attendance at the last Planning Commission meeting, talking with Kelly and Kenny this morning. The Planning Commission, they were in reference to the ZOTAC recommendations. The Planning Commission did not take any action on those particular recommendations by the ZOTAC. And the Planning Commission, and I'm looking at one PC member here, but they requested a meeting with the County Board of Supervisors. I'm passing this along. This came from my Community Development Director. The ZOTAC was formed at the request of the Board of Supervisors. A lot of the information, the data was presented to this committee, of which the Planning Commission was represented on the ZOTAC, and they put their recommendations to you. I believe some of the conversations are ZOTAC, and I think there was a motion to try to at least fix the access points. That's a major one that's killing us right now. But that was not a motion that went forward with the Planning Commission, and they were talking about doing the comprehensive plan first, which I've been through comprehensive plan updates. You're 16 to 20 months out. So looking for some direction from the board. Again, this was just passed along from Kelly and Kenny, and I want to put it up to the board for discussion or direction.
To work on the comprehensive plan first seems like putting the cart before the horse. The comprehensive plan is going to be affected by those changes. That's the way I would look at it. So it's like you almost have to do this, and then you have to develop a comprehensive plan based off on the new ordinances that are being taken on. I did watch the meeting as well. I did appear that as if no one's looked or read anything since the last time this was brought before them. So I was a little, and I spoke to people in departments, they were a little disappointed about that themselves.
I don't think there's anything keeping us from passing the recommendations.
There's not. But you have to have a public hearing with the Planning Commission.
But we don't need to have a meeting with the Planning Commission.
I reached out to some of the people on my board, and really my question was, how many of your people who are your representatives on the Planning Commission, when's the last time you spoke to them? I have some people who are my members who I speak to probably weekly, and some people I speak to the day of the meeting. And I think that the lack of communication is not a joint session meeting. It's when are the people, your representatives on the board are sitting down, or at least picking up the phone and having a meeting with their supervisor who they're representing and going, hey, let's make sure we're on the same page here. So I think that's kind of like communication. What I would like to see, this is my own personal opinion, before we have a joint session work, I'd like to see the people, like you're Mr. Collins' rep, and whoever that is, sit down with Mr. Collins in that meeting and talk about it so you can get a clear vision, clear understanding of what he's doing. Same thing with Mr. Sullins, Mr. Stroud, myself, and Ms. Bender. And if we feel like there needs to be some sort of meeting after that, then we can do it. But I think some things, we need to get on the same page before we get into a room and start arguing over things and things of that nature. You understand? So that's would be my 2 cents into it, but it's up to the will of the board as far as how we move along on that.
I concur with your recommendation.
Mr. Collins,
Yes, sir.
does that sound like a good idea to you?
So it's up to your will.
It's not, it's the will of the board, but Mr. Sullins?
I'd like to go ahead with the joint session, but I get where you're coming from, and I support you.
Ms. Bender?
I agree with Mr. Stallings, but I do want to point out we have 20 minutes.
Yes, we're aware of that. Thank you. So I need a consensus.
Well, how about we try to talk to our people between now and the next meeting? And then let you know before then.
I think we're talking to our people. I think there's a level of, I hate this word because it got batted around on the base so much when we were coming back from COVID, but there's a level of serendipity that's nice to have all the people in the room, because you may ask a question that I would not have even thought of, or vice versa, and having everybody there at once, I think is going to have a little bit more of an exchange of ideas and thoughts than having me talking to my two guys and you talking to yours and so on.
The reason why I bring that up is because what I hear, I don't hear all of the fluff conversation, but I always hear at the very end of it or at the beginning, I don't understand. That's what I hear. I don't understand what they're doing. Like, they may say it nice, they may get mad, but you always hear, I just don't understand. So having a meeting with your people, which is something that should happen, where, and giving them a chance to understand whether or not and after that we can have like a joint session, but I just feel like there needs to be a conversation of explaining this is what's going on, these are the steps, and these are why we're taking them. But if we want to have a joint session, I have no issue with that either. Ms. Bender wants a joint session. Mr. Sullen's leaning that way. Mr. Collins? Well, we get 2-2, bro, so I'm just looking for you just to say either way you want to do it. And it's not saying we wouldn't have a joint session if you talk to your people first. I'm just saying I think there needs to be a time for you to sit down and talk to your people.
Well, I have talked to my people, so I don't really need a joint session myself. I don't need a joint session myself.
All right, so
The document provided by the planning, community, planning community development was pretty thorough. And I didn't think it was that challenging. They were sound recommendations. So that's why I don't think we need a joint meeting. If you either agree with the recommendations or you don't. And then they have their public hearing and then forward it on to us.
the only reason why too that I would meet is because he's talking about entry points. If entry points aren't addressed already the way they should be, then I would like to sit down with my people and talk to them about what their ideas are as far as, how they would like to see that addressed. So.
When I was talking to him, thanks for calling me up on that.
Should I call him up too?
Nope. Dance, monkey, dance. No, when I was talking to them at that meeting, I think they understand the logistics of what we're trying to do. I think what they don't understand is the logic behind it. When we say we're trying to regulate growth, we're trying to, but at the same time, we're trying to reduce the cost of houses. It doesn't make sense when we're forcing them to use a larger tract of land. So of course they're going to want to put a bigger house on it to offset the cost of lost volume, if you will. So the logic doesn't make sense to them. Right. And so I think those are the questions they would like to see. They understand the logistics. They understand where we're trying to go. They just don't marry up in their minds. Yeah. And to some extent, I agree with them.
I'll give you an example of that. So there's a tract of land in King George that's worth, say, 10 acres for $100,000. That's what it's appraised for. That's what it's worth. I can't go buy it for $100,000. The reason why is because that guy knows, that realtor knows that a developer will pay $200,000 for that. So the individual citizen doesn't have a chance to buy land because you're priced out, because someone's willing to pay double of what it's worth. Now, so what you cut down on that is that piece of property is no longer being sold for $200,000. It's being sold for what it's appraised at, for $100,000. In the realtor's market, in the realtor's world, If I have a house over here, it's built in 1987, that's 3,000 square feet, 3 bedrooms, 2.5 baths, maybe it's sold for $150,000. Down the street right from it, I built a brand new house, 3,000 square feet, 3 bedrooms, 2.5 baths, $460,000. When this house goes on the market, this comp is now used for this house. So this house now goes up in price because of new development. It doesn't go down because there's more houses on the market. That's just realtor lingo. They know that. What are they going to use? When they appraise a property, they go, this house down the street has the same measurements, so this house must be worth that much. It's pretty much that simple for me. So it does mirror it in that essence. You know what we're going to do? I'll make a motion that we have a joint session. And we'll go from there. Can I get a second?
Second.
Motion properly second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Let's do it.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes. All right, I think are you done? You got more? Anything else you want to talk about? All right, so I make a motion that we extend this meeting till 1 o'clock in the morning.
Second.
Motion properly second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right.
Aye.
Motion passes. Floor is now open to secondary public comment to address items that we just talked about. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes per person. Give everyone a chance to speak. State your name, full name and address, or where you vote, so it can be in the public record. Is there anyone that'd like to speak? Is there anyone online? No one's up sending those correspondence. Did you get any? All right. Secondary public is closed. So now we are into, do we need to hit the informational items? Or are we good on those? All right. So I need a motion for closed session.
Mr. Chair, I move that the King George County Board of Supervisors convene a closed session for discussion of the landfill agreement pursuant to State Code Section 2.2-3711A7 for the consultation or briefing with legal counsel regarding actual litigation and State Code, Section 2.2-3711A8 for consultation with legal counsel regarding specific legal matters. I invite the county administrator, the interim county attorney, the director of solid waste recycle as needed because they're deemed necessary. I know their presence will reasonably aid the board in its consideration of one or more of the topics to be discussed pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3712F.
Need a second.
Second.
Motion properly second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 We're in closed session.
The King George County Board of Supervisors return to public meeting.
Need a second. Second. Motion properly second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 We're back.
Mr. Chair, I move that the King George County Board of Supervisors certify by vote that only matters covered under the closed session statement were addressed, under the call were addressed in the
No action was
closed
taken.
session.
No action was taken.
No action was taken. Thank you.
Second.
Certify, Mr. Trump.
Certify.
Certify, Ms. Collins. Certify, Ms. Bender.
So certified.
Certify, Mr. Sellens.
So certify.
Chair certifies.
Mr. Chair,
You want to make a motion to extend for a little bit?
that's what I was about to do. I make a motion that we extend this meeting until 1:30.
Second.
Motion properly second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes.
Aye.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I move that the King George County Board of Supervisors convene in closed session pursuant to 2.2-3711A8 for consultation with legal counsel employed or retained by a public body regarding specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice by such counsel. Nothing in this subdivision shall be construed to permit the closure of a meeting merely because an attorney representing the public body is in attendance or is consulted on a matter. I invite the county administrator, the interim county attorney as needed because they are deemed necessary and or their presence will reasonably aid the board in its consideration of one or more of the topics to be discussed pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3712F.
Second.
Motion properly second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Chair votes aye. We are in closed session. Get myself. I move that the King George County Board of Supervisors return to public meeting.
Second.
Motion properly second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
I move the King George County Board of Supervisors certify by vote that only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered during the closed meeting, and no action was taken.
Second.
Mr. Stroud?
So certified.
Ms. Bender? Ms. Bender? Mr. Collins? Mr. Sullins?
So certify.
Chair certifies.
Mr. Chair,
Yes. Go ahead.
I move that we adjourn the Board of Supervisors to Tuesday, September 2nd, 2025 at 5:30 PM in the boardroom of the Revercombe Building.
Second.
Second.
Motion probably second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned.